Hey everybody, help us reach our goal of 10,000 subscribers in 3, 2, 1. Let's go! All right, we're having our 8-hour marathon of interviews with Yaya Diamond.
I want to welcome you to Dream Chasers Radio with me, your host, Yaya Diamond. What's up, peoples? I've had so many people do this to me. I'm like, okay, is this like a new movement or something? I don't know. But we'll be right back. Don't you go anywhere. We have a wonderful show for you. So, starting a podcast can be challenging to say the least. You have so many different things that you have to do, so many, quotas you got to meet, so many, deadlines. And the biggest thing is the pressure to make the first few episodes so that at least you have a moment to kind of catch your breath. And I remember that moment when I started this podcast, and I have a guest on the show today. He is starting his new podcast, and we're going to talk to him today about why he's doing that. Because I don't understand sometimes why people do this, because this is like, it's challenging. I'm not going to say anything. I'm just going to say, welcome Jason Harden to the show. Welcome so much to the show, Jason. I appreciate you.
Thank you, Miss Diamond. I'm happy to be here. Absolutely.
Awesome. So tell me about yourself.
Well, my name is Jason Harden, and basically, I've been through a lot of challenges. I've overcome cancer. I was diagnosed with esophageal at 6 months old. 6 months old, that was a tumor behind my right eye. That kind of left me, pretty much scarred for life. But I overcame that. The doctor said I wouldn't live past 3 years old. I did live past 3 years old. That was actually 38 years ago. So, doctors don't know everything. They're good, but they don't know everything. But that wasn't I guess, hardest part. I grew up in the 80s. My parents were, caught up in drugs. My father used to shoot up heroin. My mother used to smoke crack. And I can remember when my father started smoking crack, and he thought it was an upgrade or progress from shooting up, and he was actually proud of that. So these are the kind of memories I've had growing up. I was very had an unstable childhood. I went to 19 different elementary schools because my parents moved around from place to place and they weren't stable. My father had a lot of issues with the law, and I just never had that stability, and I never had that confidence either. I never really had that confidence because I've had so much flaws and so many issues and challenges in my life. It was hard to be confident. It was hard to walk with my chest out and not be hollow inside, and not be easily brought down,
Oh, wow.
And I guess as I grew up, I started figuring things out for myself. I got into entrepreneurship because I've always had hustle. There was hustlers in my family, and they hustled, a lot of jewelry and things, and sometimes, a lot of negative things. And I got into that for a little bit as well. But I've always had that hustle. I've always had that entrepreneurial spirit. In junior high, I sold candy and condoms. Just because, and I wasn't even using condoms in junior high. And I didn't even know what everybody else was doing with them. I couldn't imagine people having sex. I was like a late starter, so. And I thought kids wanted to have them to be cool, but anyway, that's what I would do. I would go find these condoms they would have free, because they would give condoms free at some organizations like Planned Parenthood and things like that, and I would sell them for like $3, $4, $5 each at school, and would also buy like airheads and warheads for like 10 cents, sell them for 25 cents. But like I said, condoms were a bigger business, and that graduated, like I said, to some of the illegal things for a little while. I had a mobile dispensary before they called it a mobile dispensary, back when you couldn't just have one of those. But like I said, that entrepreneurial spirit was still there, and I always knew that I wanted to work for myself, but I also knew that I had to find something legit. And that took a while to find that,
Yeah.
And I guess me wanting to create this podcast is my gift to folks trying to find their way, because it took a while for me to find their way, And if I could have found my way quicker, I'd be much further along right now. And that's really what I want to help other people do. I want to help them like really cut the learning curve, really find out who they are, really develop that confidence, that love for themselves, and that healthy attitude of personal development, so they can really create and live their own definition of success instead of
Yeah.
feel like a victim of all the things that happen to you.
Mm. You know, we all have things that happen to us. Congratulations on living beyond the doctor's expectations. I mean,
Right.
like you said, they know some things, but it's called a practice for a reason, you know.
Mm,
But at the same time, you said you wanted to kind of teach people how to be that entrepreneur, how to be their own boss, literally.
mhm.
So, why now? Why not like in the past? What have you been doing since then that has led you to this point?
I think I have a lot of organization and a lot of self discovery. I've learned a lot about myself over the last few years. I've gotten to entrepreneurship a while ago, but I never thought I could teach it, and I never thought some of the things that I was doing were teachable.
Mm,
And some of the things that I was doing were just a reflex. I guess instinct, and I didn't think those was teachable skills as well. And as I got more progressive in my business and started building a bigger brand and getting involved in more people, it started to show me that maybe this isn't just a fluke. Maybe this isn't just my personality or anything like that. Maybe I'm actually uh, doing things in a way that is guaranteed to get results,
mm-hmm.
and I started to really explore that and then see what I was doing that was actually teachable, see what I was doing that could help people, I guess, develop the mindset
Mm-hmm.
to put some of the actual physical practices in place, because it all starts with the mindset. And I think
Yeah.
that's what it was with me. I think I had some skills without the mindset, and I had some mindset in certain areas without the skills. And I think as I developed over the last few years, especially over the last two, is I was able to put those things together. I was able to
Right.
finally understand how the mindset and the skills really go hand in hand, and not just understand that it does that, but actually how to teach it and help people understand it and identify within themselves.
Mm-mm-mm. It's hard to teach other people something that you don't really realize that you can teach. It's like,
Hmm. Hmm.
I thought that was like general knowledge there, you know, and it's not. And it's, you know, a lot of people tell me the same thing, you know, why don't I teach? And I'm like, well, you don't know it.
Man,
It's hard. It really is hard. How did you figure out a method to teach what you thought was general knowledge?
I could say reading the things that other people teach, and and some of it that I could relate to, some of it's like this is common knowledge, but
Mm,
then it's a bestseller, so
I
those
know.
things together makes me believe like maybe it's not common knowledge, or maybe it's common knowledge and not common practice, and your spin or your perspective on the issue might be just that thing to help people take that action, or
Mhm.
help people understand that concept at a deeper level and be able to apply it to themselves.
Mm. You know, I find that some people are just afraid of success, or
Mm,
maybe they're just afraid of failure. I'm not really sure which one, but one without the other doesn't exist. What do you
absolutely.
say?
I think both do exist. I think people are afraid or can be afraid of success because they're afraid of what success brings. Success exposes you, success will put you out there in front of people. And if you have insecurities, if you have other things that you're ashamed of, maybe you don't want that much attention,
Hmm.
and failure is the opposite. Maybe you just don't want to fail. You don't want to, you're worried about what people think of you if you fail. You when you fail in the public eye, it's different than when you fail at home, behind closed doors. So some people don't want to take that leap of faith and basically be exposed. And I think that's that fear of exposure. People don't really want to own those challenges and own those failures. But for me, I think they're all just stepping stones.
Hmm.
Like I said, success is a lifestyle. So even if you succeed, it's not just a win. I don't see success as just a single victory or just that goal being reached. Success is every decision you made to get you there. It's that lifestyle. So, and success is beyond that victory too. So it's the before and after. That moment of a
Mm,
win or a victory is just that point that's a byproduct of how you live every day. So that's
mhm.
really what I try to get folks to understand, that it's not just if you're thinking about that end result and that's the only reason why you're doing it, it's not really worth it, and you're gonna quit every time.
Mm, mm. And that is so true. Quitting is more popular than succeeding because obviously, if it weren't, we'd have more people doing the things that they want to do in life. So, your podcast is geared toward making and helping people, I would say, become their own boss.
Yes, I think people are already their own boss and they just
Mm,
don't know it. People have, first of all, people have total control over themselves. People think they try to control everything else, or they try to control like other folks or their situations, and they really just have control over themselves, and they're not taking uh, full advantage of that control. They're not really exercising that control. They're not internalizing everything that they want to change in the world and starting with themselves. So that's pretty much the understanding that I have for it. You know,
mm,
I want people to relate to that.
mm. It's hard. Some people can relate, but will they move? And that's what your podcast is about, to help people move and to actually live the life of a boss. That's
Absolutely.
amazing.
Because
Mm-hmm.
like I said, just like you said, people are their own bosses, you know, and I guess I want people to see it and take ownership of that. And the more people can take ownership of that and take that accountability, because I think just like me, for so many years I blamed my childhood, I blamed my past, I blamed my the fact that I had cancer and the scars and all these things, and it wasn't until I took ownership of all of that and realized that okay, that might put me in this position, but that's not going to get me out of this position. You know, that might, all those things might have given me this mindset, but keeping this mindset is all me. You know, keeping these failures, keeping these cycles up is all me. And I had to
Mm-hmm.
take that accountability and that ownership to change anything. And that's what the life of a boss philosophy is. It's not how well you control other people, it's how well you control yourself, how
Right.
well you manage yourself, how well you organize and dictate what you do, not
Mm,
other people. And you can, and you'll see that the more ownership you take over what you do, the more control that you take over yourself, the more things you can control or have the illusion of control of in the world. You know, because
mm-hmm.
one thing that you do is you end up teaching people how to treat you once you know how to care for yourself, once you take
Mm,
total control over yourself. And once you teach people how to treat you, then life gets different.
that's
You
right.
know, and you can walk in a different way, and doors open up, and distractions kind of fade away, and because people don't want to bring some BS to you. I know I'm very unapproachable with BS. I'm an open person, and I'm very loving. But when somebody knows there's some bull, they're not going to bring it to me if they know
Right.
me or know about me.
Yeah. Yeah.
And
Yeah.
I think that's what the life of a boss philosophy is.
I love
Just
that.
taking full control over yourself.
Definitely, definitely. Life of a boss. You know, it was a journey to get to where you are today. What have you learned so far about being, and living the life of a boss?
I learned that you have to control your emotions. You know, I think our emotions play a big part on a lot of the mistakes we make, on a lot of the unnecessary actions we take. And I think that we have to respond to our emotions in a better way. And I think all that is really just mental health. I think that we have to double down on our mental health and pay attention to it, spot warning signs, speak on things, you know, talk to people, get counseling, whether that be group counseling, individual counseling. But I think we have to really double down on the way on the way we understand things and the way we see the world
Mm,
and how we react to those things.
yeah. Yeah, I agree. I agree. We should be slow to anger.
Yeah,
and be
absolutely.
quiet, because even a person that's quiet can seem wise. I think that that is, I mean, listening is a big response and a big thing to actually growing. And
Hmm.
mental health is a big deal nowadays. I think that, I don't think
Absolutely.
it was really not a big deal. I just think that phones and cameras and just all of this just brought it to light, is basically what it is, because it's always been there. It's always been there.
Absolutely.
So, Life of a Boss is basically your way of teaching people how to overcome whatever it is that they need to overcome. Maybe failures that they've had, maybe being afraid of failing, because, success doesn't come without failure. Being
Absolutely.
successful, getting through certain things. So, that is amazing. I love that. I love
Thank
that.
you.
I love that. Wow. Wow. So, okay, so have you launched already?
No, we launched October 1st.
Mm,
And that'll be on all platforms, on definitely on the website lifeofaboss.net, but it'll also be on Spotify, Google Podcasts, Apple Podcasts, and wherever you get podcasts. It'll launch so many places, I can't even list them all. But
yeah.
that will be the official launch, and there'll be two new episodes a week. um it was funny what you said about podcasts and creating one and getting some episodes done. And it's important to stay consistent. So for anybody
Mhm.
that wants to create a podcast, the way you separate yourself is really consistency. If you're
Mhm.
doing it just for the ratings, and just for that instant reaction and just to get those few likes on that first day, or those listens to on the first day, you're gonna fail.
Oh yeah,
you know, you have to be there for that one person that's listening every week, if that's all you got. But
definitely.
so I'm trying to do 2 episodes a week, and I've already gotten over 40 episodes already recorded.
Mhm.
I'm trying to do it the right way.
Right.
And really be organized, because, like you said, there's a lot of noise out there. There's a lot of clutter out there. But
Mhm.
if you're authentic and you're consistent, I think you can overcome all of that.
Definitely, definitely, definitely. Well, congratulations on your upcoming successful podcast. It's launching October 1st, 2021. If you're listening before then, great. October 1st, lifeofaboss.net. Okay. What kind of suggestion do you have for the person that is trying to actually start a podcast?
If you're trying to start a podcast, I think know what you're talking about. Know really what you're really trying to present, and what your message is. I think, excuse me, I think that if you have a clear message and a story that you want to share, you can keep creating content. You can create a million podcasts if you have a clear definition. But if you don't know what you want to do, you're always going to run out of ideas. If you don't have that message, you're always going to run out of ideas.
Yeah, yeah,
And
definitely.
so I think that's the key to consistency. So if you don't plan to be consistent, I don't even start the podcast. Don't
Yeah.
even start it.
Definitely. And consistency is the goal, because let me tell you something, this is work. It's not all funny games.
Absolutely, absolutely. And however your process is, and that's another thing, create a process. Like if you're trying to be consistent, create a process that creates consistency. Whether
Mhm.
that's recording multiple podcasts or multiple episodes in a day, so you don't have to literally record live or right before you're airing. So give yourself that wiggle room and set yourself up for success.
Mhm.
Make the most of these times in between episodes by creating a bunch of episodes,
Mhm.
creating content, and then make the most of each content. If you're creating an audio episode, put a video with that and shoot it out, and then chop that up, put some on your Instagram, put some on your Facebook. Make the most out of each piece of content.
Yeah.
And I think that helps you cover your bases. It helps you reach bigger audiences, and it builds your brand. And ultimately,
Definitely.
I think that's what we want to do.
Definitely, definitely. So, Jason, thank you so much for being on the show. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Lifeofaboss.net, October 1st, 2021 is launching. You need to be on that podcast. You need to be listening to that podcast if you want to be your own boss, like me and like Jason.
Thank you. And I definitely need you on my podcast, Yaya.
Oh, Thank you. I will be there. How about that? I don't do
Thank you.
many, so you just have to let me know because we do that.
Absolutely.
We'll do that later.
Absolutely.
I want to thank you again so much for being on the show. I appreciate you. And lifeofapodcast.net. No, I'm sorry, lifeofaboss.net, life of a podcast. Yeah, that should be a podcast too. The Life of a Podcast. Okay, lifeofaboss.net is coming out on October 1st. Don't forget to actually subscribe to that. You can go to lifeofaboss.net. And guys, thank you so much for tuning in to Dream Chasers Radio. And until next time, guys, don't forget to dare to be different and be different all the way, not just a little bit. All right, we'll be back with another episode, of course. See ya. I want to welcome you to Dream Chasers Radio with me, your host, Yaya Diamond. What's up, peoples? Okay, so look. All I got to say is yes, and yes. We'll be right back. Don't you go anywhere. I am seriously saying yes, and you'll know in a minute. Okay, so you can get us on iTunes, Google Play, Stitcher, Spreaker, Spotify, TuneIn, Deezer, Vimeo, Roku, Amazon Fire, Yaya Diamond TV, and DreamChasersRadio.com. California and Louisiana, Arkansas, Georgia, Hawaii, different Comcast stations. Just look us up, DreamChasersRadio.com, and you can find out more about where you can see us either on TV, radio, podcasting, all of that. So I'm just excited, though. I'm excited because I got a girl on my show. My girl's on my show. Like, I've been watching her on TV, and she on my show. I want to welcome Red Fox to the show, girl. Red Fox, what's up?
Hello.
Hey. So, oh man, girlfriend. Oh man. This okay. I have to assume that some people don't know who you are.
Of course.
Okay, so go ahead and introduce yourself. I don't know why they don't know who you are, but they don't. So go ahead and introduce yourself and tell people all about who Red Rocks is.
Yes, my name is Radio Red Rocks or Red Rocks. Radio Red Rocks kind of was my name, just specific for radio. I've been in radio for 10 years. So just going by Red Rocks these days, but I am a writer for Hip Hop Weekly magazine. I'm also brand manager for Hip Hop Weekly Radio, and I recently wrote my own book called The 10 Bad Beat Commandments. I'm not sure if I can curse or not.
we try not to here, not unless you just get really heated, and then okay, it's on. Man, so congratulations on all the success. Let me ask you a question, and I always ask this question to everybody because everybody has a different journey that they go on, I want to find out, what was your journey like, and did you ever expect your journey to end up where you are today?
My journey was, a difficult one. I didn't have really a great, I would say like late teens to early 20s. Childhood was typical though. My journey, throughout my late teens and early 20s was like more so focused on, relationships, unhealthy relationships. And, I was, having my children, so it was a lot going on. It was very tough at times. I'm a domestic violence survivor. I also, had, bouts where I didn't know where we were going to stay and different things like that. So my journey here actually started in school. I started in the nursing program. I thought I wanted to pursue nursing. And honestly, big ups to all the nurses out there and the RNs and the doctors and everybody that's in the medical field, because it's a strong person to like really pursue that career and have a strong stomach. And I realized I didn't have such a strong stomach, and I didn't have the heart and passion for it. So I quickly, well, not quickly, but I took some time to decide what path was the right path for me. And I've always loved to write. I've always loved music. And so I discovered the communications and media arts program that I ended up going to school for. And that, changed the trajectory, if I could talk, of my life from there. I was able to kind of catapult into the whole broadcasting field and landed an internship at the radio station in Buffalo, where I'm from. And I've been ever since. And that kind of just snowballed into everything else.
That's amazing. Being that you came from where you came from, the survivor part of it, the domestic violence. I mean, I have to say that I knew plenty of my friends that went through that as in high school and everything. And big ups to you that you got out. Some people just don't get out alive. And big ups to you that you did. I know that your journey is amazing. But let's go back to, you said you were raising your children, and what was it like for you to tell your children that, hey, this is my life now. This is where mommy is.
Yeah, honestly speaking, I kind of regret not being as open and, communicating with them as much in hindsight. I was in survival mode a lot
Mm.
of the times that when they were younger. And it was kind of like, I'm the parent, I'm doing what I have to do. You're the kid, you don't have a say in, what's happening. I kind of regret that. I wish I was a little bit more honest and open with them. And I think that they would have been able to accept or at least understand things a little bit better. Um, but not to the extent to where I'm telling them like real true grown folk business, you know what I mean, but just like explaining things to them more about what's going on as far as like our living situation and all that type of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
um as far as like the depths of what was actually happening, as far as like the domestic violence and stuff like that, you really can't explain that to a kid, you know what I mean? So
No.
um but yeah, I mean, it was hard. There were times where I didn't know how I was going to be able to provide for them. I mean, I look back and I'm like, whoa, like you did that. Like, you did that. Like, I don't even know how. Like, looking back, I don't even know how I managed and how I was able to get through. I mean, of course, with the support of my tribe, like it takes a village,
Oh
and
yeah. Oh
it
yeah.
definitely took a village. Like my mom, my sister-in-law at the time. There was a few key people who really played a hand and played a role in me helping to raise my kids. And eventually, their father and I, we got on the same page as co-parents, and it wasn't as tumultuous, over time and things like that. But there was a period of time, like it was. I didn't know how I was going to do
Yeah.
it, but I did it.
I hear you. I hear you. And like I said, you're a survivor. Big ups to you that you got through this. And now you're on the other side. What is the inspiration behind your name?
My name. So Red is my name, and it's also my nickname. So, and then Rocks just was kind of like a play on the word rock. So Red Rocks.
Now, girlfriend, I hear there's a buzz going on about you right now. What? I was talking before, like at around what? It's past a little bit past 3 right now, and so at around 2 o'clock, I was talking to somebody, and I'm gonna say who, but I was talking to somebody. I was like, "What? She got the buzz? Tell me what's going on with you."
So, I with Hip Hop Weekly magazine, I'm fortunate enough to cover some really great events, and I also interview people as well. I have my own show on the Rocks, and I do that in conjunction with Hip Hop Weekly as well. But I've been able to hit some really cool red carpet events recently, earlier this year, and Love and Hip Hop Atlanta was one of them. And I was surprised. I woke up to tons of inboxes and emails and text messages of people seeing me on the show. I didn't get to catch the show. I missed it because I was just, kind of like doing too much. But I did plan on watching that, going back and watching the episode, but I didn't even get a chance to before I had all these people hit me up like, oh, I see you on Love is Hip Hop. So I covered Spice's single release for Go Down Day, and I was on the red carpet. I got to talk to everybody. So what you guys seen was only like a small snippet of the people that I actually got to speak with, but they used my clip, and I was on there doing my thing, and it felt really good because I've worked really hard towards these types of moments.
Yeah, it does take a lot, and I congratulate you because I personally know what it takes. Just like you wake up and you don't really go to sleep. It's like, okay, guys, bye. I gotta go. So congratulations on that. And then now your book. Are you planning on doing a book tour anytime soon?
I do. I'm actually planning to do a book tour. Hopefully, this fall. I want it to be something that is beneficial to people. So I don't want to just do a tour just to, sell books or sign books. I want it to actually have a component to it that people can benefit from. So whether it's a panel about domestic violence or a panel about mental health or something, that nature pertaining to the chapters in the book. That's what I really want to do. So it might take a little bit more planning to do it, but I'm all with it. I don't want it to just be, I want it to be beneficial.
Right. I understand that. And you are a woman's empowerment person. You're an advocate for that. Tell me more about that, and how do you use your social media to help other women? Because that is a big thing, especially since from where you came until now. Most women don't even believe they could make it where you are, but can they?
Absolutely. If I can make it, anybody can. I hated the fact that sometimes it looked easy, or it looked like I didn't have as much of a struggle as I did to get where I'm at, because I don't want that to discourage anyone that's going through and make them feel like they can't get, and achieve the things that I have. So that's why I wanted to be more vocal about my story and more of an open book, because man, I can't think of the amount of times that I wanted to give up because I thought that I just couldn't, because I didn't really have anybody to show me a blueprint and say, okay, I went through this, and this. Now look at me. Everybody wants to talk about the end result. Everybody wants to talk about, celebrate, the accomplishment, but nobody really wants to talk about the struggle, the nights that they cried, the failures that they've had, the no's, the times that they've struggled with mental health and were depressed and didn't want to even live at times, like nobody really talks about that, not in our community. Right. So I wanted to be that open book and say, I went through all of this. I was labeled as crazy because I had major depressive disorder because I was so depressed from the things I was going through in life. I thought at one point I didn't want to live, and spent time in an institution because they didn't want me to hurt myself. You know what I mean? Like that happened to me. And yeah, everything on the outside looks great, but it took a lot of work to get here. And it's possible though. It's possible. Yeah. It's possible. So that's really my main message, is that it's possible. Yes.
Yeah. You know what I'm happy for?
Yes.
I'm happy you're here.
Thank you.
I'm happy you're still here, and that you have a testimony, and that people that see you today can be inspired and understand that there is a beyond the moment. There is a future. There is a past, present, and future that they can look forward to. And you're the living testimony of that. And I'm so happy for you. And I'm so thankful, if I must say, to the Most High, that you are here with us today talking about this. This is a big deal. And thank you so much for being on my show and talking about it, because I'm sure that there are women that listen to my show right now that might feel that way, because I once felt depressed and lonely, and I know where you're coming from in more than one way. in
Yeah.
more than one way. Definitely. So are you big on affirmations?
Absolutely.
So what kind of affirmations do you use to help you through?
So the affirmations that I use is just that, for one, change will always happen. So,
Mhm.
and positive changes are positive things are in everything, even the negative. And that, when I go through tough, tough things and tough times, I just affirm to myself that I can't see it now, but one day I am going to see the positive in the situation. I am going to reap a benefit out of the situation, no matter what it is, no matter how hard it may seem, no matter how difficult it is to get through, that I will one day see that benefit. And
Mhm.
um, that I think is probably one of the most strongest affirmations that help get me through.
Mm.
Just knowing that, you know what, you can't see it now, but there is going to be a benefit. There is going to
Wow.
be a greater outcome to this than what you can see.
Wow. And you're right. You're so right. I'm typing something out because I want people to see that this is possible. Look at this. Red Rocks has been seen in Sheen Magazine, Fox 5 Vegas, and VH1 Love and Hip Hop, and more. Red Carpets, Atlanta. Girlfriend, I just want to make sure that people know that it's not the end. It's not the end. This is just the beginning. And like you say, you have to pick yourself up. You have to go. And you had kids. Whew,
Yeah.
that's
And
yeah. Whew.
and for your kids to see you in those states, it's hard.
Mhm.
It's really hard. Um, and you just gotta don't be tough on yourself. You're only human. We kind of feel like we want to be perfect, and and if we're not perfect, then or things aren't perfect, that we're just so hard on ourselves, and you have to allow yourself to just be human.
Mhm.
And there's a lot of things I wish my kids didn't, see or witness, especially, like my mental state being depressed and my anxiety, and some days not even being able to get out of bed,
Mhm.
um, or even experiencing the backlash from the relationships that I cultivated, out of lack of self-love. Um, I wish they didn't, but they did, and even in that same affirmation,
Yeah.
it's gonna be positive for them one day.
Mhm.
They had to see that for some reason.
Yeah.
Maybe to help them through, or maybe to help them avoid certain types of relationships or situations, or
Mhm.
maybe to say, well, I see my mom deal with this, and I'm going to spearhead this and take care of myself
That's right.
now, or she got through it, so I'm going to get through it.
Mhm. Mhm.
So there still is a positive that's going to come out of that one way or
Yeah.
another.
Red Rocks. Wow. Girlfriend, you deserve it.
Thank you.
You deserve it. You've worked hard. I see it. You've worked hard. You love your kids. You worked hard. You deserve it. What's next for you? What do you see in your future?
I definitely want to do more television work. I love being in front of the camera. I love doing it as an interviewer. But I love everything broadcast. I love everything media. When I was younger, I used to want to be a meteorologist. Then I wanted to be a newscaster. And then I'm like, well, by the time I was like 19, I'm like, well, I think I have too many tattoos. And but I
Back
mean,
then, they didn't have the cover up. I don't think they didn't
uh,
have as good of a cover up as they
yeah,
have
I
now.
was like,
Yeah.
nowadays, but I always enjoy entertaining. I always enjoy being in front of the camera. So I definitely want to get into doing more of that.
Mhm.
I want to be able to continue to write for Hip Hop Weekly and other publications. I definitely want to expand that, because I love writing. I've always been a writer. And I also want to dabble more on the music side. I love radio. I'll always be in radio to some extent. Radio honestly has opened more doors for me than anything. Now, Hip Hop Weekly is a tough runner-up because, I do so much with them now as well. But if it wasn't for the radio, I wouldn't even have the opportunity at Hip Hop Weekly. So it's, so I'm always going to be in radio to some extent. However, I love music. I'm a hip hop head to the core of me, and I have a great ear for music. I've written music before. I've made beats. I've done, ironically, my kid's father, we actually used to run a record label, an independent record label, a long time ago. For my oldest, who is now 18, he was just a baby. So it's, it's something that I loved doing then, and I would probably want to, try to get back into at some point.
I hear you. I mean, we all have our dreams, and they can change and grow, and you make it in one thing doesn't mean life is over. I did it. Yay. And it's like, well, now what next? Okay, let's do something different.
You can do everything. Don't let anyone tell you that, oh, you have to focus on one thing, or, oh, you need to, no. If you have the capacity, if you have the time, if you have the resources, then you can do everything. You live one life. One day, none of this will matter.
That's right.
And you won't have the ability to pursue things. So pursue it. Do it. If it works, it works. If it doesn't, it doesn't. If you fell at it, you can always revisit it later. Just because you fell at something now doesn't mean you have to never, try it again. I launched a lipstick line or makeup line like maybe 7 years ago, and I'm revamping it, and hopefully I'll be launching a new lip collection soon. So it's like, even though you fell at something at one point doesn't mean you can't revisit it with new information, new knowledge, new resources, and then you can't, then you could be successful potentially with it. So
definitely. I'm looking forward to Red Rocks line now. Shoot, I was in the store looking for lipstick and eyeshadow and everything. I could have been picking me up some Red Rocks. What?
But I also hope to do a second edition to my book. So this edition of my book was more so focused on the inner person. So your mental health, your physical health, your self-love, that's one of the biggest things. Your interpersonal relationships and how they affect you mentally, how they affect your self-love and everything else, and how your self-love affects them. Like everything is kind of interchangeable as to how one affects the other. Right. And also, your financial health, your, potentially pursuing entrepreneurship, or even, pursuing that degree, your education, spirituality as well. So these are all in this book. These are the core things that I feel like if you're going to be a bad bee,
that's right.
It's not all about looks. You know what I mean? It's not all about looks. You can all slap a wig on. We can put some makeup on. We could do whatever. You know what I mean? It's not really about looks. It's like, once you take all of that off, who are you as a person?
Right.
Are you able to go and get a loan if you need one? Are you able to, cook a hamburger if you have to? You know what I mean? Are you able to, do you love yourself? Just because, and I want to say that someone who wears makeup and all that stuff doesn't mean that they don't love themselves. They, I love to enhance what I have. But no, like on the core, when you take all of everything off, do you like who you're looking at in the mirror? And I'm not talking physically. I'm talking, how are you talking to yourself? How are you speaking to yourself? When you look at yourself in the mirror, you say, oh, I love her. Like, she's beautiful. With
that's
nothing
right.
else, you the bomb. You know what I mean? Like, you have to really talk to yourself like you talk to your girlfriends. And big up yourself, and really show yourself that same love that you try to give everybody else. And that was pretty much the premise of 10 Bad Bee Commandments. And those are all things that I work on. I'm not saying like I'm an expert and I've mastered these things, and this is Bible, this is law. This is saying these are things that I personally continuously work on day to day that has helped me out of those dark places, that has helped to keep me from those dark places, that has helped to keep me out of those unhealthy relationships and keep, me centered. And I practice what I preach every single day. So it's saying, these are some of the things I've been through. These are some of the things that I've done personally to help me figure out life. And it's not like a one end all be all. So when you're done with it, it's not like, okay, I'm done. I'm a bad bee now. No, it's like, that's why I call it a read, write, reflect, repeat. You're going to read it through. You're going to read my story. You're going to write, with the activities, your own, your things from your own life, and analyze things from your own life. You're going to reflect on it, because once you're done with all the activities, you're going to read back through it and see what you put and just constantly revisit it. And then there's a custom pencil that comes with it. So you could just erase it and then you can repeat it.
Right. Definitely.
Because you're not going to go through the same things. You're not going to go through some things you're not going to go through one time. Different points and different levels of your life, you're going to have to reanalyze those relationships again. You're going to have to do some of the work again. So that's why I repeat.
I love it. I love the fact that you've taken everything that you've gone through and you've made it into this one bad 10 bad commandments. I love it. I don't want to say it, but you guys know what I'm talking about. Female dog, right? Okay. Yeah, that's what it is. But it's like, you've taken all of your love, your experience, and you've passed on those positive moments that people can actually write down in this workbook for themselves, and then erase it and go right now, because what happened in the past doesn't necessarily mean it's going to happen in the future. There's going to be better and bigger things coming up. And girlfriend, thank you.
No problem. You're welcome.
Thank you. So, I'm loving it. And like you, I love interviewing people, and I loved having you on the show today. You guys, ladies and gentlemen, Red Rocks on the show today. Thank you so much. But most importantly, go to her social media. Where can people find you?
You can find me at Radio Red Rocks on pretty much everything. I'm only really on Instagram right now. I am on Facebook somewhat, but Facebook is kind of like, I do have a Facebook fan page, but that I update here and again. So you can definitely like it on there. But Instagram, I'm mainly on Instagram at Radio Red Rocks, Radio REDDROXX. All my information is also on my website at Red Rocks, and you can, redrocks.com, and you can purchase my book, redrocks.com/book.
Yep. And all of that is on the screen and will be in the description box as well. And that way you guys can actually get that and go straight there. Man, Red Rocks girl, thank you so much for being on my show. Girl, keep going. Keep doing it. Keep doing it. Definitely. You deserve it. You've worked hard for it. You've gone through so much. But most importantly, you're giving back to women, and you're pulling people out of the state that they're in and bringing them up. And that's the biggest thing there. Thank you so much.
You're so welcome. Thank you so much for having me.
It's been a pleasure. You can come back anytime.
Okay, thank you.
Oh man, thank you. And I want to thank you guys so much for tuning in to Dream Chasers Radio with me, your host, Yaya Diamond. And our guest today was Red Rocks. You can get all of her information in the description box below. Don't forget to copy, paste, put that in your browser, click enter. You are not going anywhere anyway. So click enter, okay? And it'll take you straight there. If it's highlighted, all you just click on it. It'll take you straight there. You can also right click and just go there. So there's just so many different things. And if you need tutorials about that, I'm sure you can go to YouTube, which we are there, Dream Chasers Radio. Thank you again so much, and have a wonderful day, guys. And until next time, don't forget to dare to be different.
I dare to be different. I dare to be different. I dare to be different. I dare.
welcome you to Dream Chasers Radio with me, your host, Yaya Diamond. Oh my gosh, I am on a roll today. It is such a wonderful day. Yes, I am excited about today. I am more excited about today than my guest, who you're listening to on the other end, who's probably just like freaking out because I am so silly. I am just like, okay, I'm here. Yes, I'm going to be right back though. Don't you go anywhere, okay? She's got me laughing. Oh my gosh. Okay, I gotta pull it together here. All right, guys. Thank you so much for tuning in to Dream Chasers Radio. We have a great show for you today. It's pretty serious, this show, and I'm gonna get really, really personal in this show. So, and I don't think she knows I'm gonna do that, but I'm gonna surprise her. But I'm gonna welcome Anna to the show. Welcome, Anu, right? Anu, right?
Yeah, you got it.
I got it. Okay, because I can be pretty bad with names, but I'm getting better. I'm really getting better. I'm getting really better. So shh.
I won't tell if you won't.
No, I don't tell anybody.
I know, because this show's supposed to be a bit serious, but we're not making it.
I know. Shh. Okay. It's not working.
Center.
Welcome to the show, Anu. Thank you so much for being on.
Oh, thank you so much, Yaya. I love that. Thank you so much for having me on. Wow, it is an absolute honor to be in your presence. You are just,
thank you.
Wow.
Thank you. Yeah. I have so much fun on this show. It's just, you get, we're doing something very serious. I know, but it's like, it's so good to still be alive.
Yeah, I know, right?
There's a lot of things that have happened, and we're going to talk about that today. There's a lot of things that happen, and being a victim and becoming a victor, you have to actually be alive to be a victor. It's like, thank goodness I'm still here, and we're going to talk about that. So tell me about yourself, and tell me about victim to victor, please.
Yeah. Absolutely. So hi everyone, my name's Anu and I am from Coventry in the UK, and last year I had a book which is the name of Victim to Victor that was published last year in October. And again, one of my publishers was actually based in the States, Absolute Publishing House. And then on the back end of that, I started my podcast show, because what I wanted to do was to not only just publish a book, but to actually be the advocate for sexual abuse for survivors out there, to kind of come forward and to know that they're not alone. So my book is about sexual abuse and overcoming trauma. And it's not only a memoir, but it's also how I overcame, the adversities and challenges of my life. And it's like divided into 4 different parts. There's a lot of self-help and healing modalities, as well as a science behind, abuse and trauma. And it's just like a really good kind of self-help kit and DIY kit, really. So that got released, and now my podcast has been really successful this year. I've been getting so many amazing guests, so many therapists and experts in the field of psychology and mental health who have been coming onto my show and sharing again, ways to heal and ways to overcome trauma, because trauma is huge. I mean, trauma, right?
Oh, yeah.
It's huge. And we don't even realize it, but everybody has had some sort of trauma in their life.
Yeah.
And sometimes a lot of people don't even realize that they've got trauma, but it comes out in very different ways. I mean, in my case, it came out in my awful choice of men during my adult years. But, in other people, it may come out as aggression, as anger, as sadness, depression. So trauma is huge, which is why I've had this need to go into it and to study more and to just try and help as many people as I can. And my podcast platform's a really great way for me to do that. And I'm really grateful for, social media. I'm grateful for having the technologies that we have in this day and age to be able to get across the world and to impact so many lives globally. I mean, we are blessed to live in this day and age. So I'm really thankful.
Yeah, I am too. You know what I'm thankful for? that we don't have dial up anymore. Oh my God.
Dial up.
Dial up. We can insert that beautiful music that it used to make right here.
Oh my
it's terrible.
goodness. I
And
know,
so,
right?
yeah, I know what you mean, and I'm trying to make light of it because it is a heavy situation. It is a heavy subject because, when I was young, I was molested and I also was date raped. So I know
Oh
what you
boy.
mean, that mindset that you put on yourself, like it's your fault. It's your
Oh,
fault. You did this. This
wow.
is your fault. You should have never did this. You should have never worn this. You should have never gone there. And literally that is not your fault. It shouldn't
No.
be the mindset that we take on. Since you've started this podcast, what has helped you to heal?
To be honest, my writing really helped me to heal. But what's really helping me now is the amazing guests that I've been having on my show, because I feel like from every guest I'm learning something new about myself. And they say, don't they, that your students are your greatest teachers, whereas in my case I feel like my guests are my greatest teachers. And I'm so thankful to have my guests on my show, and they probably don't even realize the impact that they've been having on me, but that it is them. And and I just hope that my journey continues, and that my podcast grows and it starts to impact more and more people, more survivors, especially because my heritage is actually Indian. And in India at the moment, it's still a very taboo topic, sexual abuse and rape. I mean, every 15 minutes there's a rape in India, and it's just, a lot of it's just brushed under the carpet unless there's media coverage. And it's just so rife out there, and that's a country that I'm really looking to kind of get into, and to really raise awareness, to be that that woman who women can kind of turn to if they do need any sort of support, if they need anyone to listen to. I want to be that person.
Yeah. And I concur. Having your guests on the show just teaches you more and more about yourself. But it's kind of like a selfish thing. I think sometimes I feel kind of selfish. Like, this is not really for anybody watching. This is for me. So yeah. So definitely, I totally get it. I totally get it. So in your healing process, writing, doing your book, starting your podcast, what is the major thing that you probably didn't think that you had, or some kind of a whatever it was that was secretly hidden in there that actually kind of came out? Could you talk about that?
Oh my goodness, yeah. I guess for me it was courage. I never realized how courageous I actually am until the fact that I was writing, and even then I was getting triggered by every moment of that story. I was getting triggered because all the events were happening again, and so it was a real healing process for me, the writing. But then just having it out there, showing how vulnerable I am. Vulnerability is actually a sign of strength. I didn't even realize. I thought the fact that I was feeling so vulnerable, I thought it was a feeling of weakness. So I've learned that, I'm strong and I'm courageous, and just talking about it now, I feel like I've really normalized it. And the fact that, I'm not talking about it like, from a victim mentality. I'm talking about it from a victorious attitude. And to get to this stage, it does take a lot of work. And I'm just hoping that by me sharing how I got to this stage in my life, that it's going to help many other survivors, because I know the pain that sexual abuse and trauma causes one, and I really don't want anyone to suffer like I did.
Yeah. And I totally agree with you. Going through that as a young child and going through it as a teenager, it really pushed me away from being outgoing, and again, that accusation of it's your fault. This is it's your fault. You should have never, you should have done this. You should have done that. You should have never done this. You should have done that. When I got over when I didn't have anyone to help me get over it. I mean, my mom, of course, but ultimately you have to get over it yourself. Literally what pushed me in the right direction was understanding and going to college and learning psychology.
Oh, okay. So you did that.
Yeah. So when I took
Amazing.
psychology, and within the first, I think, 2 weeks, we learned about psychological indebtment and just things like, the psyche of a child and the psyche of a teenager and on and on and on, and how molestation and rape could be deemed as their fault, but it truly isn't. And then when they came and they said that it wasn't your fault, it's the mental stability or instability, therefore, of the person that's actually doing the action. You could be dressed in a tuba.
Oh, okay.
It doesn't matter.
Yeah, it doesn't. It really doesn't.
Right.
Yeah, it's all power and control.
Exactly. You could be dressed to the hilt and wear a comforter around you.
Yeah.
And it's not your fault.
No.
And so, literally, it's the mindset of the person who is the accuser, the person who's actually doing the action, that is at fault. And no matter what you did, there was really nothing you could do to prevent that from happening, except not be in that situation. And a lot of times we're just not able to not be there.
Exactly. And we kick ourselves, and we're so bad on ourselves, just blaming ourselves, thinking, if I hadn't gone to that party, then I wouldn't have been, date raped. And if I wasn't walking down that street that time, then, I wouldn't have been molested. But I'm sorry, there's only so much you can blame yourself. At the end of the day, it happened to you. And, there's obviously nothing that can be done about what happened, but what you can change now is your perspective about how you choose to see that. Do you see it as an evil act, which it was, but then do you let that destroy you now in your present stage of your life, or do you try and combat what happened to you and combat those emotions and try and heal from it so that you can live a much more positive and more healthier life? Definitely I would choose the latter, and and this is what I want other survivors to be choosing as well, because we should never be letting stuff like that impact our life, and it's why there is healing and why there is counseling and therapy. So there's so many support services that you can actually go and choose and to try and overcome what happened to you.
I totally agree. That the one thing that really, really touched me was Eartha Kitt, the original Catwoman, was a product of rape. Her mother got raped.
Wow.
And had Eartha Kitt, and Eartha Kitt became this big major celebrity of her time. But her mother overcame it and said, this child is not guilty. And she's had that baby. And she's not the only one. There's a lot of different people out there that have had, children out of rape and out of molestation, and they didn't accuse the child because the child was supposed to be here. Obviously Eartha Kitt, she was amazing. And she deserved to be here and to live her life, and her mother gave her the opportunity. It's hard, though. I'm not going to say it's not easy, because every day that her mother had to look at her, she had to remember how Eartha was born and how she got there. So it takes a really strong person, but at the same time, you have molestation and you do have rape, and you do have rape within marriage. Do you talk about that as well?
Oh my goodness, yes. Again, domestic abuse, domestic violence, sociopathic disorders, which our partners may be experiencing. Again, they're huge when it comes to surviving like a violent or an abusive relationship. And again, it's stuff which I am discussing a lot in my podcast, and again, stuff which I experienced because it was kind of like just a consequence of what had happened to me, because I had so low self-worth and I didn't value myself. So I was attracting these perpetrators into my life who also didn't value me and who also took advantage of me. You know, they saw a naive woman, a very vulnerable woman, whom they could try and manipulate and try and control. And so, yeah, again, it's a big part of my trauma. And, you know, I feel that a lot of women do get stuck in these relationships, and they don't feel that there's a way out. They feel like that's all they deserve. And it's about trying to empower, you know, the women now, trying to make women realize that, you know, we are valued beings and we do deserve love, you know, and a lot of that comes from self-love. It's about loving ourselves first, because only then can we attract real love into our lives. And if you're being controlled or manipulated in a relationship right now, it's not real love.
Right. It's not. When did you begin to love yourself?
I say that's probably recently. very, very recently, as in like probably in the last year or so. And I guess what triggered that was the fact that finally, you know, I'm not living my life just for me. I'm living it for the universe. And I feel that my love came as soon as I started to give more contribution, trying to help others, because just kind of giving more, it kind of makes space for a lot more self-love, I always find. Whereas if you're just constantly take, I just find that can really inhibit you from seeing true love within yourself. You know, so the art of life, I feel, is giving.
Yeah, definitely. What can people receive from your podcast?
What can they receive? A lot of tips on how to love yourself, and a lot of knowledge on trauma and abuse, because in order to actually realize what happened to you, you know, you have to be self-aware, you have to be educated, and you need that knowledge. So it's about kind of grasping that knowledge and then acknowledging what happened to you, and then forgiving yourself as well. And again, these are all a lot of these are in a lot of the podcast talks that I have, and I have so many other survivors who come and share their stories of survival, and each of those survivors has something special to share. This is why I absolutely love interviewing different guests, because everybody has their own unique story and their own unique special way that they survived and overcome their own challenges, which we could all benefit from, right? We all learn from each other.
Yeah. Yes, definitely. You know, I found out today that on TikTok there is a hand signal for abuse, or
Wow.
you know, warning. So it's here, and here.
Okay.
So if you ever see that, or if you are ever in a situation, anyone that's watching this program today of abuse, please remember this as you talk. Do that, and the police will be called.
Okay.
In your area, the police will be called. You know, I think that giving is amazing.
Yeah.
I think that giving back is amazing. And I think it starts from a selfish point of view. It always does. But it ends up being the best thing that you could do for yourself.
Yeah.
And loving yourself is one of the best things that you can do for you, but you don't know how to do it until you reach out to other people who are doing it for themselves.
Yeah.
And so coming on the show, being here, thank you so much. But I think that people need to be tuning into Victim to Victor. Even if you don't have an abusive relationship, you need to find out what an abusive relationship is, so that you can see it for yourself, and then recognize it in maybe your neighborhood, in your family. It may be happening and you just don't see it. And when someone tells you that they're going through something, believe them.
Absolutely.
Believe them. Not unless there's a situation where you know something more than we do. But I mean, most people don't reach out too many times.
Yeah.
Because then they feel like it's their fault. So believe them. Believe them.
Yeah.
Definitely. Wow. This is a very big situation that needs to be handled. And hopefully we can, begin to understand it better by listening to this podcast, Victim to Victor. I appreciate it. It's a very serious project to take on. And ultimately, how do you want it to end for you?
I want it to reach as many people as possible globally. At the moment, my biggest listeners are actually in the States. My biggest fans are in the States.
Well, that's wonderful. You'll have to come over here now. You just have to come to the States.
All my friends are there because obviously I make friends with all my guests. And yeah, absolutely. But I really wanted to be hitting, the other corners of the world, in particular Asian countries. At the moment, podcast isn't so popular in a lot of the Asian countries, but I know that, in the next couple of years, podcasting is going to be huge there. But again, that's one of the reasons why I started to publish all my episodes on YouTube, which, believe it or not, my number one listeners on YouTube are actually from India. So we're getting there. We're getting there.
But it's wonderful that you're doing this. Thank you so much for doing this, taking your time out to help women and sometimes men. Okay, sometimes men.
Absolutely.
To understand that this is not their psychological issue. This is the issue that is brought on by the person that's actually doing this. Remember that you are a wonderful person.
Yeah.
Remember that you should love yourself because, there is no one else that's going to love you as much as you need to be loved, unless you just, like she said, she devalued herself. And we don't want you to do that. So go ahead and tune into Victor to Victor. Victor is a victimtovictor.net.
Yeah, you got it. Yeah, you got it, sister. Thanks.
Victimtovictor.net. And
I love it.
And take a listen. And if you're in a bad situation, I was told that the worst time to be in a situation is the moment that you decide to leave. Don't say anything. When you get ready to leave, get help first, and then don't say anything. Yeah. It's a regular time. It's a regular day. And pick your time. And don't say anything. You pack up what you need to pack up, because this is exactly what happens. You take too much, or you stay. Can you hang out too long, and they catch you. So that's going to be the worst time. So get some help first. Don't just leave. Get some help, and that way you can leave. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Anu. I appreciate it. Very big subject, very, very touchy subject, but one that needs to be definitely exposed.
I think so, yeah. And again, like you said, you're a survivor too. And I just think that you're already inspiring many. Thank you so much.
Yeah, it's, you just got to move on with your life.
You
got to move on. You definitely got to move on. You definitely got to go after your dreams, and your dreams are relevant. And the reason that you've been attacked so hard in your life, and this is how I feel, is because you have a big dream and you have a lot of people to touch, and the universe wants you to touch them, but there's something there keeping you from doing it. Don't let it. Go after it. Your dreams are viable. Your dreams are important. Go after it. Listen to victimtovictor.net. And get your self-confidence going, build those muscles, and get out of there.
Beautiful. Oh, I love that.
All right. Thank you so much, Anu. I appreciate it. Thank you. Is there anything that we missed today that you want to tell the audience?
Oh, well, I guess, for those of you who don't do podcasting, then you can catch me on YouTube. Again, it's just Victim to Victor with a number 2. So that way you don't miss out. So it's either podcasting or YouTube or just get onto my website or follow me on social media to stay connected. I love to connect with you.
And put that up. There we go.
Lovely. Oh, thank you.
So we've been putting up your website. We've been putting up all of your information as we talk, so people can actually grab that. Just go ahead and pause this video and go ahead and type it in. If you can't see it, it's victimtovictor.net. And thank you so much for tuning in. And thank you, Anu. I appreciate it. And hey, guys, you can do this.
You can.
You can do this. You can do this. You can do this. You got this.
You got
totally
this.
got this.
Yeah.
You got this. You can do this. Until next time, guys, don't forget to dare to be different. All right, we'll be back with another show another time. All right, victim to victor. Go there.
Woo!
All right.
Take care.
Advertise with Yaya Diamond. With your host, Yaya Diamond. Reviews, commercials, interviews, celebrity interviews, shout-outs, and more. Experience the energy. Let's go. Let's get started today. I want to welcome you to Dream Chasers Radio with me, your host, Yaya Diamond. I have a wonderful, wonderful show for you today. You don't even know. You don't even know. Oh, we'll be right back. Don't you go nowhere. Welcome back to the show, and I am telling you, I have a guest today that I didn't even think that they would ever be on my show, and I'm like, what? They're like, oh, you want this person? I was like, you gonna ask me, what? Yes, I want this person. Oh my gosh, you can get us on iTunes, Google Play, Stitcher, Spreaker, Spotify, TuneIn, Deezer, Vimeo, Roku, any place. Please subscribe to the YouTube channel. Just saying. All right, guys, and we're gonna get. I'm just gonna let them introduce themselves because I can't do it. I can't. Just tell everybody who you are and what you do, please.
Peace. This Amadeus, Sirius XM, Shade 45 every single Thursday, 3 p.m. to 4 p.m. Playing a drunk mix. It's like classic hip hop. We'll talk more about it, but thanks for having me.
I feel so cool. All right. So I get over all of that. But let me ask you a question. You know, everybody that comes on this show, I always ask them about their journey, about how they get started, you know, and what they did to, you know, progress. What is your journey, and what was your journey like in the beginning?
In the beginning, after, you know, years of basically being in and out of the prison system and, you know, chasing essentially a rap career, not that I was ever a bad rapper, because I think at this point people consider me an elite lyricist with anyone right now. But I found myself in a position like most unsigned artists where it's kind of like I was just around a bunch of guys that knew how to rap and didn't know how to do anything else. And we all kind of know as people in the industry or any type of business person, you know, no machine moves off of like parts, meaning like, for example, a car. It doesn't just revolve on a wheel or, you know, seats or your gasoline. It's multiple parts that move in conjunction or parallel to each other that make this vehicle go. So I decided, instead of me waiting for people to learn these type of things, I decided to take on the task myself. And it started with me creating a modeling agency. I think we all know sex sells, women sell. And at this time, this is before Instagram, so the modeling aspect was still prevalent as it came to the music videos. And it started with me. I started with 4 local girls for my block, and that just catapulted into, you know, casting videos for 50 Cent and Fabulous and 2 Chainz and just, you know, the stars. I mean, a bunch of people. And then during that time, I decided that I was going to learn how to edit a film, and I was going to teach myself how to film. And I ended up getting a gig editing with this company called Street Heat TV, and I was editing the majority of the videos that you saw on World Star in the top box. I had 47 videos in a 2-year span that I either edited or directed. Naturally from the editing process, that would only lead to becoming a director. And I had met Papoose. I came across Papoose. I had shot half of a video called Get At Me. It was him and Ron Browse. A lot of people know Ron Browse for producing Ether for Nas. They know Pop Champagne. And he had this other record called 6 a.m. Now, they had shot the whole video except one part. So he's like, if I need you to shoot this one part for me, I need this edited in 17 days. So I had shot this video for Papoose, featuring Ron Browse. It was called Get At Me. And it just so happened that if you can watch this on YouTube, basically Papoose had bum rushed the stage on Summer Jam here in New York City. So he bum rushed the stage on Summer Jam. He bum rushed on Kendrick Lamar's set. This was like a viral thing. This is Hot 97 at Summer Jam. This is the biggest concert of any hip hop station in the world. So I didn't get a director's credit on this particular video, Get At Him, but he had another video called 6 a.m. that was sitting on it for like 6 months. It was Ice-T, Jim Jones, Jadakiss, and him. He's like, listen, Inf, I'm setting up the release party. I need this video done in 2 days. So I had to shoot one scene and edit the video in 2 days. And that's exactly what I did. And I got my first director's credit from there. And then from there, it just took off. And I shot Dave East's first video, Jay Critch's first video, Fetty Wap, of course, The Locks. The irony, a lot of people say I sound like Jadakiss. They don't know that I actually directed videos for these guys. Oh my God, the endless list of people. And then that led to me getting on National Geographic selling nutcrackers. It's all like an opportunity type of thing.
Yeah.
National Geographic had caught wind that I was selling nutcrackers on these video sets to like these celebrities. And it was like, yo, who is this guy with this nutcrackers? So they contacted me on Facebook of all things. And they contacted me on Facebook. Listen, we got the show called Underworld Inc. We shot a bunch of guys with moonshine in the South who want to come to New York and profile you. And they did. And that's how I got on television. And then eventually that's how I got on Sirius XM.
Wow. Yeah. So, I mean, setting yourself up to be available, how important is that?
Oh, man, you have to be available, but you can't be too available, I think. Okay. As well, I think like right now in this type of time period, it may be hurting some people that like too available. You need to have some sort of exclusivity about you. But the one thing is that you not only do you need to make yourself available, but you have to be able and be willing to take the risk and reap the reward at the end. I think a lot of people are afraid on what's on the other side of fear. Will Smith has an amazing video about like him jumping out of a helicopter.
Yes.
And he's like, you know, like you're on this helicopter and you're scared of falling, but on the other side of fear is the reward. So I think people need to take a little bit more risk, and you know, they'll be more receptive to the reward on the other side.
That's amazing. Yeah, I agree. I totally agree with you. You know, being that now where you're at, when you look back on your life, what is the main constant thing that kept you where you are today?
I've made myself one of the most valuable people in the room. So being valuable in the room keeps you in the room. And not only does it keep you in the room, it keeps you going to other rooms as well. You know, and I've done that by consistently reinventing myself consistently throughout the years. Like, you know, me being a DJ is a new thing. I've only been DJing for like 2.5, 3 years.
Wow.
I was at Sirius XM before I even knew how to DJ. I was there filming. I went there as a guest, and then I got put on the film, and then I taught myself the radio process. And you know, because it's one thing to do radio, but it's another thing to do radio, like that type of thing. It's like, you know, when you're in front of 41 million people, you know, every day. And I taught myself along that way. But I think just making sure that I was a valuable asset in every room that I'm in has kept me here for the amount of time that I've been here.
Right. And, you know, I always say that it's not easy to get there, but it is harder to stay there. It really is hard. It really is harder to stay there. Wow. Yeah. So what advice would you give to someone who says, hey, I want to follow in your footsteps. I want to be a DJ. I want to be a director. I want to do this. I want to do that. What would you tell them?
I would tell them one step at a time. I think sometimes a lot of people try to do too much. And even myself, like I catch myself doing too much. But I think you just have to perfect one thing and then move on to the next thing. And as far as the musician goes, we live in a day and age now where this is not the 90s anymore, where you have artist development, you have billion-dollar budgets to develop you as an artist. They want a well-oiled and well-prepared and already moving machine. So it's also important for you to understand that this is the music business, no matter what field you're in, whether it's radio, whether it's television, whether it's whatever. And it's 90% music and 10%, I'm sorry, it's 90% business and 10% music.
Mhm.
So the business aspect is the most important thing of this whole equation. So you need to position yourself where not only do you understand, but you can effectively execute business strategies in no matter what field you're in.
Wow. I love that. I love that. I want to thank you so much for being on the show and taking time out of your day. I know, and you promised me that video game behind you. See you. Thank you.
I turned it on. Yeah.
I'm just playing. But okay, thank you so much again. Where can people reach you?
You can catch me on Sirius XM Shade 45 every single Thursday, 3 p.m. to 4 p.m. doing the drunk mix on Shade 45. I'm a producer on the show that's after Sway in the morning. It's called the Lord Sears Special. Shout out to Lord Sears, Sam, the whole family there at Sirius XM Shade 45. So you catch me there. Make sure you catch my new EP, COVID-19, available everywhere right now, produced by Graph Watch from Canada. And you can catch me on your show. I'll be there. So you can follow me there.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Guys, look, throughout the entire show, his information has been right there, right underneath this picture, right underneath him. So if you haven't caught that, you can also grab it right there in the description box and just go ahead and click. It'll take you straight to him. I want to thank you again, Amadeus, for being on the show, man.
Thank you.
I appreciate your time. I appreciate it. And hey, you guys, hey, you know what I'm getting ready to say, right? Don't forget to what? Dare to be different, baby. Hey guys, this is Yaya Diamond of Dream Chasers Radio, and I want to thank you for tuning into this episode. You know, you guys are amazing. Please join us on Vimeo and Roku at Yaya Diamond TV. Again, that's Yaya Diamond TV. Also, you can subscribe to our YouTube channel, or you can go ahead and sign up for our newsletter. And then, did you know that we now have a magazine out called Diamond Magazine? I'm excited. Oh, yes. Diamond Magazine focuses on you. And I'm just excited to be a part of your journey. And hey, don't ever forget, dare to be different.
I dare to be different. I dare to be different. I dare to be different. I dare to be different.
I want to welcome you back to Dream Chasers Radio with me, your host, Yaya Diamond. Oh, it's on the side. Well, never mind. Anyway, so it's a wonderful day. You guys, I want to thank you so much. My numbers have grown 10,000 new subscribers on Roku and also on Vimeo. You guys are amazing. But can you please subscribe to the YouTube station? It's pitiful over there. It's like 76. So y'all got to help a sister out now. Don't let me down. All right. But we are on iTunes, Google Play, Stitcher, Spreaker, Spotify, TuneIn, Deezer, a bunch of other places that I don't remember that I signed up on. Also, YayaDiamond.com and DreamChasersRadio.com, and also on Blog Talk as well.
I dare to be different. 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 I dare to
so excited because, you know, we have so many different wonderful guests here, musicians, directors, entrepreneurs, financial advisors, which we all need right about now, some finances, but I ain't even gonna go into that. But I am just excited because it's like movie directors. Yo, I could be an actress.
Okay.
The
I see
profile.
it. I can see it.
You see the profile?
I see it. I'm telling you.
But you know what really, really messed me up? And I'm going to talk to the director today. I actually started doing my movie career back in the 90s when I was very, very young. I'm not going to tell my age because I know I look good. Thank you.
You do.
Thank you. But let me tell you something. You know what happened? They told me that I was too ethnic looking.
What does that mean?
And I stopped acting. I said, you know what? Forget you. I'm going a different route.
Well, listen, this is a new age, and
it's a new
ethnic
age,
is
baby.
in.
Ethnic is
in. I'm here for it.
And that brings me, you guys have been listening and looking at this wonderful gentleman right here on this side of the screen, and I want to introduce him. So please tell everybody who you are and what you do.
So my name is Taylor Richard, and I am a filmmaker in Atlanta. So I am a movie director, producer, and writer, and I'm also the CEO and founder of the Race Foundation.
Now see, I love that. I love that. I love that. So tell me, how did you get started? You know, because there's a process. You know, when we're young, when I was young, I'm gonna tell you right now. When I was young, you know what I wanted to do? Ride my bike to the beach, read a book, watch the sun go down.
That's that's nice though. That's
what
nice.
I did.
Serious.
And I toured with my mom all over the world. And so going to the beach and sitting down and reading a book was something I rarely got a chance to do because I was always on the road. So that was my biggest thing. And then I wanted to be an actress, and then that thing happened, and I was like, okay, forget it. Then I became a karate girl and beat everybody up.
I didn't see that coming.
Yeah, right? But tell me, how did you get started?
So in film, I got started just like everybody else. I was an intern, worked on a couple of shows, worked on a movie, a documentary called Murder on a Sunday. And then from there, I ended up going and getting my master's in business. And then I was in corporate America for 10 years and burnt out on that and decided to start making my own movies. And so that's pretty much what took place. Released the film in 2016, theatrically and digitally, and now getting ready on June 2nd to release my second feature called Hallowed Be Thy Name on all digital platforms. Nice.
Now, why digital platforms?
Because of COVID right now, theatrically, and we're right around the corner. We're less than 3 weeks away. It's very hard to gauge what's going to happen with the theater. So we just decided to forego it. Instead of waiting until a more definitive date and just release the digital platforms. People are at home and people are watching, more content. And so we just want to give them something from us that they can enjoy and watch that's a little different.
Nice. Now, I love that. I love the fact that it's digital because, again, you're right. People are at home. But I'm so excited about this comeback. Yo, I'm a 70s kid.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Shh.
You told me that you weren't going to tell.
I didn't. You don't know what 70s. You just know from 70 to 79. That's all y'all know. That's it.
Okay.
All right. So anyway, so look at this. Drive-thrus.
Right.
That's all I got to say. They
yes.
are on their way back. They are coming back.
Yes.
And for the kids who have never seen these, my son was born in the 90s. And in Miami, where I lived back in that time, they had like the one drive-thru. We would go through them. We didn't want to get out of our cars or anything like that. I think it's amazing that they're trying to bring these back. Tell me, what do you think about that?
Well, I think a lot about it. I'm very excited. I think that having drive-thrus, number one, because I love nostalgia, and I'm an '80s kid, giving away my age a little, and I I feel like that's the best way to go because we can get these theaters popping again, and also you can have fun in your car with your family, and safe. Right. And still get to enjoy the theatrical experience. Right. They even have it now where you can turn your radio station to a certain station and hear the audio from the film being played in your car. So I think that's a great thing, and it's definitely an option that we are considering ahead of June 2nd, if that's a possibility. So I'm very excited about that.
I totally forgot about the radio thing because I remember back in the day. Now I'm gonna really tell my. They had that big old caliper thing and with the speaker.
Yeah.
You had to bring the speaker inside the car, and everybody was touching it, so it was like disinfected in between. So yeah, definitely use. Oh, I would think that would be great. And then they could do the social distancing with the bathrooms being at least 6 feet apart on the outside. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I think that's a great idea. Having like maybe some hiring waitresses to actually deliver the popcorn.
Yep. I'm telling you. And even now, so specifically speaking about the one here in East Atlanta, they give you all the stuff at the little window. So when you go in and you give the money, you can order kind of what you want.
See?
They give it to you and you just drive to your spot, sit down. But the thing about it is, even if you don't want to engage that way, you could pop your popcorn at home and just bring your snacks with you.
Oh, hello.
You know what I mean? Like you can just bring your stuff with you. I mean, drive it in.
Yo, you can have your whole cooler full of beer.
Listen,
whatever you need.
Exactly. I mean, that's what we do now. Dude, have us a good time. I ain't got nothing to say.
That is so much fun. I think that would be a great idea. I think they should bring it back nationwide because that's a business that went out of business because of the theaters and the indoor places. But now that we have COVID-19 and being outdoors is the best way to stay away from the germs and everything. And then I mean, you're inside your car, you're inside of your car. And if you do need to go to the restroom, obviously there'll be bathrooms all around. So you can go to any which one you want to go to,
Absolutely.
It's so much more sanitary. I think it would be better.
Yeah.
Wow.
I agree.
So your 501c3, you have all of this stuff going on, what was it like? Did you have any ups and downs? And are you looking for actresses? Because, I got the profile going.
Yeah, so
I'm not camera shy. Hello.
Listen, okay. I'm always looking for a talent all the time. I get inspired to write by people that I meet. So if I meet people and I'm like, wow, you're interesting. I've never met anyone like you before. I will then interpret that into some type of character or some nuances of that person into some of the things that I do. I mean, because that's what, for me, makes the best experience when I'm creating something is meeting people and then using little bits of them into the things that I do. Yeah, there have been ups and downs. Of course, there's been a lot of ups, there's been a lot of downs. But what has been consistent has been laser focus on getting to the things that I want to get done. You only have one life, and I don't dwell in the downs that much. It kind of is what it is, and I'm always prepared for a no, and I celebrate all my yeses. So that's
I got
really
an actor for you. You
ready?
Oh
yeah?
I got an actor for you.
Who
he was in Bad Boys 2, Transporter 2. He was in Shoot Fighter 2. He was in Karate Kid or something or another, Kickboxing Karate Academy. It's my husband. This is my husband. Wait, hold on now. I'm gonna try to get a picture of him in the video because he's very unique looking. You got to see him. Wait, hold on a second if I can grab this because he doesn't like to take pictures of himself. Why am I gone? Let me see if I can get this. The video doesn't want to come up. As soon as I get this video, I'm going to do this because I think that he would be great. I studied acting in college. And I went, and like I said, I really, really wanted to do acting, but I ended up being a singer and working with the Commodores and things like that. So I'm not camera shy, but I love acting. And I think that a lot of people are, really, really wanting to get into acting. Being a director, what is it that you look for in actors or actresses? What are you looking for? Because I think that is the key to actually doing a better audition, maybe getting the part, or even being considered for something different.
So for me, what I look for is raw emotion. I look for believability, and I look for honesty in the eyes. And what I mean by that is raw delivery, right? Raw talent, someone who just has a gift, and honesty in the eyes. I want to know that you believe what you're saying. That you've taken on this role so much so that you believe the words you're saying are truly the person you're interpreting that you are. I don't want to see you the person I know as acting. I want to see the person that I wrote as a character. And so believability, right? That I believe that you are who you say you are.
So don't act, be the person. Okay.
Be the person.
I found him. He has a very unique look. I keep telling him to go to Atlanta, but he doesn't know where to go. But he's a black man.
Mm-hmm.
He's Cuban. He's got like a little accent, but he speaks fluent English, right? So I know I'm doing this online, but I want to show off my husband because he doesn't like being shown off. He likes to act and then he likes to hide. This is my husband.
Oh, yeah, he does have a unique look.
His hair is all the way down his back.
Wow.
His beard is all the way down to his belly. He's an amazing actor. And if you've seen him on Bad Boys 2, when they did that scene where they're up on top of the cars on the bridge, and he's on the top where they transport the cars. Yeah. And he's on that top. That's my husband.
Oh, wow.
He's chained to the actual, he's a stunt. So he's chained to the actual, I get scared. You know, he did the crash scene in Bad Boys 2 where they get out. Oh. He's the guy that blows the horn right when that gang gets out of Bad Boys 2. Transporter, he did the karate scene inside of the parking garage. That's him. So he's done a bunch of different things, but he likes to hide. But he's an amazing actor. I taught him everything I know.
Oh. You're crazy.
No, but that makes for a great honest face, right?
It does.
I'm silly. No, but
I love
seriously.
it though. It's true. I think he should definitely go on to 30,000.com and send us his reel.
Oh, I would love to.
Please do.
Let me know about that. So, you've spent like all of this time working on this film. Tell me about this film.
So this film is a 80s throwback. I was really inspired by Stranger Things, and of course the 80s of the horror films of the 80s. And so I wanted to do my interpretation. So it's about a witch called Kushma. And basically what happens in this film is Devin, the main character, moves home to Louisiana from Chicago during his parents' divorce, and starts a new high school, meets two friends, Skylar and Mick, and together they go into a cave and get cursed. And so once that happens, Kushma activates and he's after them for the duration of the movie. And so they do a lot of things to try to save themselves. They talk to a couple of mediums, a couple of witch doctors, people that are trying to help them, but it's not working. And Kushma is relentless, and he's just leaving a bloody path in his way to get what he wants, which is the thing they took from the kid.
Is it horror or is it action?
It's horror.
Oh, I'm a wuss. I ain't never gonna watch it.
You gotta do it. You gotta do. I'm telling you, at the drive-in, you and your popcorn and Kushma.
No.
Can you imagine sitting in your car and you're watching an intense scene and someone hits your window? Boom!
Here's your popcorn.
It'll be a hot mess. I love it.
Oh my gosh, I would scream.
That's really a fun idea. I might do that to a couple of my fans that are watching the film. I just show up at the drive-in and just slap windows. Oh
my gosh. I think that's going to be great for people who love that kind of stuff. Me, I'm a wuss. And I'm the kind of person where I live it for the next 3 or 4 days.
Oh, gosh.
What was that? Get the gun! Get the gun!
Okay. Listen, you're funny. But it's true. I see it.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. But thank you so much for being on the show.
Of course.
You have the 501c3, you have you're a director, you're doing so much stuff. How do you balance this? And what kind of suggestions do you give to people who are trying to do what you're doing?
I balance it by remembering myself. I take care of my mental. I take time and I do mental health checks. I meditate. I play video games. I do the things that are important to me, that are just for me. That's not my work. That's not my creative. My creative is my calling. It's the things that I'm meant to leave behind. But while I'm here, there are things that I enjoy doing that just, feel good. So I make sure that stuff is, top priority. And for someone wanting to do what I'm doing, I would just tell them be fearless. And be, relentless in what they're going after. If you want to be a filmmaker, you have to, learn craft.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you need to understand, you know, the business of filmmaking and how to monetize yourself.
Mm-hmm.
And then you have to be relentless against all opposition, because everyone won't see what you're trying to do, and everyone won't be able to go where you're trying to go. There are going to be times when you have to let go and leave people behind. So you will have to be relentless to keep moving forward. And you have to be fearless of the unknown.
Mm-hmm.
You have to know without a shadow of a doubt that what you're doing is what you were meant to do, what you were born to do. And so that's the only way you're going to cultivate the type of career, being and remaining fearless. In times like today, you know, when I think about my business and, you know, there are no productions happening and I haven't filmed in months because of this virus, I'm fearless because I know this too shall pass. And when it's gone and it's past, I'll just get back to work and keep doing what I was born to do.
That's right. That's right.
So,
I know what you mean. I know what you mean. I've had to step up my game right here on this end because I'm a singer. Ain't nobody singing.
Nobody
you sing in the shower, la la la.
Singing the blues.
Hey,
so
ain't
but
got
yeah,
no money.
Okay. COVID and took my money
and took my job.
I know, but you know what? But it's going. We'll get better. It'll get. Yeah. We'll get back. We'll get back to something. I don't know if we'll get back. We'll get back to the new normal.
The new normal.
So, yeah.
I don't know what that is, but baby, let me know. As long as it includes drive-thrus, I'm good to go, darling.
And window slapping.
What? Don't you dare! Don't you dare! I got a gun. Don't you dare!
I could have got shot. I love pranking.
Yo, you'll be like,
okay. I'll be like, I'm just playing. It's a prank. It's a prank.
I knew it was you, Yaya. I'm just playing.
Okay. It's a mess.
Oh my gosh. Well, I want to thank you so much for being on the show. During the show, you have seen his information right here in the corner. So if you have been prompted to go, just go to the website, follow, like, subscribe, do all the things that you know you should be doing to support. Man, I tell you, it has been such a wonderful time on the show with you. Thank you so much.
Same here. I've enjoyed it. Thank you for having me.
You know, when you're looking for a crazy woman that has a good profile, just, you know.
I told you, listen, just send reels, thirdfathom.com. I'm always looking for talent.
So we're going to go ahead and have that information up on the screen right here. You heard it from me and you've heard it from Taylor right here. And if you think that you got it, that, you know, you're not just acting, but you're actually into the part. You got to be the part.
That's right.
You got to be the part.
That's right.
Don't be acting the part.
That's right.
Just saying.
Believability.
Believability. Right there. Go ahead and submit. And I'm sure Taylor will get back to you if he thinks you're good. If you're not, hey, don't take it hard, because guess what? Practice makes perfect.
Perfect.
That's right. So just keep going. Just keep going. We never stop. You know, great minds were not always great.
You are a mess.
Okay.
But it's so true. It's so true.
It's not always great.
Listen, we all start somewhere.
That's right. That's right. So, guys, I want to thank you again for joining us on Dream Chasers Radio. Me and my silly self. I'm just going to be me, and that's all I can be. I can't be nobody else. I ain't going to try it.
I'm here for it.
But, Taylor. I knew I was going to mess up your name.
Hey, it's all good.
But Taylor, let me tell you something. I usually say, don't forget to dare to be different. But lately what I've thought is, you know, there's all different kinds of don't forget to dare to be different. Daring to be different can be different for several people. Yep. What does that mean to you? And please finish the show with, please don't forget to dare to be different.
What does being different for me is just being bold and walking in your truth against all opposition, always. And being strong enough for me to tell the stories that some people rather not discuss, burying their heads in the sand, or not going to the theater and watch a horror film. No. Being strong enough to tell those stories is how we come back. That's how we are daring to be different.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Guys, thank you. I think I'm going to hide in the corner now. Bye.
Bye.
I dare to be different. I dare.
Hi, I'm Scotty.
And I'm Lavelle.
And I'm Walter. And we are the Whispers. And guess who we are watching? Yaya Diamond. That's what I'm talking
about. Not a diamond in the rough, a real diamond.
See? So it's your straw man, right? Looks just like you're the United States of America's straw guy. You're walking and talking, right? For it.
I got you.
All right. So S Corporation. The next is, and that's for like investors. So the guy says, I want to invest, but hold on. I don't want to be part owner of your company. I don't want to pay tax on ownership. You say, that's fine. I understand. I have the perfect thing for you. I'm an S Corp. So you're not taxed like that. That's what an S Corp is. But if you're growing your business, no need to be an S Corp at this point, because you're not pulling in investors at this point. You have to be more established like you. You see? Now, the next thing is, so we do something called, remember I said a scratch pub code. So that's taking a person with an ID and a social security card, and anybody qualifies. You walk in, you get your corporation, you build it the way it's supposed to be, like I'm telling you right now, and I'm going to give you in the next 5 minutes how to build it. They're not going to tell you on the internet how to build it. Who's going to tell you on the internet? Nobody. Okay, so now, the next thing is to go in, get a C Corp.
Now, can your C Corp own an S and an LLC?
Definitely.
And a DBA?
Yeah, I'm going to show you the structure right now.
Oh, okay,
the
go
C
ahead.
Corp,
Shut up.
just like the United States of America is a C Corp, right? It has corporations underneath it, which are DBAs like the states. And then underneath that are the cities. And then underneath that are the people, right? And then comes the planet. Anything 500 feet below your home, they own. Anything 500 feet above your home, they own. Air, space. That's the way it is. Unless it's on water, you only have on this planet, you only have land and water. That's all you have.
So if you have a boat, they don't own it.
If you have a boat and it's out in the sea, you're in neutral waters.
You just have to stay out there, though.
You can go, I'd hate to say this, but you can go and do something really bad to somebody on a boat and there's nothing nobody can do. But when you go back to the shore, if they can prove that you did this to the person while you're on the shore, they can say, well, okay, now we can prosecute you because we figured out that you did that, to this person, and this person's a citizen. But what you did in the water stays in the water. It's maritime law. It's called admiralty law. Quiddity, a watermark on a check. It's all water terms. See? So we need to learn this. We need to teach our children this.
Yes.
That's why next month I'm printing the children's book from 15 to 25. Easy to understand. None of these capitalist terms. Hey, what is money? Not what is revenue? What is money? Okay, what is a corporation? What types of corporations? How do you get credit? What are the 5 corporate bureaus? Not personal bureaus, corporate bureaus. Equifax, business. Experian, business. Small Business Financial Exchange. Dun & Bradstreet and PayNet. Let's go over that again. Experian, business. Equifax, business. Small Business Financial Exchange. That's banks talking to banks, right? Dun & Bradstreet, D-U-N-N and Bradstreet. Brad Pitt, Dun & Bradstreet. And PayNet. Why is it important? Because you need to not only be the CEO of your company in name, here's my card, I'm the CEO, but don't know anything about being a CEO. A business, but a business, right? So we have titles. We're big title people, everybody, here's my card, with 2 fingers they hand it to you, here's my card, So yeah, here's my card. So A CEO should know my company should be able to go get money from the bank. It should be able to protect itself. It should know the 5 bureaus. I should be able to get annual loans, bank statement loans, merchant account loans, yearly loans, credit card, high limits, revolving lines, all kinds of money that I have access to so that I will never take a drop. I can always make a lateral or go up.
Yeah.
Access to capital. And my company is worth something, and I'm making it more and more and more, bigger and bigger and bigger, worth something. That's why you're doing the same thing I'm doing, but I'm worth 5 million and you're only worth $1 million. Because my company is worth 5 million. You only have $1 million in capital.
Mm-hmm. That's the LLC.
That's the LLC, not only the LLC, any company. Because guess what? A guy selling $1 million worth of shoes. All he is making $1 million because he's selling shoes, but his company's not built right. Right. So he can't attract investors. He can't go to the bank and get money. He can't grow. You need money to grow, right? He's just banking on that $1 million. And once he pays his employees, he pays all the other bills. He doesn't have $1 million. He maybe has 50,000. He maybe has 100,000. And now you got to rely on his tax guy to make sure he can save a lot of that. Okay. So we don't work like that. We go in like the 15% Latin speakers. We make our company really worth something. So whenever we need an influx, we are no longer, people say, what do you do? I teach people in seminars and webinars. I say, what do you do? He says, I'm into ITT. I says, or a person says, I'm in real estate. I says, no, you're not. After you leave this seminar, you will never say, I'm a real estate guy or woman. You will now say, I am a capitalist. I am a businesswoman. And I do other things.
Right. I always say that. I'm a businesswoman.
Latin.
That's right.
I'm a business person. I'm not a podcast person. I do podcasts. No, I don't. If I came to you and I said, if for $5,000, I can sell you a $10,000 car and I can prove it's worth 10, but there's COVID, I need the money. Would you not capitalize on that and sell it for 9,000 real quick? It's worth 10.
Yeah.
That's how you use credit. You use credit and you don't let credit use you.
That's right.
Next rule. Right? So the main thing is non-performance income. In Latin, we don't perform, we don't sing, we don't dance unless we love it and want to do it, not for the money. We don't do that. We don't run up and down a basketball field, a football field, a court, dribbling the ball, legs going out, knees going out, operations every month. No, we don't do that. While the owner of the team does non-performance income, he sits up there and says, look at him go. Boy, look at him go. We're going to win the Super Bowl this year. Oh, no. We need to take that position and start being people that understand non-performance. When they came to this country, they didn't come here for religious reasons. That's a lie. They came here for opportunity to own the land, have free labor, and sit back and do non-performance income. And that's what's going on today. So we need to get on the bandwagon.
Yes, sir.
All right. So now, thirdly, C corporation. It's a 7. We talk in code. So the 7 is in the corner. The 7 can do everything that all the other ones can do. Times 9. Right? The 7 is in the corner, right? Person says, I got my LLC, but you can't go get no money from the bank. Not like you get with a C Corp. So you don't want that. You're not looking for investors. You don't even have anything to attract an investor. You're just a seed person. So go and get that $100,000, $200,000, $400,000 from the bank like this. You have your 7. In the corner of the 7 is what they call the C Corp. If you walk down the 7, you have the back of the 7, you have your limited, your DBAs. So I'm a corporation that has no specific name. Never name your corp a specific thing because you lock yourself into a SIC code that they can identify.
That's right. And I tell people that too. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So you want to
It's
be
just the name. It's just not even a thing. It's just the name.
That's right. So guess what? If you have a, let's say a computer, it's an Apple. Does Apple mean computer?
No.
No, because they're smart. They know Latin. Does Walmart mean cheap clothes? Cheap
No.
No. Walmart just means it's Walmart.
That's right.
What about Starbucks? Does Starbucks mean coffee?
No.
I wonder why not. Because they understand what I'm saying to you. I did this for almost 30 years. I've been around some of the biggest people in the game, some of the highest people. I learned this and was fortunate enough. Now I'm just trying to give it back.
That's wonderful.
So next, now you have the proper structure. The DBAs, if you have an LLC, don't waste it and tear it down. Put that underneath, right? Or you have to protect yourself, right? So what you do is you got the corner, you got your DBAs, or you can take that LLC and you can put that at the end of the 7, at the top. Remember your foundation? That's the top of the 7. And at the end here is your holding corporation. So you can make any one of those that you already have your holding corporation. And that protects your money. So you write a simple letter from the C Corp to the holding corporation that says, everything we own belongs to you. So if anybody sues the DBAs, they don't hurt the mama. But if you're making a lot of money and these big attorneys are going to come in Mercedes and Range Rovers, they may break the veil. They call it a corporate veil. They may break the veil of the C, but they can never touch, because all assets belong to this one, the holding corp. So you can take that and do it either way. You can keep the holding corp and your LLC or what you have existing, make that your DBA and keep it moving, or you can put that as your holding corp.
And that's okay. So having the C and the LLC be the holding corp, is that even more solid than just having the C and then the LLC under it?
Most definitely. If you're expanding, you're going to protect yourself. Don't you see, just look on the internet and look up Bank of America Holdings.
Oh my gosh. I already did that. Knocked everything out. Look at that. I just went off. I already saw all that. I already did all my investigations with Bank of America. Because when I was, building my company, I was like, okay, what bank do I want to go with? And they were one of the companies that I looked at when I wanted to open up a bank account, and I decided not to.
Well, every bank has a holding company.
Yes.
If you look at Walmart, just look them up. You'll see Walmart Holdings. Everybody has a holding corp, right? Okay, I'm sorry about that. So
that's okay. We just knocking stuff out because we're so excited.
Yeah. Yeah.
We're so excited. My gosh. This is revolutionary. For some people, this is something that they've never heard.
They've never heard it. That's why I did TikTok. I had some guys come to me because we generally take companies public. Mm-hmm. That's what we started out doing. Remember the guy Kyle Freeman introduced me? We opened a company called Global Conceptual Group, and we were taking companies public, raising them the funds to go public. Mm-hmm. That's very high end. But after a while, we noticed these people need to have their corporation structured to go public. So we stepped it down and we said, okay, now we got to structure these companies correctly. And I understand banking, so it was easy. Mm-hmm. Then we had to step down again and say, well, wait a minute, now we got to go down and make sure that everybody's stuff is together on the seed level. So that's how we came down to this. So I had a few people say, Derek, everybody needs this. What about the people, the 85%? And I was like, well, man, but what is this? I said, what do you mean, Derek? You say you always want to help people, right? So he says, I got a guy that can get us with the funnels and with all of this stuff. I said, I don't know anything about that. It's Derek, I just need you to talk. So I said, okay, all right, let's do it. So we put this whole thing together, and within 3 months, I've been doing this with the normal people for maybe a couple of years, but mostly higher end people. But now these people that I'm working with are saying, you need to be a celebrity authority. Now let me explain that. I didn't know anything about this, right? I know what I know, but anybody tells you they know everything, they're a liar and they don't believe them. Don't believe them. So I don't know about everything.
Right.
But if you tell me, I will investigate it and I will know it tomorrow. That's how I grow. So the thing is, he said, we need a funnel. We need this, we need that, so we can spread you out over the internet and get you all this. So I said, well, okay, let's do it. What do you need me to do? He said, I need you to talk and record. So I started recording, and within 3 months, these guys have me on TikTok with 350,000 people. 350,000. And I do a webinar twice a week. I do Tuesdays and Thursdays. Actually, there's one tonight, 5 o'clock, right? Which you can join if you'd like. And we do the webinar, and these people are saying, I have never heard anything like this. You mean to tell me that I can go in and get $100 or $200 or $300 or $400,000 just by having a corporation and walk in, and if Willie messes up or Wilhelmina, you say, I'm sorry, Wilhelmina messed up, and you walk back into your car and you pull out Leroy. They want to give you the money, but we don't want to mess the bank up because we can keep growing and getting more. So don't take the pennies when you can get the dollars. So do your best to pay the bank back because they're going to reward you.
Yeah.
Right? So why not do it right? Now, this is how you do it. You walk in, you get yourself a seasoned age shelf corp if you don't have a company, a C corp that's already been around, because banks don't deal with rookies.
Right.
It takes you 2 to 3 years, at least 2.5 tax years or 3 years, because they say this is a baby. We're not dealing with this baby. Come back when you got more experience. And that makes sense.
Yeah.
So you get yourself a basic seasoned age shelf corp, right? That means the same way you can buy a new corp, like everybody's at LegalZoom, you can buy an old one. People don't know that.
Oh, I love this. I love this. I know all about that. Yep. Mm-hmm. Yep.
Okay.
Yep. It's better.
So now, this is the point. They say some people say, is that legal? I say, don't people buy restaurants and businesses every day? Well, then these lawyers take these corporations, they know what they can get from them. They know what you can get from them. So what they do is they take them, buy them, put them on the shelf, like age them like wine. And when they become 3 years old, they sell them. Because they know a person can get $100, $200, $300, $400,000 from this corporation.
Yeah.
And people that know about it, like basketball players or people like that I talk to, a lot of people know about it, they buy them and they get money. So they don't have a problem with getting the money they need to do what they want to do. So you get yourself a seasoned age shelf. They have them online. Then, now that I told you about it, you can go get it. You don't have to buy anything from me. This is what I tell people all the time. I'm here to teach you how to get it and fill in the gaps. Because I've been very fortunate. And this is my get back time. I tell them I cannot be Martin Luther King. I cannot be Malcolm X. I cannot be Medgar Evers or Muhammad Ali, which is my hero, right? But I can be Derek Whitehead, right? And I don't intend to have a get shot and be put down and have a street named after me. That ain't gonna work, right? I'm an advocate of the bank. So I don't have a problem with what they're doing. I just want you to learn the game so that you can join the crew.
That's right. Wow.
So that's what I'm talking about. I'm a spiritual guy. I'm a godly guy. I don't go to church that much, but I'm a godly guy. And I know anytime I teach somebody something and they succeed, I get back 10 times somewhere else.
That's right. That's right. And people don't realize that, but you're right. You're completely correct.
I said it, and I'm sticking to it.
That's it.
I didn't have to say it, but I'm sticking to it. That's where I'm coming from. So nobody can say, well, I didn't know. Well, now you know.
Now you know. Now you're responsible for what you know. That's right.
Now you know. So now, let's get back to the nitty-gritty.
Mm-hmm.
What we do is we get the C Corp. A corporation is a person. Everything you have, it has. So let's say, for instance, you have a good, decent credit score, right? Let's say it's 800. That's a good score for a person, right? Let's just say, most people don't have 800s, but I mean, that's a good score. But for the corporation, it needs a credit score. That's why I explained to you Equifax, Experian, Small Business Financial Exchange, Dun & Bradstreet, PayNet. So if you understand that it needs a credit score, then if you're going to get a car for your corporation, you need to be the CEO and know who to build up so you can make sure you get that car.
Right.
Right? So who are they going to check when you go in to get a car? That's the question.
You.
No.
The company. The company is C Corp, right?
No. The C Corporation is a person, and that person has people that report you, just like your personal.
Oh, okay. They're gonna go to Equifax business, or they're gonna go to the corporate, the like what you would do, Experian, but business, and all the other places, right?
Okay. Well, if you're going to get a car or a truck or equipment or a computer or furniture for your company, they're going to check PayNet. Look that up. PAYNET. PayNet. We need to know these things so we can get what we want in life.
Yeah. See, I just know how to grow, but I don't know the technicalities of it all too. So I'm gonna need to get with you.
I'm here for you.
Well, we're gonna need to get. You know what? We can do this a lot more often. I think people need to know this, and if you're willing, we can do this a lot more if you like.
I'm totally willing. My job, to understand your assignment, to know why you're here. Why are you here? A tree has a reason to be here. A car is a transportation thing. Everything's put here. A bee is here to make sure the greenery happens. The trees are here to filter. What am I here for? There's a reason why I was put in this situation to learn all this stuff. And it finally came to me years ago. I said, wow. My ex-wife said, Derek, I got a PhD in business, and I never heard any of this stuff you're talking about. I said, that's because you weren't supposed to know it. This is quiet, high finance, the good old boys, good old girls club. And they teach you how to go to school, get in debt. I have nothing against education, but they teach you to get in debt, go to school. By the time you get out of school, then what happens? You got all this debt. Now you got to go get an apartment, you get credit cards, you're in more debt. And now you got to go get a job with somebody, right? So that's the whole game, to keep you locked down. So keep you locked down where you make a certain amount here if you don't have education, and you make a certain amount here if you don't have education. Maybe you can be the supervisor. If you have education, now you can be the boss of the company, but you don't own the company. So you're leveled off.
Yeah.
They're not making you, what they call education is what they call Latin. Here we go again. For inducere. That means, inducere means to take out of you what's in you. So if you're an artist and you're a singer and you have a talent, you don't do that because you need money. You do that because this is what I like to do. And if the money comes, it comes. Because I love this. I love music, right? That's why I was so happy to deal with, Carrie Gordy, because he would start surprised to hear all the people that I knew. I was like going from Etta James all the way to, 4 times everybody, I was like, what about the Eagles? Can you get their stuff? He's like, what do you know about the Eagles? I said, come on, man, What about America? That Oz never getting there's nothing to the Tin Man, right? He was like, yo, Derek, get something else. I love music.
Wow.
So you got to understand these things so that you can do non-performance income. You don't perform. This is the greatest country in the world, but we don't understand the rules, right? And you're helping the bank, and the bank's helping you.
Right.
And that's how they operate.
Well, we need to learn more about this. Where can people find you to learn more about this? And you and me got to get another date.
Definitely.
We're going to do that right after the show. We're going to get another date after the show. I have to talk to you about that. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. But where can people find you so that they can learn more and maybe even go under your tutelage?
They can find us on economicmasonry.com. That's our website. And we are, we've been sponsored. We have a banner that we can put up there that we have up there from NBC, ABC, CBS, and all those guys. I've done interviews with them, and they allow us to put their banner up. And we're doing 360 CEO, filling in all the gaps. So you can go there and sign up at the bottom, and you can see some of the testimonials of real people, not Larry out of Florida, but such and such, such and such, and this is my company, and you can call me, okay?
Awesome.
Anybody from scratch all the way to the top we deal with, and we have on a group, we have what they call, like, we're starting a group. I got these people who are just doing all this stuff.
You got a group of what?
A group of people who are like putting in CRMs and high levels and sending out emails and follow up. I know nothing about this stuff.
I do.
You do?
I do. Because I work for a company doing their power of attorney. So I was kind of like a legal end of it all. So I know a lot of the legal mumbo jumbo that goes on between companies and power of attorneys and stuff. So I did CRMs I did CRMs, I did the traveling, I did the paperwork for the legal, all of that. I did all of that.
Wow. Well, what I'm trying to do is just build wealth.
Right.
So the first thing we're doing is getting the C corporation. The C corporation is a person. So everything you need, it needs. So again, if we're going to get a car, if we're going to get whatever, we need to know, we need to build our pay net because we're going to go in and get a fleet of trucks.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to go do Turo. So we need to go in and get cars, a fleet of cars. Credit, not with your own money.
Right.
With money, right? Let's say, for instance, we want to get furniture for our business. We want to have, whatever, what they call equipment loans. That's pay net. So you build your pay net and you build up your credit score, which is easy in pay net. And then you go in and apply for Ally, go to Ally and get your cars.
You make it seem so simple.
It is very simple.
It's so simple. Well, we're going to have to get with you. We're definitely going to have to get you. I'm going to have all of your information in the description box below so that people can easily go there and begin to learn what it is to be that top 15, to be that top 5%. In the future, it's like he said, it's probably only going to be by 5%, like 95% of them, because I'm not going to be that. I'm not going to be in that percentage. I'm not going to do it. I refuse.
No, if you know better, you do better.
Yes. Yeah.
Now, the next thing is, really quick, I want you to understand how the rubber meets the road.
Mm-hmm.
So you can do it. Anybody can do it.
Yes.
Big corporation, build your pay net if you want cars. If you want credit cards, those store cards, like Home Depot, maybe you're a builder. You need Lowe's, Home Depot, right? You need stuff like that. Those are store cards. Those are called your merchant accounts. That's done in Bradstreet. Built to Dun & Bradstreet. Now those are cards like Costco, like Lowe's, and those store cards, right? But you can actually turn those store cards into money. You can get a gift card from one of those places and then use that as money. Now the next thing is, if you wanted a car, Why would you go and buy a car in your name and pay 4, 5, 6, 7%, 8% interest, right? When you can get a corporation card, they give you higher limits. So you got two $50,000 cards, two $60,000 cards. You say, Willie needs that Mercedes.
Yeah, but you got to make sure it's over 6,000 pounds. So you can write it off.
Who needs to write it off? Who needs to write it
The
off?
corporation can't do that.
Don't think. We're thinking Latin now.
Right, that's right. So we're thinking
Okay,
different.
so
And a
what
lot of
we're gonna-
people, okay, I got it. I'm good,
Okay,
I'm good.
so what we're going to do is we're going to switch your thinking.
Right.
So what we're going to do is we're not going to go buy the car and pay the bank 6% interest. We're going to get two corporate cards that have 0% interest.
Sweet.
Oh, it gets better. You take two of those cards and say, I want that Mercedes for $125,000. I want that S550. Why go small? It's their money. So now, you know how people buy cars and then all of a sudden the repo man comes because they missed some payments and something happened in their life?
Yes.
Why would you have bad credit and have nothing? When you can go in with two corporate cards and say, how are you going to pay for this? I want to buy that car for what you paid for it for because I'm paying cash. Oh, well, okay, fine. I'm a car dealer. They'll do that. Now, and I'm not going to pay interest because I'm going to pay the credit card, not the bank, with 0% interest. And the next year, I'm going to switch it over to another credit card that has 0% interest, and I'm not going to pay any interest. On top of that, when Willie buys the car, Willie is going to own the car because they're going to send Willie the title. So there's no repo man. If Willie, something happens to Willie, you say, sorry, bye, Willie. You sign the car over to you. And now you own the car free and clear. So if you're going to have bad credit, you might as well have bad credit first with something.
Yeah.
If you're going to have bad credit, go swipe the cards with Willie and buy Willie the house. And buy Willie a fourplex.
Right. And live in one. I'm just kidding.
Oh, no. Look, buy
Can
Willie
you do
a
that
fourplex.
though? Can you do that? Can you start off like that?
You can do that. The best thing is to take Willie, which is a fourplex, the same as single family. We train in real estate also, right?
Right.
I dealt in market notes from the bottom to the top. So everybody should have a 3-bucket plan. That means they should have the first plan where your money's coming in, $1 million to $5 million. That's called that seed money, right? Your money coming in. The next bucket is real estate. There's no person that's rich. Anybody can be wealthy in knowledge. I'm talking rich. When you're rich, everyone rich has real estate. It's against the law to not have real estate. If you're rich, it's against the law. I just bought, 105 acres out in such. Oh, that's great. I love it over there. I was thinking about buying something over there. You must have real estate. That's your second bucket. And your third bucket is long-term investments.
Yeah.
3-bucket plan. You also have to have the concept of micro. So most people think, I want $1 million. I want $5 million. And when I reach that, I'm at the pinnacle. No, this is not 1977 where $1 million is a lot of money.
It's not. You spend $1, you're no longer a millionaire.
Look, not on top of that, you're exactly right. But guess what? Rappers are getting $50 million contracts and some of them can't even read.
I know.
So that's not a lot of money. And where I live in California, one home in San Diego or LA is $1 million, 5-bedroom home. So 1,000 of those is $1 billion. That's not a lot of money. So you need to have, one should have a micro, what they're looking for in their life, the micro that takes care of their bills, and a macro. What is your macro? What is your $1 billion idea? We need to incorporate that. So if we only try to go to the stars, we stay down on the planet. If we try to go to the moon, you get to the stars, you're off the planet. You're above everybody else. So you have to have your micro idea and your macro idea.
Yeah.
And your macro idea is going to be real estate.
Yes. Yes. And I tell people, okay, so I had a friend of mine, not to go into a story, but I had a friend of mine. He was like, well, I want to do this and I'm going to sell my house. I said, the first thing you don't do is sell your house. You don't sell property. You keep property. Property stays.
Yeah.
You rent it out. You do Airbnb. You do whatever you guys do, but property stays with you. And he didn't do it. He rented it out. Thank goodness, because now the property value is up. And he came back and thanked me. You know, you don't sell your property. You hold on to it. Whatever you got to do, you Airbnb that sucker, you rent that sucker out, you catch up, you make deals with the bank to make sure that you keep your property. That is the one thing. And then you take that property value, you bring that money out of there however you can. I think a HELOC or something to that effect. I'm not really sure because I'm not really versed in real estate. I just know you got to take
credit. Yes.
And then you take that and you get another piece.
Yes.
I know that.
Yes.
I know that.
You take the first property. We are capitalists, so we don't buy anything retail. We don't do that. That's Aramaic thinking. Okay. If you got milk, you say, where's the milk on sale?
That's what I do. I'm like, buy one, get one.
I'm not buying anything wholesale, right?
No.
I really, really want it. Gotta really want to have it to buy something retail, right?
BJ's, Costco. I go to the wholesale places.
Exactly. So you find a piece of property that's a fourplex. That's the same as a single family property. It's the same thing. So you purchase that needs a little work in it, and you purchase it as an investor. That drops 20% off the property automatically. Now you go in, purchase it, do a little work in there, $10,000, $20,000 work in there, right? Fix it nice. Then you put two people at the top, they pay your mortgage, and the two people at the bottom, they pay you. So if you got four of those, that's about $10,000 coming in every month. Now you're laying back saying non-performance income.
That's right. That's right. I mean, I know about that. I know the basic principles about that. But I know you just never sell your property. You just don't do it. You renegotiate. You do what you got to do to keep that property. You do what you got to do to keep that property. Okay.
That's right.
Keep that property. Okay. Wow. There's just so much to learn. I'm in love. I love this.
It's better when you have somebody that can hold your hand and explain it to you in layman's terms. Because when I learned things, they didn't have the internet. I mean, we're talking 25 years ago, the internet was not popping, right? So
no. My hand.
So
oh gosh.
Corporation is the person. The corporation has to understand if you want to go in and get those cards as PayNet, you want to go in and get those store cards, that's Dun & Bradstreet, and that's how you build up your 80 Paydex. 800 credit score, they don't call it a credit score. They call it an 80 Paydex in a business, right? So in a business, as a person, the articles of incorporation is a birth certificate. The EIN number is its social security number. The good standing letter is when the cops say, hey, look, you know what? We're not, you're not in trouble. Right? Oh, sorry. Okay. So,
there you go.
So the EIN is its social. Those are the three things you need to get in the bank account, right? So now you got your C Corp. If you want to get those store cards, of course, you got to build your nets. You can build those. Most people online talking about build your Quill, go in and get your Euroline, go in and get your Interstate Battery, those little junk cards, so you can get your 80 Paydex, because you have to have an 80 Paydex in order to have a score. So people go in and try to acquire an 80 Paydex so they can have a score with Dun & Bradstreet. But you need 5 to 8 trade lines to have an 80 Paydex. Okay, they need to know this. The kids need to know this. Next, people go and they teach you on the internet. That's what really made me upset. That was the backbreaker. When a guy showed me that, I was like, enough. Okay, man, let's do it. I'll do it. I'll put on my suit. I'll do it. Because I heard this guy say, let us teach you how to get an 80 paydex. They're all over the internet. I said, this is stupid. Because if you get a Quill account for $50, you get an Interstate battery for $100, Euroline for $50. What bank is going to lend you $100, $200, $300,000 because you got a $50 Quill account? Nobody. So what good is that doing you? That's backwards.
Yeah.
You need to first go in, build those high limits, right? Then go in and build your Dun & Bradstreet so you get higher limits with those Quills, $2,500 limits, $3,000 limits. So don't do it backwards. So if you want the store cards, that's going to be Dun & Bradstreet. Next, if you want that line of credit, that's going to be Small Business Financial Exchange. Because that's banks talking to banks. They do something that's called, I understand banking. There's something called UCC1 and UCC3. UCC1 means we are in first position. We lent her some money. And anybody comes after us is in second position, and you're not getting anything before we get ours. So they file in the county assessor's office, UCC1. And all the banks talk to banks, and they have a hub that they put the information in that all banks can go in and look in it. Small Business Financial Exchange. If you're gonna go, so you know you want that line of credit, then or you want a house or whatever in the corporate name, you got to build a Small Financial Exchange, right? If you want those revolving lines, and you want those revolving lines of credit where you pay it down and you pay it back and you can use it over and over, Equifax, Experian. We need to know this. Okay, now the nuts and bolts, right? Corporation, you understand the 5 bureaus. You understand 80 paydex. You understand now the person is a corporation, is a person, an entity. 2,000 years ago, they made it a person. So the corporation cannot do business out of your home if you want money. You know how many people I do train every day that say, I'm doing business at my home? That's a no-no. If a corporation is a person, that's your poor cousin living on your couch.
Your uncle that calls you for money all the time.
That's Uncle Jerry. He's on the couch. He smokes a lot. You know, I tell him to smoke in the house, right? And tell him to stop smoking in the house, Uncle Jerry.
So how do you get a lot of people don't have work with brick and mortars anymore. So how do you get out of your house? How do you do that?
Because you have to have a brick and mortar. They don't care what's going on. That's what they want. So what you do is people are learning how to get virtual offices. But the problem is,
it just seems weird, virtual.
But guess what? The bank has a portal that they can go in. I train some of them. They will go in and look at online Google Maps and look down at your so-called address, and they will say, this is a P.O. box. This is a mailbox, etc. This is not an office. And they're going to say, nope. So what you want to do is we show people how to go in, because there's companies that have offices around the country that you can pay them. They will give you a lease, and it's a real building. It's an office building, and they will forward your mail and everything for $25 a month.
What?
Come on.
Talk to me, brother.
Come on. You're talking to Derek. You're talking
Come on.
You didn't know you were talking to.
Oh my gosh.
I told you. Come on. I've been doing this 30 years.
You go, boy. Man. If you guys aren't listening to this, you better listen to this. You better get in and listen to it. Oh my gosh. I need water. I'm hot.
Right? I'm hot. And They're going to give you a lease. Sometimes the bank asks if they say, "Yo, you think you're slick? You got an office? Where's your lease?" They're going to give you a lease. Now, the second thing is people use their phone for their business. That's your poor cousin asking to use your phone. We go in, we get you a landline, not a Google number that the bank's like, come on, really? That ain't gonna work, right? Guess what? They go in, I get you an 800 number and a landline number, which rings directly to your phone, but it's a landline. It's not a voiceover, it's a landline, right? $9, $10 a month, 800 number and a landline. Now you have an office, now you have a C Corp, now you have the things that the bank wants. They say, come in here with blue shoes and red socks. So put them on. But they're not going to tell you that they want red socks and blue. So you walk in with, brown shoes and they say, oh, sorry, you're not that. You say, I didn't know. Say, ignorance is no excuse. I'm sorry, denied. Right? So you got a Derek Whitehead to tell you what the bank wants because of my experience. I think from an underwriter's perspective, the people bring you into the bank to bring a lot of people in. The underwriter is to get you out of there. So to stay in there and get the money and open an account, get the money, you got to know what they want. So next you got your phone, you got your C Corp, you got your address, you got your lease, very cheap. Now, what's next? The bank wants to see a website. What company doesn't have a website? But the people, you ever see people get a website and they say 2022, 2023, because they just got it last month, or they got it months ago or a year. The bank wants to see 2.5 to 3 years for the deal with you. So why would you put 2023 up there, 2022? You don't do that.
Right.
You don't do that. You put it at the bottom of it 3 years back, 4 years back. They say, check, got it. They want to give you the money. They just want to say, check. Oh, yeah. They speak Latin. Check. I love it. Check. I love it. We're going to be big time rich when we walk them out of here. So, people get that number. It's like, yahoo.com. That's unprofessional.
Right.
Gmail. That's unprofessional.
You got to get your
you
business
want to
website.
have a domain and get a .com.
That's right.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. But when you walk in and get your .com, the next thing is, what about your domain name? Do you know the bank can walk in and look and see how old your domain is? So now you got a domain that's brand new. The bank says, something's fishy here. Wait a minute. You got a 5-year-old court. This doesn't add up. So why the same way you can buy a new domain, you can buy a new one. I mean, an old one. I'm sorry. Same way you buy a new one, you can buy an old one. $10. Now you got an old domain. Check. Next. Who doesn't have a Facebook? The bank wants to see you have social media. This is new times. Who doesn't have that? So you're required to have it. They want to give you the money. So go in and get a Facebook and make it private. So they say, check, he's got it, but they don't know when you opened it. The tricks, right?
Oh yeah.
Now, what's next? Let's say, for instance, you don't have a specific SIC code, right? So it's ABC, whatever, but it doesn't mean anything, right? And then your DBA is, if you need a name, put the DBA underneath it.
Right.
Okay. Now, let's say, for instance, you got your address, you got your phone number, you got your C Corp, you got all that stuff. But now the bank wants to see that you have over 40 hits on your website. Who's going to teach you that on the internet? Nobody. That's why you got their credit. See, so they have a special algorithm that they can go in and look at it. You know what that is? You know how they see it? It's called Who Is. They're going to check who is. And they're going to see this person does not have 40 hits. So go into your website, you and your family, and go and look at it, come out. Look at it, come out. Look at
That's
it.
right.
50, 60 times. Okay?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
So now you go in, and now you got your stuff set up. Then you walk in and use your personal credit to guarantee the corporation. Because they say, you know what? You want $1, $2, $3, $4, $500,000 from us. You go to stated income. Stated, because you say, well, the corp's not that old. How can they gonna give us some money? Because it's stated income and you're gonna guarantee it. You're gonna get the credit cards and lines of credit, you know, the small stuff, you know, 50,000 here, 100,000, hit a few banks up, boom, boom. You got your $1, $2, $3, $400,000, $300,000.
Mhm.
That's good seed money. Now you take 6 months or a year. I prefer a year out of that money, put it to the side so it can pay the bill. You don't have to worry about paying the bill.
Right.
What happens now? Now you get to using non-performance. You don't work. You don't have to go get money to do business. You just got money to do business. You don't do business to get money. Now you're straight. You got your seed money. You got your foundation. Now you're looking for springboard capital, right?
Right.
So now you walk in and you want to expand. So you put your money in some real estate or something that you know is going to flip and going to grow. Maybe Turo, maybe real estate, maybe Airbnb, whatever. There's all kinds of things to do, right? Now, in 6 months, it's automatically paying the bill, correct? Automatically, because you put money aside. In 6 months, that company is going to have great credit. And then you go in and say, I need more. They're going to give you more because they're paying the money on time. But you set it up and take it out. It's going to pay it automatically.
That's it.
Now, after a year, the corp is big enough to pay off the $200,000 that you signed for. And now it gets its own loan for $200,000, pays that off. You're out of the picture. Now you go back and get another one and do it all over again.
I knew it. I knew it. OPM. Y'all went there. OPM, other people's money, not the other one. If you're older, you understand what I just said. I had to cut it. OPM, y'all. OPM, other people's money.
Now that you've got that down, you go in and you do another one. Now you have double the money.
Right. So instead of 200 or 3, you got 6 or 4. Yeah. Or even 5.
If you got 3 partners, you go in and do that right off the bat. That's $1 million. You can't do something with $1 million.
I can do a lot of things with $1 million.
Then after a year, you got another $1 million. But guess what? You've already made money, so you got more than $1 million.
That's right. And that's just the money that you're going to be using to put in to invest in other things. Exactly. Preferably real estate.
Preferably. Now, the next thing is to make sure you leverage it because you are like the bank. You want to leverage it. So a good trick is, say, for instance, you go in and you put the money in the bank. They're going to be able to give you after 6 months or a year, you're going to be qualified for a merchant account loan. You're going to be qualified for a bank statement loan. It has nothing to do with your credit. Bank statement loan, an annual loan after a year, they're going to take $10,000 of your money that if 3 months, some banks are 6, some are 3 months. After 3 months, they're going to take that $10,000 of your bank statements at the ending balance, and they're going to make it look like you have a year. and they're going to lend you 75% of whatever that is. That's 75% of 120,000. But you got to ask for it. They can't guide you.
A baby that don't cry don't get fed.
The squeaky wheel don't get no oil.
That's right.
Right?
Yeah.
Right? King Kong ain't got nothing on me.
Oh my gosh. Oh,
we having too much fun.
This is something else. This is so. I wish we could continue to talk. I mean, you've given so much already. So I'm gonna go ahead and tell people to go ahead and go to that website, and even to join in on, if you have anything there, to join in on whatever you got going on, because I mean they're gonna benefit from this for real, for real.
And the main thing is we're not trying to sell you anything. I'm just giving you the info. You can play this. You can give this over and over to people, and the things that they're missing, hopefully these fill the gaps for them. And then they don't need me. They don't need me. They can go do this, and if they want to, they can join the website. I mean, not the website, but the webinar actually. And the webinar will be able to. I'll answer their questions. I do an hour just answering questions. So bring your questions and say, this is what I'm missing. Let me ask you this. And I answer them the best of your ability, my ability, then you go in and do your stuff. This is not there so that we can sell you. But if you do want us to help you, we will do about an hour and a half of explanation, building, and then we will come in and say, these are our programs. We're only going to do 15, 10 minutes of that. After that, we're coming back to questions and answers. You ask us, and we're out of there. We're not doing an hour of selling. We're not trying to sell you anything. I didn't do this to sell. I did this to give back. I've done very well. And the people that are with me have done very well. So we're trying to give back. So if they have questions, they hop on the webinar. They say, hey, you know what? I'm not trying to buy it. I just have questions I want to have answered. I'm going to answer them.
Wow.
Anybody that's saying, oh, you're just trying to get $1 out of us. No, I'm not. No, I'm not. I'm going to give you the answers you need to make you 360 CEO. And this should be done for our children. Yes. No one can rise above the condition of their culture. It doesn't matter how many Bentleys I drive. It doesn't matter how many houses I own. When I walk into a store, they see me as my culture. And I got news for you. Today, it's not even black and white, because people of color and people that of non-color, Europeans, white folks, they're going down the tubes too. They need to learn this. This is no longer a skin thing or hey, oh, we're better than them. We're not. Oh no, we're all in the same boat here.
Wow. You're definitely
That's what I'm saying it, and I'm sticking to it. That's
stick with it. You're true. It's true. It's true. It definitely is true. Wow. We're going to have that information in the description box below so that you guys can go ahead and easily grab that. Join in on the webinars. Go ahead and sign up if you need to sign up, if you want to. Join in on all of his TikToks. I mean, he's got TikTok. We're going to try to find that TikTok and put it up here as well. I want to thank you so much, Derek, for being on the show. And you're coming back. Ain't no ifs, ands, or buts about it. And I'll see you guys later on. Don't forget to dare to be different. And until next time, guys, bye. My gosh, we got to get that. Oh, you know what? Thank you so much for stopping by. Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe to this channel. Hit that notification bell so you'll be notified the next time that I upload. And don't forget to dare to be different. Until next time, guys.
I dare to be different. I dare to be different.
Thank you so much for stopping by. Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe to this channel. Hit that notification bell so you'll be notified the next time that I upload. And don't forget to dare to be different. Until next time, guys.
I dare to be different. I dare to be different. I dare to be different.
What's the deal, man? It's your boy Rocky Rock, Mighty Mo Thug, chilling with my girl Yaya Diamond. Y'all know the vibes.
Mm-hmm.
I want to welcome you to Dream Chasers Radio with me, your host, Yaya Diamond. What's up, peoples? How you doing? Okay, so we have a wonderful show for you today. I mean, this is, how would I say, the cream de la cream. JC is on the line. What is up, my brother? How you doing?
Yeah. Thanks for having me.
And it's such a pleasure to have you. So, okay, tell everybody who you are and what you do, please.
My artist name is JCT. I'm a recording artist, producer, singer-songwriter based out of just outside of Toronto, Ontario, here in Canada. I produce all kinds of music. I do video productions. I'm an entrepreneur. I founded my own record label, Theseus Music Group, which is a division of my entertainment company, Theseus Entertainment. And just passionate about music and the arts.
Sweetness. Okay, so how did you get started? I mean, because that's a lot. That's a lot. That's just more than what I want to handle. So how did you know you wanted to do all of that?
Well, I mean, I got to take you back to when I was a kid, probably about 9 years old. My grandfather actually got me started. My family back home in Portugal, they do festivals every year. And I went there one year, and long story short, I saw a kid with an accordion, and I thought it was pretty cool. So my grandfather got me one, and I got really good at it. You know, music just came naturally to me. My mother's a singer. My father's a singer. I got a lot of people in my family who are in the arts. So it just came naturally to me, and I took off. I started doing performances, throughout Ontario, throughout my teens. And I went back home a couple times to do some shows there and some performances down in the U.S. Music's always kind of just been there for me. You know what I mean?
I do. I know what you mean. I definitely know what you mean. Okay, so did you go to school for it? Because a lot of people have taken it to the next level. They've gotten their certifications, their bachelor's degree, whatever. I mean, how did you prepare yourself to be all of these things? Because like I said, that is a lot. I mean, okay, so you're an artist and everything, but I see a board behind you, which means that you know how to work that.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Well, I did go to school when I was a kid. When I got started when I was 9 years old, I guess my parents realized I had a knack for it. So they put me in school. I was in school for about 3 years, just kind of learning about theory and music composition, and just trying to, further my craft when I was a kid. I did it for about 3 years. I got really good at it, and then I just stopped going to school, and then everything else just kind of came naturally. And then I did music till I was around probably, I want to say 19, 20 years old. And then I took a break. I took some time off, probably about 10 years or so. And during those 10 years, I pursued my other passions, my other passion, which is business. And, through that, I learned a lot about, corporations and taxes and accounting and, bookkeeping and promotions and all that stuff. And while I was, doing the business thing, I was kind of messing around on the production side, but more so for myself. I did do some work on the corporate side, some corporate productions, but it was nothing similar to what I'm doing right now. And then about 5 years ago, I ran into an old friend in the music business, and he simply asked me, he's like, "Hey, how's the music going?" And here we are, we're back.
Okay, so I have to ask you, and this is like the burning question: how important is it to know the business of music and be in the music business?
That's a very good question, because as passionate as I am about music, I won't drop music for the sake of just dropping music. This is a business. It's a business first and foremost. It costs a lot of money to do this. It's not cheap. I approach it like I approach any other businesses that I'm involved in. There has to be a strategy. There has to be a game plan. And, I put a lot of focus on where we're at right now and where we're looking to go. And I'm a process guy, right? So most people are after, instant gratification, and that's good and fine and dandy. But for me, the process is more important. I need to understand, where we're at and where we're going and how we're going to get there. And I need to kind of see the puzzle in my head first before it, comes out in fruition in the real world. So, it's a business. It's tough to make money, I'm sure, as you know. We're in the digital age right now. It's a little different than back in the day with CD sales. So it is tough to make money if you're just relying on strictly, digital downloads and streaming. unless you're doing tens of millions, of streams. So you gotta kind of look at it as a business and what else you can do to, grow revenues and increase cash flows. And you can do that at, a handful of ways, through licensing and partnerships and a bunch of other stuff that we could possibly talk about in a future episode. So it's a business. You just, for me, I treat it like a business as much as it is my passion. Business comes first.
Yeah, definitely. And like you said, licensing and all that. There's a lot of different ways to make money, but actually selling your song nowadays, no.
No, you can. It's just,
it's not as easy, is it?
It's not. And the thing is, it's I think music today, some people are going to hear me say this and be like, what's he talking about? Making music is the easiest part. I mean, I got a studio. I can lock myself in here for a month and, produce an album. That's the easy part. The hard part comes, after. It's a promo game. It's a marketing game. It's a partnership game. Who are you collaborating with? Are you trying to get your music placed in movies, in video games? Like, there's 100 different ways to skin a cat. I like that expression and I hate that expression all at the same time. But it's just the reality of it all. So I think you have to kind of have, to have an approach where you're casting a wide net. You know what I mean? I come from a fishing family. You can go fishing with a fishing rod or you can go fishing with a net. When we go fishing, we go with a net. We put a net on the ocean. We go home. We have something to eat. We come back a few hours later, and we have a lot of fish in the net. So that's kind of like my approach in the music business as well. Is I cast a big net, and I'm always looking to see how I can partner with people and how I can grow the business side of it. The music, it comes easy for me. I've been doing it for 30 years. It comes easy for me. So that's usually, whenever I'm working on music. Working on a new track right now, actually, and I've already got ideas on partnerships and, potentially who we can partner with on music videos and whatnot. So it's, like I said, the business side of it is important. And I try to keep that always in the forefront.
Right. Okay. So you're in Ontario, right? You're in Canada.
Ontario.
Is there Ontario? Sorry. Terrible. Anyway, but I mean, listen, is it different to be there and to be in the United States? I mean, is there any difference in the music industry?
There is and there isn't, right? There is, because every market is different. Every market is unique. What may necessarily work in one market, might not work in another market. So that's maybe where it's a little different. But technology obviously has changed the game in the sense that you can reach people far away in a hurry that you couldn't do, 10, 15, 20 years ago. And if we want to talk about the differences, and I don't know if this is the case there, I think you're in Florida, right? So
yeah,
over here, when you talk to a lot of people here, there's this theory that to make it, you got to get out of Toronto, you got to get out of Ontario. Before you can make it here, you've got to make it somewhere else. I don't know if I necessarily agree with that.
No, I don't either.
We have a lot of creative people here in Ontario. There's a lot of artists. I think it really just comes down to, you can be the greatest artist in the world, and you can have, you can be the best singer in the world. But if you don't have the commitment, and if you don't treat it like a business, and you don't have the drive to see your plan through, at the end of the day, there's a lot of amazing artists on Spotify and iTunes who are never going to see the light of day just because they don't understand the business side of it, and B, I think maybe they go into it with some false pretenses and they think, I'm just going to make a track or two or an album and I'm going to blow up and life will be good. It doesn't work that way, right? So to answer your question, it is the same. A lot of the same things you can apply, but then I think you have to approach every market uniquely and see, again, it's all about demographics too, right? Demographics may be different in another market, than here in Ontario. So you kind of want to tailor to your audience. You know what I mean?
Right. I gotcha. So what is your dream goal? I mean, with your music, where do you want it to ultimately go?
Well, obviously, I mean, it goes without saying, if I ever had a chance to win a Grammy, I mean, that would be fantastic. Have an opportunity to be out there in Hollywood on stage and collect a Grammy. I mean, that would be fantastic. But I think for me, more than that, right now, my focus is, I'm after records. Hopefully, in the foreseeable future, we'll have some platinums. And ideally, I mean, my dream would be a diamond record. I mean, being able to sell 10 million records of anything would be awesome. In fact, I think in the history of music, there's only been maybe 100 diamond records. I think Garth Brooks has like 9 of them. So selling 10 million records. He's done it 9 different times. That's 90 million records he sold on just those diamond records alone. So that would be amazing to achieve diamond, but I'd be happy with platinum.
Wow, I would be happy with gold.
I'll take gold. I won't complain.
I'll take gold. Anything after that is just icing on the cake. I tell you that much. But I tell you, wow. So diamond. I mean, so that's kind of that's kind of cool though. I mean, like you said, there hasn't been that many. I know Michael Jackson did it. So okay,
Elvis did a few.
That's right. That's right. Yep. Wow. So, okay. So now that I know your goal, I know everybody. I mean, I don't know anyone in the music industry that doesn't want a Grammy. So, I mean, we all want Grammys. Right? Yay. But not all of us can get Grammys, and that's okay. I mean, we have to be happy with who we are and where we are and keep working. Like you said, you have to know the business and everything behind it. But I see that you actually are doing other things as well. Are you like looking at the big screen, like the movies and the TVs and stuff? I mean, I heard a little rumor. What's going on with that?
Well, I mean, I can't say much, but I've got some friends down in the U.S., a friend of mine in particular who's a movie producer. We've been kind of going back and forth with some ideas, discussing some potential motion pictures. So we'll see what happens with that. If I do get involved, I think I'd like to try my hand to probably more so on the production side. But I wouldn't rule out possibly playing a small role on screen.
But I mean, everybody is like diversifying. I mean, you can't just sell music nowadays. You just can't be a musician. You got to do something else. And I know that you also have your own clothing line. Tell me about that.
Yeah, I do. So, I mean, I realized early on, even before I got back into the music, just, when you look at most artists who come into the business, usually, they come in, they make it in the music, and then they kind of branch off, to restaurants and clothing lines and all the other stuff. I kind of came at it from a different angle. I started doing that stuff first and then put my focus on music. So like I said, I realized early on the importance of having merchandise. So I trademarked my JC7 brand. You guys can't really see it on camera because the thing is blocked. There you go. So yeah, my JC7 brand, I trademarked that. It's available worldwide. You can order online at jc7shop.com, and depending on your location, our manufacturers will ship out what you order. So I think it's important to do merch. Again, I think it's important to do licensing and partnerships. Even when I'm working on music videos, it's been tough lately, obviously with the pandemic. But I'm always looking to partner with people for product placements and service placements and all that other stuff. And I've been approached by a couple of big brands to potentially do some partnerships down the road. So we'll see how that shakes out. So yeah, I mean, you got to kind of branch off. I kind of look at it as music as like music is the bait. It's what brings them in. But you got to have something else to offer them to keep them in. You know what I'm saying? So with my clothing line and all the other stuff I'm doing, one kind of feeds off the other.
Right. And it is great to diversify. I need to ask you a question. You're so intelligent. You have so much going on for you, and you're doing all of it yourself. Is there any suggestion that you could give to that newcomer, that's somebody that thinks that, it's just overwhelming? They don't know where to begin.
Sure. I think I want to start by saying you kind of have to come in and take the emotion out of it. And, you have to think of this as a business. If you're going to come in and think that you're going to make one track and blow up and become the next Drake, I mean, good luck. It's not to say that it won't happen, but there's a lot of work that goes on behind the scenes. It costs a lot of money. So you have to come in with the right mentality, I think. I think you have to be in it for the long game. And you can't get too distracted with what anybody else is doing. And everybody's got a different approach, right? So you kind of have to know, you kind of have to have an idea what you want to do with your music and where you want to go. And you got to set out a game plan. And every day, piece by piece, just tackle it a little bit, kind of like a chess piece on a board. And, I would also suggest that you got to have a little money set aside. As I said before, this does cost some money to do. It's not cheap unless you sign to a big label. But if you do, we already know how that works. You know, that they're going to take a big slice of the pie for the work they do and the promo they do and everything they bring to the table. It's just the reality of the business.
Yeah.
So that's what I would say. I would say that first and foremost, think of it as a business. And then, to follow that, try to learn as much as you can about music production, because the more you can do yourself, the more you can save yourself. And then all that extra money that you haven't spent on the production side, you can use on your marketing side, your promo side, music videos, all that other stuff. I mean, the bigger you get, you're gonna need a good entertainment lawyer. You're gonna need good accountants. You gotta have a good team of people around you, producers, mastering specialists. I mean, I have a massive team of people that work for me under my label, both here in Ontario and throughout the world. Actually, I've got producers that work for me in South America and in Europe and even out in Asia. So, I'm constantly in touch with my team. Constantly going back and forth with ideas. I think it's important to look at what other people are doing, and see if there's anything maybe that they're doing that you can implement in your own approach, and just stick to it, man. Just stick to it, and you have to know that it's just not going to happen overnight. This is a marathon. You're in the long game if you're going to make it here.
Oh yeah, definitely. So tell me about your music, man. I mean, we talked about the music industry. We talked about everything else, and the movies and the Grammys, and now tell me about your music.
All right. So I do mostly hip hop, R&B, reggaeton. I've been working on some soft stuff that maybe we'll see what happens down the road if I drop it. Mostly lately I've been doing mostly is reggaeton. I'm trying to merge reggaeton and our Portuguese language in a way that's really never been done before. I did it already on one of my singles I released, I don't know, last year or the year before, called Minha Gente, which is available on all digital platforms and music videos on YouTube. We've done already, 50,000 streams on Spotify, and I think almost 50,000 views on YouTube. So the response to that has been great. So that's kind of like my approach right now in terms of my music. I'm just trying to merge, like I said, Portuguese with reggaeton in a unique way, and just wait on the feedback from the marketplace and see what people think of it.
Awesome. So, I mean, I know I've been flashing all of your information up on the screen. So if you guys want to visit Instagram, you want to follow, whatever, all you have to do is just go back to the screen and pause. We also, I'm going to go ahead and just show all of the links now. So that way you can kind of pause on there. And if you just want to go ahead and subscribe to his YouTube channel, as well as follow him on Instagram, and like his page on Facebook, and follow and like on Twitter, as well as show some love on TikTok.
So I'm not doing much on TikTok, but all my friends keep telling me, I got to start getting on that. It's supposed to be like the next big thing.
Got to get on TikTok. You've got to get on TikTok. If you're not on TikTok, then you're not discoverable. I mean, there's a lot of different people that are being, becoming big and being discovered on TikTok. So you just don't know.
Yeah, no, for sure. The plan is to do it till when I get around to it. We'll see. Like I said, I'm a pretty busy guy, so I'll make some time for it.
Definitely. And I want to thank you so much, JC, for being on the show, man. Look, you got to have a shout out. You have shout outs? You got shout out? I love shout outs.
Not really. I don't have, other than my team who, I have behind the scenes. Like I said, we got a new single coming, and they've been doing a ton of work behind the scenes. We just shot the music video, so maybe give them a shout out for all the hard work they've been doing, and we're preparing, and hopefully we have that ready to release in the next month. So yeah, shout out to
that's a really important shout out.
Yeah, of course.
I'm just gonna say that's really important, because without the team, it's just you, and it's very hard. It's very hard. So, JC, I want to thank you so much for being on the show, man. I appreciate you so much. You guys, you can get all of his information. Just go ahead and go to jctofficial.com, and it's right there. It's on the screen right there. There it is. Thank you again so much for being on the show. I appreciate it, and thank you guys so much for tuning in. Go after your goals. Go after your dreams. Am I right?
100%.
100%, guys. Until next time, don't forget to what? Dare to be different.
Thanks for having me, Yaya.
I dare to be different. 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 I dare.
That's kind of how it happens for me.
We want to give a shout
We're
out.
the ladies of Talking Pink, and thank you so much, Miss Yaya Diamond, for having us.
Boom. That's
That's not.
He said we're gonna
Oh.
shout out to the Pinkies for Talking Pink. Shout out to Yaya Diamond for having us on her podcast. Boom, being different.
Boom.
That's what we do.
Boom.
Ladies in 2022. Was that hood enough?
I want to welcome you to Dream Chasers Radio with me, your host, Yaya Diamond. What's up, people? Hey! Yo, we have a great show for you today. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Welcome back to the show. You can get us on 100.9 FM on iHeartRadio, as well as 1580 AM, and that's WCCF on the internet. So you can get us. We reach millions of people every Monday at 11 a.m., right before Rush Limbaugh. So we get the good, and then you can just turn it off after that. I'm just saying. Anyway, so you can get us on iTunes as well as Google Play, Stitcher, Spreaker, Spotify, TuneIn, Deezer, Vimeo, and Roku at Yaya Diamond TV, as well as YouTube on Dream Chasers Radio and DreamChasersRadio.com. So we're everywhere. We're in your car. We're on your computer. We're on your radio dial. Hey! And that voice that you're listening to right now, that's like, oh, she's like my cheery. Hey! That's Sidoni. Welcome to the show.
Welcome, everyone. We're glad you're here.
Oh, definitely. Sidoni, man, you have done so many things, and I want to thank you for serving in the military. Thank you so much for protecting our rights, for protecting the Navy, girl. Come on now. That's a hard one. I couldn't do that. Be out on the sea all the time. I'd be throwing up. I'd be like, here comes a wave, throw up. Here comes another wave, throw up. So tell me about yourself.
Okay. I'm originally born and raised in Fresno, California.
Oh, wow.
So, yes,
okay.
I'm a California girl. Hi.
Hey. Wow.
I went into the service in the Navy on a bet. They wanted to bring my brother in. I said, no, you don't want someone crazy like him. You want someone like me. And the rest is history. There I am taking the test, and my brother paid me $5. So he said, okay, you got it.
Oh my gosh, a $5 bet. Oh, I have not heard that in a long time.
I know.
Girl, don't dare me. Don't you go there.
Don't you dare.
Don't you dare me. So, okay, I mean, the rest of the story is just got to be just as interesting or even not more than what I just heard.
Yes. It was just remarkable. It was a remarkable time in my life because I didn't go off to college. I joined the Navy, and my first duty station was Japan. And I didn't speak any Japanese at all. On my orders, we went on a military aircraft. It said, you're going to JA. Oh, I'm going to Georgia. No.
JA, you're going to Georgia. Okay.
When we got there, I said, what's going on here? And everybody was just teasing me and laughing. They said, you're in Japan. I said, really? Wow. Okay, so I'm going to make the best of it. I'm here. Let's make the best of my exciting life. I was very young, 19 years old, and did 3 years active and 4 years reserve.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. Well, thank you. Thank you so much.
Pleasure.
On a $5, girl, how'd you spend your $5? What? Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. So now what do you do?
Right now, I still work for the government. I work for the Postal Service, but a hobby of mine is recording YouTube videos.
Oh, nice. So you're a YouTuber?
Yes, I am.
Hey, so what do you talk about on your YouTube channel?
Okay, it consists of 3 housewives, and I'm one of them. The other housewife is a Japanese lady. Her name is Akiko. And the other housewife, her name is Teresa. And they live in California, and I live in Connecticut right now. And we on the show, we talk about food. And the title of the show is called Crazy for Food.
I like that.
Yes,
What
and
kind
we're all speaking Japanese.
What?
Yes.
So you speak Japanese now?
Hi.
Oh. Hi. That's all I know. I know how to each knee song she goes.
Yes. 1, 2, 3. Yeah. But let me teach you. Let me teach you and the audience one Japanese word.
Okay.
Okay. Please tell me the state's name. Cleveland, Cincinnati. What's the state's name?
What do you mean?
Where's Cincinnati?
Okay, Cincinnati. I don't know.
What's the state? What state is it in? Huh?
What state is Cincinnati in?
Yes.
I don't know.
How about Cleveland?
Okay, Cleveland. I ain't been nowhere.
It starts with O-H.
Ohio?
Yes, that's how you say good morning in Japanese.
Oh, Ohio. I'm so stupid. Oh my gosh. Okay. I need, yeah. Talk about 4.0 student, and I don't remember any of this.
Wow.
Yeah, no, I don't remember this. Okay. It's been too long, girl.
I know.
Who cares?
Yes. Yep. So anybody out there who lives in Ohio, you're saying good morning every day in Japanese.
Wow. That is cool. Yet my son speaks fluent Japanese.
No.
So yes, he does. He goes to Japan a lot for his company. So yeah,
he's gotta watch the show. He's
yeah,
going to crack
definitely.
up. Yes.
Oh my gosh. So crazy about food.
Yes. It's a comedy, but it's information. It's kind of like infotainment. We talk about
girl, you just getting all over me. I'm just gonna have to write all these words down and just steal them all. Ohio. Oh my gosh. Okay. So what kind of food? I mean, is it like the food like for traditional Japanese as well as American as well as whatever?
Yes, we do a combination of both. Yes. For example, let's give you one of our videos. We did a segment on buffalo wings, buffalo chicken wings.
Okay.
Well, in Japan, they have that, but they only eat one wing. That's it.
I'm trying to think. That's probably where I went wrong. I'm sorry. That's probably where I went wrong. Trying to figure out how can I eat one wing, one, and be satisfied.
One.
Yo. Yo.
Yes.
Sorry. Okay. Okay, that would make me lose a lot of weight there. Just give me a second.
You got it.
Okay. One wing.
One wing.
Okay, go ahead. Keep going.
We Americans, we can eat a whole bucket of wings.
Girl, be like, how many you got in there? 5? Sure, 5 wings. Yo, can I get 10?
Right.
One. I'm trying to figure that out. I'm sorry. I need a napkin. Okay, wait. On my makeup. Okay.
It's okay.
Okay. All right. We gonna get back to the show.
Yeah.
They eat one wing.
Yes, only one.
Only one wing. With what?
Just one chicken wing.
Hey, it's Yaya Diamond of Dream Chasers Radio. Have you ever wanted to write a book? Do a dance? Sing a song? Well, my guests have already done that, and they're here to inspire you to go after your dreams and your goals. All you have to do is meet us every Monday at 11 a.m. right before Rush Limbaugh on 100.9 FM as well as 1580 a.m. And I guarantee you will be inspired. And if you're not, then we'll just have to have you on the show.
Get it together.
I'm me, wait. You're telling me. Now I'm about to cry because you're telling me I can only have one wing. There's no rice. No rice with that.
That's it. That is it. Just one.
Yeah, wait. Hold a second. There's no vegetables with that. Wait a minute. We have gone awry. I can't do this. Wing.
One wing.
That's it.
Yeah, stop it.
We gotta get past this. Okay, what else? Just get past this, because I can't. One wing. That's not gonna do. It gotta be a big wing.
That's all you get.
Or is it a turkey wing? Because I can't do one chicken wing. If it was a turkey wing, I'd be okay.
No, just one little chicken wing.
Can we go past the chicken? Past the chicken wing. Just go past the chicken wing. I'm a mess. Okay, what else?
Yes. Yeah, so that's yeah, we just talk about that, yeah.
That's it. The one chicken wing is what I got.
Yeah, come on.
Somebody help. Okay. What else? Y'all do American food like 10 wings? What buffalo wing?
I know, and they look at us. Wow, you eat all of that?
Yeah, we do.
Oh, yes, we do.
Yes, we do. Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Oh, they starve themselves, those poor people.
I know.
No wonder they look so good in their clothes because they're not spending no money on wings. They look good in their clothes, though. They look good in their clothes. I'm not gonna lie. They look good in their clothes, but I couldn't do it.
Yeah.
I had to have some vegetables. At least some vegetables. At least. Let's just. But what? Okay. So that's okay. So my mother went to Japan and she said that she ordered shrimp and they gave her one shrimp. I thought she was playing. Okay. Don't laugh. All right. So when you go to Japan, people order some shrimp and then she'll get 4. Hold on a second. Breathe. Okay. All right. But now we're in America.
Yes,
and I
we
know
are.
I'm not making fun of it. I'm making fun of the fact that I didn't really think that one wing could satiate a person.
Right. Yeah.
I mean, I could get a wing and eat it and be like, where the rest at? I know. So that's a good cooking show. So, but literally that's going to be something that we really need to look into. Maybe we could cut down. Maybe we, instead of eating 10 wings.
Right.
But I mean, wait. Let me stop for a second because I'm looking at the wings and I'm going, a lot of people only serve the flat and the drum, but what happened to the little crunchy one?
Right.
Really, so do they serve that along with it?
Yes, they do. Yes.
So it's a 3-part wing and not a 2-part wing.
Yes. It's a 3-part wing, but they don't eat that one part. That one part just to hold it. The other part, they just nibble on the meat. That's it.
But you need that part. I'm just sorry. Okay, but we get past that. But all these just traditional foods and stuff like that, and you speak in Japan. Do people learn Japanese when they go on your show?
Yes, because it's not only in Japanese, but it's English subtitles, so they can follow along. And I've seen it through presenting it through friends who don't speak Japanese.
Okay.
They follow and they laugh at the same jokes as Japanese people do.
So they laugh at the one wing?
Yes, they do.
I'm sorry.
I know.
Because like wings is my favorite meal.
I
Like,
know.
it's my favorite meal. And
Right.
I don't need like vegetables or anything to go with it. That's why I kind of got dumbfounded for a second. Like, wait a minute, you have to have something with that.
Right.
Like another wing.
Right.
So, so maybe you might want to order 2.
Yes, maybe, yeah. But you know, the waiters and chef will look at you. What's wrong with you?
I'm fat.
Yeah.
Can we have more? That's it. I mean, my butt will not fit. I mean, I can't fit my booty in the clothes for the Japanese, and I see why.
Yeah,
I see why. One wing.
Yeah.
If you're on that one wing diet, go ahead and comment below and let me know how that is for you. How that's working out.
Please. I want to hear your comments.
I want to hear about the one wing diet, y'all. Okay. All right. I think your show is going to be, I think your show is going to be something that people are going to want to go see.
Yes,
It's amazing. I mean, I can't imagine a phantom myself going into a place and ordering wings and then getting one.
I know. Unbelievable. It was hard. It was hard sometimes. It was extremely hard.
Hard.
Yeah. Yep.
Girl, let me tell you something. That's beyond hard. That's beyond hard. That's beyond hard. I'm just trying to figure it out. And I don't even have to. Just put it that way. But if you have any comments, go ahead and comment below. We would love to hear about it. But okay, so your station, tell everybody about it again.
Sure. I was stationed in Japan, Misawa Air Base, Japan. At the time, Colin Powell, he wanted to build a joint base, have military from all different branches, Army, Air Force, everybody doing the exact same job on the base. And so I was working with side by side with Air Force people, just wearing my Navy uniform. And it was fun. It was an incredible experience. And it was on an air base, so we were not on a ship.
Okay.
But we had a chance to fly around to Hong Kong, Korea. I used to go to Korea, fly over there, get some barbecue, Korean barbecue, and come back the same day. It's
Did they give you more than one wing?
Yeah. You get more in Korea. You do.
Hallelujah. Koreans, I love you, baby. You got a little black in you. That's all I gotta say. Anyway, so you got to.
Yes.
You can't live on one wing. Anyway, so we moving on. Okay, so you learned that, and now you're doing this show. Is this show a direct result of your travels over to Japan?
Yes. The host of the show, we have the 3 housewives and a host. And sometimes they switch back and forth from our faces where we're talking to the camera and the other face, which is our avatars who mimic us while we're talking.
Okay.
So we have both, because Japan, they love technology and they always want to incorporate technology into everything.
Right.
And so my character, I'm the raccoon because I'm always being mischievous and getting to little things here and there.
I can see.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, and so far we have produced 4 videos, and right now we have a total of 60,000 views.
Wow! Congratulations!
Yeah, thank you. And it was all started. We launched it. We started filming in August. We launched it in the end of September, October. So we have that many views.
And do you teach how to cook as well on the station?
That's going to be incorporated in there too. Yeah.
So they can teach you how to do that one wing so it can satiate you, darling. It's just one wing, baby. One wing, baby. One.
There you go.
That's what you get. And then you fast.
That's right. 2021, you're fasting.
That's keto beyond keto, baby. That's like keto on steroids. You cannot have no barbecue sauce with your one wing. I'm sorry. Yo, I absolutely love this idea, though. I love the idea. I love that the culture has been pulled into it, and that we get something different than just Americanized, viewpoints on food and different things like that. And I mean, now we can see why Japanese people are so skinny.
Yes. Proportions.
So what else do they eat? I mean, comparing the portion sizes to the American sizes, tell me, where are we going wrong?
They start very young. I'm married to a Japanese man. I have 2 daughters.
Aww.
And living over there, you really see it in preschool. You cannot get more than you want, even though you cry, but the child get used to it. It's a custom they build. You get your one portion and that's it. Yeah. And they don't drink a lot of milk. They drink a lot of tea. Very common. Tea is a national drink next to water.
I don't drink milk. I don't drink milk. I don't eat ice cream.
Okay. Yes. Oh, you perfect for you over there. Yes. Yes.
Wow.
And, but I sat down with children here from all races. And they all laughed and they gravitated toward me because they never seen a woman of color speaking Japanese.
Yeah, I hear that's very
and they just
very
gravitated
rare.
toward me compared to the other ones. And I thought, oh wow, this is something. This just kind of reminds me of the Brown versus Board of Education when they presented the doll to the Black child, you know, how this doll, yes.
Right.
So when they see me, a woman of color, it's like, wow, wait a minute, if she can do it, so can I.
That's
can have
right.
the ability if I put my mind to it. And so, yeah.
Definitely. Well, I want to say arigato for being on the show.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah. And in the morning, just remember me saying, "Oh, hiya!" I'm telling you, I had such a wonderful time on the show today.
Thank you.
Oh my gosh.
Please, everybody, like the YouTube page, please.
Yes, definitely. Go ahead and go. Tell them where to go one more time.
Okay, the YouTube channel is called Foodots. FOODOT as in Tom, S as in Sam, and a little period. And look for the picture of the girl with the big afro.
Hey.
And I'm that one.
Hey. I want to thank you so much for being on the show. I had such a
You're the
wonderful
best.
time.
Thank you. Have so much fun.
Thank you. Thank you for being on the show. And thank you guys for tuning in. And don't forget to go ahead and go over to Food Dots and press that subscribe button as well as the notification bell so you'll be alerted when they upload their next video. Watch all the videos there. I mean, it's not going to take you much time. You could do that while you're eating your popcorn or your one wing. Just say, just one wing. No barbecue sauce for the Keto people. No barbecue.
That's right.
Thank you again so much. And you guys don't forget to dare to be different. Dare to be different. Yaya ain't doing no one wing, girl. We're going to have to have something more with that. I got to get out of here before I start crying again. Bye, guys.
I did to be different. I did to be different. I did to be different. I did. I did. I did to be different. I did to be different.
Hey, what's up, y'all? This is Trust.
Yo, this is MacDo, and we're High Five. We're shouting out Dream Chasers and our girl Yaya.
Welcome, welcome, welcome. My name is Yaya Diamond, if you don't already know, and you're listening to Dream Chasers Radio. I am so excited to be on your channel, on YouTube, on all of these different platforms, and I would love for you to follow me here. Hey, we have a wonderful guest on the show today. I have someone, I'm not even sure if he's in the United States right now, but I could be wrong, and I'm having a wonderful time because it is a, wonderful day. Oh man, I have a wonderful guest on the show, a fellow musician, Mr. Orgolan is on the show. Welcome.
Hi.
Hey. Oh, it's nice to meet you too. Wow. So tell me about yourself.
I am from Israel. I am doing music almost 4 years ago, and my career was so much international all over the world. Yeah.
Wonderful, wonderful. I mean, there's been so many different wonderful people coming from Israel. I love Israel. So tell me about that. How did you kind of like move over from Israel? Are you still in Israel?
I live in Israel all my life. Living in Israel is kind of different because you know it 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 it's not like the USA. We are different people from all over the world that really combined in it's one country, so it's hard sometimes, but yeah, this is the life. Hold on tight.
I hear you. I hear you. And how did you break your international barrier? You just kept going and it just went international?
It was like boom. It's from I think that from the health field that it was all over the world and I am a lucky person.
Yeah, definitely. I feel that. Let me ask you one question, and I know a lot of people may be asking you. You know, a lot of people say that when they are talking, it's a stutter. You know what I mean? But when you sing, does that stutter go away?
My stuttering has 21 years, and it will not go away until my last day in here. But I am living with my stuttering we are friends, and this is me.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. You know, because I asked that because I have friends of mine that stutter, and they're like, you know, some of them are really light, some of them are very heavy, but when they sing, it's like as if it just disappears. It's just
that's right. Yeah. I don't know how that really can be possible, but it is a very strange thinking of how our brain works. That's insane.
It is crazy, isn't it? It is definitely crazy. So what I love about you is that you've been on Times Square too. So tell me how was that? Tell me how that was. I gotta know.
It was, I don't know how to tell you because it was Wednesday. I got a message that people want to share my music in the dancer. You know, I don't know.
That must have been crazy.
Once I saw this, it was like heaven sent to me this one, and it was boom.
Wow.
I don't know.
Wow. I mean, you know what? When people say they want to do something for you, I mean, you know, yeah, go right ahead. Just go right ahead. You want to do it? Yes.
Our life has been so much filled with a lot of opportunities, we have got to take them because this is our life.
Yeah. Yes, definitely. Definitely. My goodness. My goodness. So let me ask you a question. What kind of music do you do?
I am doing a lot of different styles, different genres, but my main genre is the electronic music. Yeah.
Nice, nice. I love it that, you know, we get to cross barriers and cross genres and cross all kinds of different so-called lines when it comes to music, when I don't really think there is a line. I just think there's a preference, you know, and what you're doing today is you're just doing your thing. How does it feel to be able to be successful at something you love so much?
I really don't know, because God has given me this amazing gift to create something from here, from my soul, that we are constantly moving things in our life, and sometimes a really tiny dream, it becomes to the reality for us. And yeah, this is life.
Yes, definitely. How many songs have you sold? How many how was it, units? They say units. We gotta say units. How many units have you sold so far?
Well, until now, more than 188,000 copies all over the world.
You go. What? Congratulations.
Thanks to God, I am doing my art.
Yes, yes, most definitely, most definitely. We gotta give all praise and glory to the Most High. I thank you so much for being on the show. It's been such a pleasure having you. You know, when you see people out there not going after their dreams because they think they can't do it or something like that, what do you tell them?
I always tell to people, live your life, because you have a choice in your life to do something great with yourself, because people are people, no matter what they live, what they do, you can really achieve something in your life. You have your magic in your hands. Do something with it, because if you are now at the age of 70 and you are we realize that I didn't do something big in my life, and that's it. Life is too short for us.
You're right. You're so right. Just go for it. Am I right? Just do it.
Make it happen.
I tell you what, make it happen. Let me tell you, thank you so much for being on the show. I appreciate you, Or. It is such a pleasure to have you here. Thank you so much. You're so inspirational, and I'm so motivated. I am slacking.
Thank you. Thank you.
But we have to go. But we will definitely leave all your information so people can get you. You said on Facebook, on YouTube, on Instagram.
YouTube, Instagram, Twitter. I've all over the place. Search Nolan in your social media, in your internet, and you will find me someday. I promise you.
Definitely. And your music. People need to go and listen and subscribe and all that good stuff.
I know.
Yes. Well, thank you, Or. Thank you so much. It's been such a pleasure.
Bye-bye.
And thank you guys so much for tuning in to Dream Chasers Radio. Don't forget to follow Or and go ahead and listen to that music and support. It's just been such a blessing to have him here. And I know you're blessed. Hey, like he said, just go for it. Life's too short. All right, guys. Until next time. Bye. I want to welcome you to Dream Chasers Radio as well as Late Night with Yaya Diamond. I really, truly was thinking about this, thinking about how I was going to do this shout out. So this is a shout out. It's a shout out, but it touches me so much because this specific shout out is about a book. So this book really changed my mind about how I view my birthday. Or is it my child's birthday? You know, as a mother, you bring children into the world without even thinking twice if you want to have a child. You just go for it, you know, because it's your baby. You know, you wanna share in the love and the joy of the relationship that you're in, that you're having with your wife or with your husband. And the birther, who is the woman in the relationship, is putting her life on the line to bring this amazing bundle of joy into this world. They say that a woman is closest to her death when she's giving birth. And I never really thought about this whole prospect and the way that it was. It was like, okay, this is the child's birthday. But really, is it? So this next book that I'm going to go ahead and do a shout out is called Whose Birthday Is It? It's by Dennis Lee Edwards. I'm going to show the book and I'm going to put a couple of different things on there. But I truly changed my outlook on birthdays. Like, that was the day that I too gave up a life for another life, to become a mother, to be responsible for both my children, to be a birther. I don't know about you, but I now consider their day my day as well. And I don't know if I want to celebrate their birthdays anymore. I don't know. I think it's mine. But most of all, I think I've really come to understand that I could have died both times. I could have, but I didn't. Let's go ahead and look at this. This is amazing. You've changed my mind. I hope that this helps you to change yours as well.
In a world filled with celebrations, one author invites you to rethink the most important day of all. Whose Birthday Is It is not just a book, it's a journey of discovery. Join us as we unveil a profound truth that our birthday is not just our own, but a celebration of the remarkable women who gave us life. It's about acknowledging the strength, love, and sacrifice of the women who brought us into this world. Together, let's redefine the way we celebrate by honoring not just our born day, but our mother's birthday as well. Get ready to embrace a new perspective and discover the true essence of celebration. Whose Birthday Is It? A book that will forever change how you see your special day. Available now in bookstores everywhere. Get your copy today and let the celebration begin.
Was that not amazing? Was that not amazing? I mean, did your mind just get blown? I know mine did. When I saw that, I was like, really? So this is the shout out that changed my life. This is the shout out that I never really thought would touch me. I mean, I do shout outs all the time, but whose birthday is it really? I don't know. I think I want to celebrate mine. But most of all, this is a special book that, I mean, what do we really know about the day you were born? Maybe the day that I was born really isn't my birthday at all, but my mother's. Mothers out there, I honor you. And so does this book. Check this book out on Amazon. It's in our book club, as well as the link is in the description box below. I want to thank Mr. Dennis Lee Edwards for sharing this. This is amazing. And I think that this whole book, this whole thing is just an amazing attribute. It's just an amazing thing to honor us women, us mothers who have given our lives to bring forth our children. I want to thank you guys so much for tuning in. Don't forget to dare to be different, but most of all, don't forget to go into the description box and go check that book out for yourselves. And if your mind has been changed about whose birthday is it really, then you need to be commenting below. All right, guys. Until next time. Bye.
Our love will never end. I love you more than anything. Now I know what love is. Your embrace is everything to me. My kiss will linger longer. Yaya Diamond's Refresh Cologne for men.
Hello, y'all. This is Louis Gossett Jr. And I'm here with Yaya Diamond. I'm here for the color purple, color brown, the color white, the color green. Let's watch this and support it 100%. It's our turn. Enjoy. God bless.
This is Anton. Anton works hard in a regular 9-to-5 job. He's tired and frustrated, but he thinks that this is the only way to earn and make a living. Let's call him person A. Every day at the end of the month, Anton receives a check for his labor and goes to building B. Let's call this building the bank. He enters through the main door, deposits his hard-earned money along with millions of other people just like him. Antoine represents 85% of the population of the planet. Now, this is Clayton. Let's call him person C. Unlike Anton, Clayton doesn't work a 9-to-5 job. Actually, he doesn't work at all. His daily activities consist of his favorite pastimes, like having fun, helping people, taking care of his friends and his family. Clayton also goes to building B, the bank, at the end of the month. The difference between him and Anton, however, is that instead of walking through the main door to deposit money, he enters the bank through a small secret entrance at the back of the building. And instead of depositing the money, he takes the money out of the bank. This is the same money Anton and millions like him had deposited the previous days. Now, after Clayton receives his funding from the bank, which is quite easy to do if you follow certain rules that we show you, he goes and opens up a profitable business where he makes a ton of money without working because he hires, you guessed it, Anton to work for him. At the end of the month, the same scene repeats over and over again. Clayton pays a check to Anton, the same money he got from the bank, the same money Anton deposited in the previous month. Anton gets his check, goes back to the bank and deposits it along with millions of other people. Then Clayton goes to the bank, takes out even more money and opens other businesses. Clayton also uses his money to invest in things like real estate. By investing large sums of money, he buys properties in bulk for dirt cheap and flips them immediately for a hefty profit. Now he has doubled, tripled, or even quadrupled the money which he got from the bank. And he now has more than plenty to pay the bank back, to pay Antoine and enjoy life. He does what we call non-performance income. That means he doesn't perform. Other people perform for him. He doesn't work. Other people work for him. He just gets the money from the bank, invests it, lays back, relaxes, and watches the income grow. My question is, who do you want to be? It's entirely up to you. Contact us today and discover how you can become person C.
and escape the 9-to-5 rat race by joining thousands of individuals who got funded through $200, $500, even $1 million, and enjoy a happy, carefree life by doing non-performance income. Becoming rich has never been easier. Just stop doing what you're doing and start following the rules.
I want to welcome you to Dream Chasers Radio with me, your host, Yaya Diamond. What's up, people? How you doing? I want to thank everybody that's tuning in, not only on YouTube, but in LWR TV in London and in the UK. Africa podcast. Thank you guys so much for following me. India, I love you. United States, I love you guys too on Spotify. Thank you guys so much for tuning in on the DuPont Network TV. I am in love with you guys for Yaya Diamond's late night. And I just want to thank you guys all. So all of these companies that you're listening to right now that I'm saying, they all need capital. Every single last one of us need capital. There is not one business out there that can run without money, okay? Either you're fronting it from your own pocket, or you're making money and you're putting that into it, or you're getting money and you're getting capital from somewhere else, or you're learning about it. And that's what we're going to be talking about today. We're going to be talking about capital, how you can get it, where you can get it, and legitimate places and people that actually do this, that don't run away with your money or waste your time. And I want to thank you guys again so much for tuning in. I have Derek on the line today. Economic Masonry, a clever way of growing your wealth through business, corporate funding. Welcome to the show.
Well, thank you. Glad to be here. Happy
Awesome.
To be here. Thank you very much.
So before we get into what you do and how you do it and all the wonderful people that you've helped to get the capital and to move forward and to, grow as a business, tell me your story a little bit.
Well, briefly, I don't like talking a lot about me because people get online and they start telling you about how 40 minutes of where they came from and they were poor and then they became rich. And then after that, they say, buy my product. Well, but since you asked, I'll give you a brief little something about me. I came out of Brooklyn as an engineer, mechanical engineer. Pratt, came up to California because I wasn't always doing things I was supposed to do. So I had to leave out of there and get my head together, right? Got here and a lady that I was going with pretty much saved my life. She said, you got education and everything. And she said, I know you're smarter than that. So let's get out of here. I said, okay, you got it. It was the best thing could have happened to me. So women can actually save your life, right? So, because it happened to me. So, yes. So I got out of there and came here. I landed a job with Raytheon, and they built government missiles. So I worked with them and moved my way up. 17 years, got married, had a family, and sailed around the world like 3 times, installing missiles and building missiles. So we did things like the Patriot missile system, helped do that, the Dragonfly unit and those things. And we went down the Bering Straits and all over about 3 times around the world, and nuclear subs and all that. Got hurt my arm, and the bulkhead blew up. A bulkhead is a wall, right? Then I had this top security secret clearance blew, but I couldn't do anything with it because now I was messed up in the arm and I needed my arm. So I got this settlement. I said, you know what? I want to work for myself, right? So I said to my wife, I said, you know what, honey, I'm tired of this. I want to work for myself. And she said, well, I got your back. Again, saved my life, right? So I says, okay, I'm going to give it a go. So I got it. I was his boss because I worked at Sony in their cathode department. I worked for Volution and all these different companies. And he was at Sony. And I said, Phil, why are you always on the phone? It's none of my business, but why are you always on the phone, at break time? He says, well, because, I used to own a famous restaurant. I'm building a new one. I said, really? He said, yes. So I said, well, what's this all about? So about 3 months later, Phil and I became friends, good friends. And he said, well, the guy I was going in with, the investor, he's out now. He said, so I need the money. I said, well, I got a little settlement, man, And I said, I won't be working here anymore because I can't do much with this arm. So he says, well, let's team up. We opened a restaurant called Homestyle Fish and Chips in San Diego. 1 became 2, 2 became 4, 4 became 8, and we had a chain. Later on, I built aggressively, built a car dealership, Primo and Prime Auto, which we own today. Primo Auto is high-end, Jaguar, Mercedes, and Bentley. And low-end is Nissan, Toyota, and Honda. That's out of Miramar Road, Primo and Prime Auto in San Diego. You know, put a little something. So,
Shameless plug. It's okay. You gotta do it. You gotta do it.
You gotta do it, right?
Yeah.
So I one day I was walking out the restaurant. A friend of mine, Kyle Freeman, he walked in the restaurant. I said, hey man, where you been? I ain't seen you in years. Because I was coming to your restaurant. They told me that you might be at this location. I said, yeah, man. Hey man, how's the wife? Everybody. He says, man, this is great. We talked for about an hour or two. We ate lunch and everything. He said, I got to tell you, Derek, this is great, but you know what? You're making pennies. I said, pennies? I said, do you see the car I'm driving? I said, do you know the houses I live in, right? He said, yeah, that's great. That's great. I said, I never known you to be a hater, man. All these years I've known you, right? He says, bro, you know I'm not a hater. He said, but I'm just telling you. I said, well, if I'm making pennies, then show me the dollars. He said, okay, I will. So I said, well, he said, come with me Monday or Tuesday. And I went with him downtown, I'll never forget. Went with him downtown San Diego, Mission Valley it was. Big building we went in and I said, man, what is this? Lamborghinis, Ferraris, BMW, everything you can imagine. I said, is this a high-end car dealership? He said, no, man. He started laughing. He said, come with me. I said, okay. So now he had my attention. We go upstairs. He knocks on the door, pulls off, knocks again. Like I said, what's this, a secret knock or what? He said, just wait a minute. We walk in. It's all these guys with these $5,000 and $10,000 suits, shark skins, and sleeves rolled up, and some of them in there doing everything they're doing, and they're all on the phones. And I said, just sit right here at this desk, and I'll be right back. If anybody asks you, you're with me, you're my assistant. I said, oh, okay. So I sit right next to this little young kid, and he's sitting in there, Rolex, and I'm like, what is this? This guy's on the phone. Yes, Mr. Johnson, how much money did I make you? I need 125,000 shares. How much can I make you? How much did I make you last time? You got to ask your wife to put your pants on? And I'm like, that guy evidently hangs up on him. He dials back, and everybody's like, shh, he rings the bell. Quiet. Hi, Mr. Johnson, I'm not trying to insult you or anything, but I'm trying to get you, I got this new company. You got to invest in it. So I can give 100,000 shares. You must be insulting me. I can't do 100. I need 125. This guy in 20 minutes got $20 million almost out of this guy. They call them guppies, whales, and institutional investors. And I said, and my buddy came back, sat on the desk, and I was like, how much this guy just made? He said 18% of almost 20 million. And he started laughing. I said, are you serious? He said, he said, he's the little guy in here. The rest of the guys are making more. And those guys behind the windows, the glass windows, they're pulling institutional investors $1 billion like Sony and places like that. I said, bro, I don't know what I have to do, but I'm in. He started cracking up. He said, that's why you're here. I couldn't believe it. Wow. So that was my beginning of working in a boiler room. So you may have seen that movie, The Boiler Room. If not, after that movie came The Wolf of Wall Street. And after that came Wall Street, these movies. And so the guy that was doing this stuff was Richard Gatsby. They made the movie about this guy.
Right.
So, Richard Gatsby, I have him here in my phone. He was the guy that was training us, right? So I was very lucky and fortunate to get into this. That was my introduction to high finance. So after that, I went on and I worked in there for a while. Then I went into banking. Then I went into as a VC, venture capitalist. Then we opened up Crane Lilly with real estate and notes, selling notes, $1 trillion notes. And we managed $2.4 billion in notes in 2008. And that started my career in high finance. So what we do is a scratch pub code in my company. We take companies from scratch to a publicly traded company or anything in between. That's high finance talk. They call it Latin. So in high finance and money, it's based on a different language than the 85% are used to. So it's called Latin. So when somebody in high finance says, man, he speaks Latin, he says, yes. He said, oh, okay. You know, so we went in and just to explain a little bit about Latin, not to take too long.
No, go ahead. I mean, I'm sure that people want to know. I mean, you know, we need to learn this, right?
I'm coming out with the book in about 3 weeks. It's the book to teach everybody Latin so that they don't have to worry about Section 8. They don't have to worry about government cheese. They don't have to worry about free healthcare. They just walk in with a Willie, which is a corporation, and they walk into the bank and say, Willie needs $400,000. That's seed money. That's what we call seed capital. Seed capital, if you follow the rules, there's no reason to not have money. But they don't teach you the rules. If you don't learn the rules of the road, how to drive a car, you don't know how to press the brake, you don't know how to press the gas, you don't know how to start it, you're not going to get very far. So what we teach is Latin. For instance, 2,000 years ago, you know, and during this time of Jesus, they started this thing called making a corporation a person, right? So they separated those people back then they couldn't speak, they spoke Aramaic. And then the people that were rich, the 85% poor spoke Aramaic. And the rich folks, they spoke Latin. And of course, the Jewish people spoke Hebrew. So they separated themselves from the poor language. And the same thing today is English is a poor language, right? It's a Baltic of Latin. It's what they call a romantic language. So English is a lower language, and unfortunately, 85% they understand Latin. They don't understand Latin. They understand English. They don't understand Latin. So back then, not only did they separate the languages, but they also separated the wealthy and the corporation from the people. So just like today, the United States of America is a corporation out of Delaware, formed in Delaware. You can look that up online. So this corporate thing is what everybody should be learning in school, but everybody's not.
They don't teach you.
They don't teach this.
No.
They don't teach this. So what happens is, for instance, United States is a corporation that's only DC. That's why you can't vote if you live in DC, because it's a mama corp, right? A C corp. And then what happens is they go down and the states are corporations. And the states are not only corporations, but the cities, unless you're very rural, are corporations, and the people are corporations. If you don't believe me, turn over your social, look at your corporate number on the back. So they set this whole thing up 2,000 years ago to separate the rich from the poor. So, yes, so what happens is if you look at your money, you see on the back, it's in Latin. It says, e pluribus unum. That means out of one comes many, right? If you go to, like, for instance, the water, the people, they separated them also from the laws of money. So the people are under moral law. If you say, for instance, you break a law. If you break a law, thou shalt not steal, thou shalt not lie, thou shalt not do this, whatever, you get a penalty, right? But if you go to, let's say, money is based on admiralty law, water law, not moral law. So there's no morals. You have to bring the morals to the table when you're dealing in money in corporations. So the corporation is based on water law. That's why a pirate a long time ago, even now, if he does something to you in the water, he can take your ship, the bounty, the booty, everything, and go back old peg leg and have a drink on land. He says, I'm going to sue you. I'm going to do something. He said, you can't do anything to me. I did that on the water. There's no law in the water. That's why you have liquidity. That's why you have currency. That's why you have, it's all water language. You put your money in a bank, right? A bank is where the water meets the land. That's a bank. A ship is a birth. A birth is how a woman has a baby. A ship lives in a birth. You are born, they give you a birth certificate because they own you. Like, for instance, I'm an expert witness in court, and the guy says, real story, the guy says, the judge says, who's representing you? And the guy says, I'm representing myself. The judge looks down over his glasses at him and says, well, you have a fool for a client and a fool for an attorney. He says, why did you say that? He says, because you don't speak Latin. He said, we speak Latin here and you're not going to do very well. He said, because you should have said, if you spoke Latin, I'm here pro per, Your Honor. That means self, pro per. But you didn't. So I can't advise you, but I would say maybe you should go get yourself an attorney. I will adjourn this until a month and get an attorney who went to school to learn contract law and Latin. That's what attorneys went to school to learn, Latin.
My gosh.
Now, I'll tell you one thing.
That's
how
crazy.
I can prove this. If you go, a judge comes out, he sits on the bench, right? The judge comes out in his black robe, he sits on a bench, it's higher than everybody. When the judge comes in, you stand up, he sits on the bench. He says, oh, everybody sit down. What does bench mean in Latin?
I don't know.
Bench means bank in Latin. Just look up on Google and say bench and what does bench mean in Latin? And they're going to tell you bank, blanco, blanca, bank, right? So who hires the judge, right? The corporation. Right. Because the corporation it's separate from everything. Corporation's a separate entity and they appoint judges and they all work for the bank.
You're right, because in Spanish, bench is also banco.
Banco, that's right. So you see how this
It's
stuff
very similar.
Very similar, because Spanish is also a Baltic of Latin.
Right, and I know fluent Spanish.
And so is Italian.
Yes,
all
it is.
Baltic,
And Portuguese. And
Yes.
Portuguese. And Portuguese.
Yes. So you see how this stuff is connected, but they don't want you to know. So the main thing is when the United States goes in, you're born, they take a bunch of money, billions of dollars, and they put it in your name because you become a corporation that they control. Then they get bonds, put that money in bonds, and now they control the bond market, and they use that to borrow the money from the Federal Reserve, which lends the money to us, Federal Reserve note, and now they borrow against you, and you pay back the federal dollars that they're borrowing in taxes, in federal taxes.
That is what?
So that means you have to be able to have a mannequin like they control you, right? You have to have a mannequin, which is a corporation that you control. That's the way you can go into the bank, right? The blanco and borrow based on the corp. So you walk in and get $100,000, $200,000, $300,000 and say, I didn't borrow it. Willie borrowed it. And if Willie screws up, you walk back in with Leroy. So Leroy didn't do anything to you. And you say, Leroy needs some money. That's how the rich do it. Now, I'm not saying to rip the bank off because the bank is our friend.
Right. Of course. No, but there are just certain ways to do things.
I had a friend of mine, a close friend. I'll jump in front of a train for him. He helped me grow up since I was a kid. And we're very close. He says, I'm your best friend. I said, no, Ronnie, you're not my best friend. He said, well, what do you mean? Right? He got insulted. I said, well, remember I asked you for that. Remember I asked you for that 100,000, that 150, 100,000, and you weren't able to give it to me? He's like, yeah, I remember that. I said, well, guess what? I said, I'd jump in front of a train for you. But you know where I got that 150 from? My best friend. He said, well, who is this? I says, well, he's called the bank. I said, because whenever I need some money or I need some financial help or whatever, I can always go to my bestie and get money and help me out in my world, in my house, my cars, my finances, my children. So that makes you my second best friend.
Wow. Wow.
I said, but since he's not a person, you're really like the best friend, but that's my first.
I hear you. I hear you. So Nick, let me ask you this question, because I know a lot of people are thinking, and I got my wheels going. Okay. So LLCs, corporations, S corps, they're all different.
Yes, they are. So we need to understand this. They need to teach us this. If this is the foundation of all our money, then how come we don't understand money, right? They should teach us this in grammar school, high school.
Yes.
But they don't because everybody's not meant to be rich. Okay, so we're eliminating the middle class. Pretty soon it's going to be rich and poor.
Yeah,
right? It's 85% poor now, 15% rich. Actually 10% rich, and then 5% understand what's going on.
Yeah.
That's like your Jay-Z and those 5%ers, Common and Erykah Badu, those people, they call themselves 5%ers, right? So pretty soon it's going to be 90, 95% poor because you have something that's called the Great Reset.
Right. And that's what we're in right now.
We're in right now.
Yes.
So what does that mean for you? You can smile and laugh and go party all you want.
No,
but if
I'm
you
working.
don't get your finances together and become the corporation,
Mm-hmm.
they're gonna own you, and you're not gonna have anything that you own. That's your straw man.
Right.
So
Right.
people are trying to remove themselves so that they can go get this money, and they call it being sovereign, right? But what I'm trying to show you is how you can still be a citizen
Mm-hmm.
and be sovereign with the straw man and still have your rights.
And that's what we need, because I've heard of being sovereign, you give up your rights or whatever, and you're sovereign, you're not a citizen anymore. And I'm like, okay, what is in between that? How can you get in between that? And literally, how can you get from having a business? Let's just go ahead and say you have a mom and pop business and you have one store, you have whatever. How do you transform out of just the one and get that money so that you can move forward? That's where a lot of people are right now. They're either got their side hustles, like this was my side hustle, but now it's my business. I quit my job a year and a half ago. And this became what I do. And yes, I'm probably making pennies. I'm probably making half pennies. Let's just go back to the European days when their big bills were big, okay, and they had a half a penny. Okay, let's just okay.
Sure.
So the 95% future or 85% now, what do some of us do? Because I know a lot of us are working hard. What do we do not to get left behind and get to that top 5, that top 15%?
Well, you first need to understand the structure of the corporation. You first need to understand that that's how the money is, that's how it works, and learn the system because there's rules to this. First rule is other people's money, other people's ideas, and other people's efforts.
I love it. Don't reinvent the wheel, guys.
Don't reinvent the wheel. This is a rule. So other people's money, other people's ideas, and other people's efforts. So the bank's money, when you first start out, the next rule is seed capital. Seed, let's call it seed money. You need seed money in order to do things, right? And then after you acquire seed money, that's your $100, $200, $300, $400,000. That's seed money. And why would the bank want to give you that money? Because the bank works different from you. I know banking, high-end banking. If you put $1,000 in the bank now has 9 times more than you put in. If you go in and you borrow $1,000, that now the bank has 10,000 plus the interest they owe you owe them. So you're making them 9 times richer. On top of that, the money's insured. The money double insured, FDIC insured, also privately insured, right? There's bonding on the money. There's then after the bank closes, get this, they take all the money that you put in, deposits, loans, and everything, and they take it and they go and they trade on the market with the money that you have as though they're 9 times richer on platforms. So the bank the next day opens up is triple times the amount that richer than they were when you first the day before. So they want to give you the money because they're not doing you any favors, right? They're not doing you any favors. What they're doing is lending you your own money. You just don't know how to do the paperwork. Remember, because they're borrowing the money from the Federal Reserve. In fact, they're borrowing the money. The local bank is borrowing from a bigger bank, and the bigger bank is borrowing it from the Fed. And the Fed is basically getting the money from either International Monetary Fund or what they call the International Monetary Fund lends all the money to the people in the West, like us, North America, Canada, Europe, right? But the people on the east of the world, they get their money from the World Bank, and those two banks are owned by 16 people. All the money in the world.
Oh my gosh!
Okay,
that's crazy. That is absolutely crazy. And most people don't know this. And most people don't know this.
But why not? Because everybody's not meant to be rich. See, so the bank is your friend because they want to give you the money, but they can't. They say there's certain laws under GAAP and general accountant acceptance principles, right? These rules, if they could, they'd have everybody sign up so they could be 10 times richer. But you can't. You got to follow the rules.
Right. Is that where you come in?
Where I come in is I teach this.
Sweet.
Right. So what I teach is, and that's just the overview. The bare nuts of it is where the hammer hits the nail is how do you do it? So a lot of people are on the internet teaching you a little bit about corporations, a little bit about credit, a little bit this. So we are economicmasonry.com, right? And we teach 360 CEO. That means not a little of this, a little of that, a little of this. We teach the full circle. Now, we're not economic masonry with a G, Freemasons. We're not that. Anybody who's a Freemason, make sure that you look at the symbol correctly because there's not a G in the middle. There's an E. That means masonry means builder, to build. Economic builder, economic masonry, right? Yeah. It's 360 CEO. So we can go in and give you the full Nelson. Now, rule number 1. Other people's money, other people's ideas, other people's efforts. Rule number 2, seed money, and then get yourself foundation capital. So that's your corporation that you can stand on because you got the seed money, and then springboard funding. To springboard yourself into where you need to go. And that includes leveraging the money that you have. Because it's easy to get it, but it's hard to hold it.
Yeah, and where to put it. And I mean, you need help with that. You just don't get the money and then just go crazy. No, you need help with that.
Well, I was a financial advisor. As I said earlier, I was a VC. And so one of the main things that I used to teach is a 3-bucket plan. That's very well known in high finance. So a person should have that money coming in that gives them a good lifestyle. And you can get that seed money to make that happen from the bank, right? Easily. They say blue socks, red shoes, blue socks. You walk in with red shoes, blue socks, you got the money. But nobody's teaching you that you need to wear red socks and blue shoes. See? So because they can't tell you this, they cannot advise you. They can only tell you what their package is. You know, like Burger King. We got the new such and such burger. They can't, that's the only thing they can tell you is we got the new burger, but we can't tell you how to do this and this and this and this and this. Right? So I'm here to show them the rules. So the first rule is if you build a house on 6 inches of concrete, you say, okay, great, that's honey, yeah, that's great. Let's build a second story. And the honey looks at you and says, well, honey, I'm sorry, we can't. Say, why not? He says, because it won't hold, the foundation won't hold it. We should have built it on 12 inches of concrete. Now you got to tear it all down.
Yes.
That's what people do with their business. They learn as they go and then try to grow. And what do? They get money. You're supposed to, first thing they do is try to do business to get money. People go out and try to do everything they can to grow and get what's the end result so they can get money.
Mm-hmm.
You're supposed to get money from the bank and do business. People doing it backwards. You don't work your butt off to go get money, try to get money.
Right.
Because at the end of the year, if you make $100,000 a year, after you pay all your bills, you got what, $10,000 left over, 20,000, right? Even, and then maybe not that.
Not that.
You need a bulk lump sum of money. So you need to go in and get 100, 200, 300, 400,000 that the bank calls pennies.
Right. And even 100,000 now is not enough.
No. So you have to gauge what you need, then double it.
Right.
Go to the bank and say, my Willie, not me. Or if you're a female, then call her Wilhelmina. I don't care what you call her. They don't care, right? They do care, and I'll explain that because it's called a SIC code. An SIC code. Look that up. That means that identifies what you're doing in your business. Banks talking codes. So we teach you the correct SIC code to put in so that you will not get a decline. So look up SIC code. What that means is 2226. Let's use that number. 22, the bank says 22. What does that mean? That means this person is a truck driver. Okay, that identifies that's what they do. And then the other thing is that person is in the transportation industry. Truck driver, transportation industry, 2224. The SIC code is 2224 or 2226, whatever I said.
Right.
So that's the identifier. You don't want the incorrect SIC code, and they're not going to teach you this. So you got an SIC code and you have a NICS code, NICSC code. They're switching from SIC to NICSC code because in 1996 they started switching over because it's a better identifier. But
Right.
they're using both. They're using both now.
Mm-hmm.
So you never want to tell the bank with your mama corp, and that's the C corp. That's what you want, and I'll tell you why. The C corp can do everything. Is it the United States of America C corp?
Yes, it is. I believe.
Then that's what you want.
Yeah.
So the C corp is what you want to deal with. That C corp is a 7. Picture a 7. Maybe from your angle, 7 is this way. So the 7 is over in the corner, right? Your C corp, your mama corp. The mama has babies. Those are called doing business as DBAs.
Or can you have your C corp on the LLC?
You can have your C corp, and the LLC goes underneath the C corp. I'll tell you why you don't want an LLC. Some people are learning a little, but then it takes them later on. They have to tear it all down because it's not the proper, foundation. Again, 6 inches, you can't build a second story. But your whole idea is to give your children a legacy and to grow. Your company is supposed to be worth something, not just what you make. Not just what you make.
And that's what an LLC is.
Well, an LLC is what banks don't like. Now, I'll tell you why. You're sitting at a gas station. I walk up to you, or somebody walks up to you and says, you know what? We've been talking for an hour here. We have great synergy, I think. So maybe we can exchange numbers and talk a little further about whatever we've been talking about. And you say, well, okay, that's okay. You pull your phone out. Yeah, what's your number? And the person says, before I do this, I want to make sure that we are honest. So I like that. So they looking at him like, what are you talking about? So the person says, I just want to let you know, I have a little, I'm a little limited. You're going to look at that person and say, red flag.
Yeah, I got you.
Now, then he says, or she says, whichever you're talking to, you know what? And I want to make sure that we're totally open, total clarity with this. You say, okay, now you got your phone like this. Okay. And you say, I like honesty. Yeah, what else? He says, and I'm also, I have some liability. You're gonna say, wait a minute, what is your baby mama after you? You're the mafia? What's going on here, right? You're limited and you got liability.
Right.
That's what the bank looks at you as. They don't deal with risky things. LLCs are for risky things. Right? So you're gonna say to that person, oh, you know what? I forgot I gotta pick my sister up. And they're gonna, oh gosh. Well, what about the phone number? What about the phone? You say, no, I'll catch up with you.
I'll call you later.
I'll call you, but you don't have my number. That's okay, I'll catch up with you.
Facebook,
I'll catch up with you. Because who wants limited in liability?
Wow.
So but people do go along with that because they don't see the signs. I heard somebody say, believe what people tell you because they're telling you the truth.
Yeah.
It's up to you.
Wow.
So now, the next thing is to make sure that you don't get an LLC, because you can do business with an LLC, but you cannot get money from the bank like you can do with a C Corp.
Gotcha.
But now, what does an LLC do? The LLC is for like a doctor. They operate on you and say they mess up. Because you know what a doctor does. A doctor has a practice, right? So they practice.
Right, it's a practice.
They practice on you. They practice. So they go and operate, they screw up. Not all of them. Somebody screws up. And the doctor says, and the person says, I'm suing you because you left a gore in me or something, you know. So they're saying, well, you can sue me, but I'm limited and I have a limited liability. And I have license, bonded, you're not getting anything from me. I'll scrap this and put another one in place. You're not getting any of my money. That's what that's for.
Right.
Or a person is a truck driver. They don't like SIC codes with trucks. A truck can tear things up.
Oh yeah, I've seen the potholes.
They don't do that. They can do serious damage.
Yeah.
So they don't want risky things. Right? Or a construction worker, a brick falls on somebody's head. He says, hey, look what you did to my head. He says, you know what? I'm going to sue you. He says, I'm licensed, insured, and bonded, and I'm an LLC. You're not getting nothing from me. That's what an LLC is for. Or for real estate, to transfer documents easily in LLCs. Gotcha. So with an LLC, you can go and do business. Right? So why is a person over here worth $1 million and the person over here doing the same thing, but they're worth $5 million?
Right.
Because you're only talking about the revenue that you've made, the money you've made. They're talking about what my business is worth, like Oprah.
Right.
Oprah is worth $3 billion. She doesn't have that in her closet or in her mattress. It won't fit. It's what her company is worth, not her own or Harpo. Right? Like Trump, he's worth, whatever he's worth, 20 billion, 40 billion, right? What about Bezos? 100 billion? You think he has that in his closet?
I don't think he has that in the bank either.
He doesn't. It's just numbers in the system. That's all it is. Money is only fiat money. Fiat money, right? I used to, when I give seminars sometimes, I show people the first money that was ever made by Benjamin Franklin, okay? That is your first money. That's what it looks like. Okay? That's your first money. So I'm gonna show you what it looks like on the back of the money. This is your first dollar, 1/3 of a dollar. You see that? 1/3 of a dollar. They did not have at that time, they didn't have clocks. Old Ben Franklin invented the clock.
Right.
Later on.
It was a sundial.
Okay, so what's the sundial? The sun is beaming on the sundial. The sundial, that means time. Remember, I said it's in Latin. So over here is Latin, Fugio. You see that, Fugio?
Uh-huh.
Okay, that means time is running fast. So what does it say at the bottom?
Mind your business. Mind your business.
Why is it on all the money that they made? All the money. Mind your business. You see that?
Go over a little bit. I see it.
Mind your business. All the money. It says, mind your business. Why is that? Mind your business. Time is running fast. Fugio, Latin. Why? Because no one back then worked for anybody. Everybody was an apprentice if you work for somebody to learn a trade to go work for yourself. So they said, time is running fast. So take care of your business, because everybody had a business. So now,
my goodness,
the nitty gritty.
Nitty gritty. I like that. Go ahead.
All right. So you need seed capital to build your foundation corporation, which is your straw guy or straw woman. And this used to be the good old boys club. But I got news for anybody out there listening. Okay. Even if it's just you and I got news for you. Janet Yellen is the chairman of the Fed who gives all the money. So it's no longer a good old boys club. It's becoming the good old girls club also.
That sounds good.
That's the way, I'm here to tell the truth. Okay, that's the way it is. So get out of your mind that this is just us and she's my secretary. Oh no, pretty soon you're gonna be her secretary if you don't catch up. Facts. So understand your assignment. Everybody should know this. And there's no need for free health care when you can go to the bank and they give you $200,000, $300,000, $400,000 and buy the best health care you want. So this is what I teach, and now I teach them how to do it. So basically, the LLC that's what you use for things that are problematic, things that may cause problems for safety. You must get the money, then you must protect the money, you must invest the money, and then you must expand. That's called an upside down T. Upside down T, right? That means you grow wide and you also grow up. You grow wide in your businesses. You should have 50 podcasts around the world, 100 wide. And then also you should have DBAs of things that are extensions of that. You should be in media. You should be in whatever underneath that because it's gaining you so much money. So you're growing wider and wider and wider. Then you're going up in revenue because you're growing wide. It's going to grow up in money.
Yeah, I'm at the wide stage right now. I'm growing wide.
And that's great, right? So now you need
That's a pyramid.
Don't ever say that.
No.
Pyramids are illegal.
Really?
Don't ever say pyramid, right?
Wow. Oh my gosh. So why is it on the money?
The pyramid is on the money because they can. You can't. People who own the game can print their monopoly money any way they want.
True.
You're looking to play Monopoly without money, you're not going to win.
Right.
The only thing you can do when you're in a Monopoly game and you're not issued any money like everybody else, the only thing you can do is cheat, steal, or you may go to jail. That's all you can do. Steal, cheat, or go to jail. If you have money, like everybody else, you have an even playing field. So what we teach
not
is
a pyramid.
It's not a pyramid. It is an upside down T, right? But it turns into something similar as a pyramid, if you want to call it that. But be careful of the language.
Gotcha. Because there's Latin and we got to be careful what we're saying.
Most exactly. So now you go in, you take not an LLC, because an LLC, you can do business, but you can't make your company built worth anything. You can't build that second story.
Right.
So you don't want a first story or second story. You want a legacy for your children, the Empire State Building. You want to keep growing like Walmart, right? Like any other business. So in order to do that, to build the Empire State Building, you have to have 40 feet of concrete.
Yes.
So that's what you need to build it on 40 feet of concrete. How do you build it on 40 feet? You have the correct entity, the correct straw man. I didn't do it. Willie did it. Or Wilhelmina did it. If you like female names, right? So now, the next company is an LLC. The next company is called an S Corp. What is an S Corp? An S Corp is when you go in and you have investors. Some guy come in and says, you know what, or lady, I hit the lottery. I want to put 100,000 in your business. You say, great, let's go. And the C Corp, by the way, gives you that great ability to print money, but no one ever orders the book for $100. It has the stamp in it. It has the paperwork in the back to give shares, to issue shares, and get other people's paper for your paper. All this backdoor information going on.
You see, people need to get with you. I need to get with you. Forget people. Forget y'all. Okay, just all right. I need to get with you. You know, it's just ironic that we can all learn something new. If we did that, we would be further along than where we are at now. You know, starting out somewhere and going somewhere, two different things. You can literally just stay here the rest of your life, but then you'll miss out on that T.
That's what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to be here the rest of your life because you're supposed to be the battery that makes the machine run. I'm sorry to say. Okay. So what you want to do is make your company worth, have your company worth, right? Have your company worth. Let me close the door. So have your company worth, right? One person, he brings in a bunch of revenue, $1 million a year. That's all they're worth is the money that they bring in.
Right.
But
what I'm saying is they never get to the growth part. It just stay here. That's it.
That's because they don't understand how to grow it in a proper structure. They don't understand that a business should be built to sell, even if you don't sell it. It has to have a valuation. It has to be worth something. It's the person that you're just taste, feel, touch, smell, and hear for it. You drive the cars for it. You buy the houses. It owns the houses. You live in the house because it can't walk and talk. You have to do it for it.
Thank you so much for stopping by. Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe to this channel. Hit that notification bell so you'll be notified the next time that I upload. And don't forget to dare to be different. Until next time, guys.
I dare to be different. I dare to be different. I dare to be different.
Advertise with Yaya Diamond. With your host, Yaya Diamond. Reviews, commercials, interviews, celebrity interviews, shout outs, and more. Experience the energy. Let's go. Let's get started today.
I dare to be different. I dare to be different. I dare.
want to welcome you to Dream Chasers Radio with me, your host, Yaya Diamond. What's up, people? How you doing? It is a great day, and I'm so very excited to be here. Oh, yeah, you guys know how I am. I absolutely love interviewing people, especially authors. Authors are so smart. I mean, like, smart. Like, they've written books that some of them, I don't even know if I can read them and understand or comprehend them. But there are some that I do, and I really, really love reading. And I have a author on the show today. His name is Robert Earl Winter, or just Bob. Hi, Bob. How are you?
Hi, Yaya. I'm just doing well.
Well, thank you so much for being on the show with me today. I truly appreciate it. We have a few questions for you today, Bob.
I'm ready.
You ready? So I want to go back in time. I mean, a lot of people tell me that they used to love writing when they were a kid. They loved reading when they were a kid. What did you love about books when you were young?
Well, I had an aunt who was the youth officer or director for a book company in San Jose, California, and whenever she got a book for a young man, she'd send it to me, and I got wrapped up in Lassie Come Home, Albert Peyton Tremune.
Mm-hmm.
No, wait a minute, Albert Payson. Okay, lost that. And then Renfrew of the Royal Mounted was one of my favorites. And Renfrew was a peace officer, as implied in the Royal Canadian Mounted Police. And he really caught my imagination. And so as time went by, I applied and became a deputy sheriff for Los Angeles County.
Wow.
And that was an interesting occupation, but I didn't want to raise my kids in Los Angeles County.
Mm-hmm.
So I moved to my home county, Santa Clara County in Central California, or the kind of the North Coast, and went through a 30-year career there.
Wow. That is amazing.
Eventually, of course, becoming the sheriff of the county.
Right. Wow. And so, Bob, I mean, so you really, truly loved all of what you were doing, but how does that go into your writing as of today? Like, you have a book out called A Hill Toward Home. Tell me about that.
Well, A Hill Toward Home is what I've tried to do is place the main character, we'll call him the hero, in a situation where he became a combination of a rifleman with a conscience. If I can, you can imagine, anybody can just envision the discomfort involved in shooting at people.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And this was typical of my main character. His name was Jesse Logan, named after a grandfather of mine whose name was Jesse Logan Winter. Mm-hmm. So I borrowed great grandpa's first and second name and named my character after him.
Mm-hmm.
He was raised the first 4 years of his life. He lived in northeastern Tennessee, which was an area that was loyal to the Union and wasn't really interested in the interest of secession and slavery. But then the Mormon missionaries came through and evangelized his mother and father, and they set off for the Mormon territory, which of course at the time was Indiana, Illinois, and Missouri. And this follows my own family history. but then Jesse's father was killed in the Mormon massacres, and the family moved on west and ended up in St. Joseph, Missouri, where his mother opened a boarding house because that was what she was best at, and offered her services to the travelers, to trappers that came down out of the mountains, and the merchants that would travel into the territories, the Northwest Territories, to provide wares for the pioneers. And from there, her son talked her into traveling west through Salt Lake City, which was at that time Great Salt Lake City, and ending up in the little town of Mormon Station, which is now Genoa, Nevada.
Oh, wow.
Well,
that's kind of cool.
A young woman, and this comes out of family history also, young woman named Maria, but she chose to be called Spanish Mary. Spanish Mary was a prostitute.
Ooh.
And they became involved. His mother found out about it and immediately sent him east to live with her parents back in eastern Tennessee. From there, he joined the Union Army, became a sniper or sharpshooter or rifleman, and he borrowed a rifle from a brother as he was about to enter into the services. And through his reputation as a rifleman and the accuracy of his weapon, he gained quite a reputation. And the news hawks, the reporters following the various armies throughout their campaigns, got caught up in his notoriety and gave him a nickname of the White Angel, because he was the angel of death for the Southern soldiers. He wasn't too happy about the nickname, but anyway, he accepted it. And then the book follows some battles through Tennessee as his regiment moved south, and he eventually got down into moving through Virginia, Western Virginia, which is now West Virginia, of course, and it was a very sympathetic population at that time, till he got down into eastern Tennessee, joined his family there for a furlough, but got caught up by some hostile rebel irregulars and sent off to prison in Richmond, Libby Prison, and you may have heard of it. After about 6 months in Libby Prison, by various machinations, he managed to escape, get back to his regiment, and on the way, he just happened to burn down a Confederate firearms factory. So when he got back to his regiment, they were so impressed that they promoted him to lieutenant. He worked as a lieutenant under hostile conditions. He had a companion lieutenant that was suspicious of him and didn't particularly care for him. And this part kind of mirrors my own career. I ran into a situation where, because of my impulsive nature, people I was working for got a little bit incensed and hostile, and but fortunately, I managed to transfer, and through that transfer, I got promoted up into the mid ranks.
Wow.
Anyway, getting back to Jesse and his life,
Mm-hmm.
he worked with this hostile lieutenant, who happened to be the first lieutenant. Jesse was the second lieutenant in his company, and was encountering some hostility and some discomfort and just a general dislike. Well, through a series of events where Jesse captured a Confederate colonel, he was transporting this colonel to a place in the northern part of West Virginia to where the railroad was, and then they would take him from there to a prison camp. But Jesse's proficiency in his career took him to the interest and awareness of a man who had been his captain in the early years of the war. Wow. And after a couple of years, he progressed through the ranks and became a general. So he asked for Jesse to work with him as his adjutant. I have to digress here.
Uh-huh.
Through his years, through the months of his progress through Western Virginia, he encountered a young woman, very lovely young woman, who happened to be the niece of the sutler. Are you familiar with the word sutler?
Yes, of course.
It's a merchant that follows the regiment,
right?
And is a civilian, but he gains what would you say, customer awareness, customer relationships with the soldiers, and so he follows the sutler follows the regiment through its various combat and movements. Well, Jesse managed to encounter a young woman who was the niece and assistant of the sutler, but she was also a double agent. She would take military supplies. Are you still there?
Of course, I'm listening. I am listening intently.
Okay, I got another telephone call and then ignored it, but I thought my phone may have betrayed me.
No, you're
anyway,
still good.
He became friendly with this young lady. Didn't know that she was a double agent, but she worked as a sutler's assistant. She'd gather up items that were very scarce in Richmond in the South, like writing paper, note paper, caps for the rifles that they were shooting at the time, the muskets, and that sort of thing, and ladies' garments, ladies' underwear, and she was very, very skilled in selecting her wares, and then she would take a trip down to Richmond, and she was associated with a woman who you may have read about. They called her Crazy Bet Van Loo, Elizabeth Van Loo. And so this young lady that was his romantic interest kind of by then would make these periodic trips just disappear from the regiment for no known reason. But when Jesse got caught and thrown in prison, he became ingratiated with the prison commander because he was such a skilled rifleman, and the commander wanted to learn about rifle shooting, and so he became fairly well trusted, I must say, by the commandant of Richmond Prison, who happens to be an actual character named Richard Turner. And Richard Turner, as I say, is an actual character, and he gained, but Richard Turner had a penchant for dressing in a very formal fashion and walking kind of stiff-necked, and became known as, among the inmates there, he became known as Broomstick Turner, as opposed to one of his lieutenants there in the prison, who is also an actual character and last name Turner, first name Richard, and he was known. And don't get this wrong. He was known as Dirty Dick.
Okay.
But these are actual, real events that my hero gets mixed up in. So what I've tried to do is portray this guy as a soldier that didn't particularly like killing, but he did it because it was his job, and he was inclined to follow orders.
Right.
And so, like I say, he was a sharpshooter with a conscience.
Mm-hmm.
As time went by, he became acquainted with a man who was his sergeant in the Army, but the sergeant progressed through the ranks and became a captain. And when Jesse became a captain himself, he was reassigned and was shipped back to Nashville, which was at that time a Union-held city, and it was a bastion of Union supply, Union armament, Union defense, Union economy, and as a matter of fact, Andrew Johnson, who later became president, was the appointed wartime governor, and his headquarters was also in Nashville. Am I getting too complicated, Yaya?
No, you're good. I'm enjoying this. I love stories. I absolutely love it.
Okay. Anyway, in the meantime, this sergeant who was promoted through the ranks, his name was Davis, last name Davis, first name Franklin or Frank Davis. Jesse had encountered him very early in the 1850s as a sergeant in the occupational army out west, and he worked through Wyoming and became involved in a couple of the Indian uprisings, and was working in charge of a squad, and his activities took him down to the place where Jesse got involved with Spanish Mary. And guess what? Frank Davis fell in love with Spanish Mary, married her, took her back to Indiana, and they raised 2 children. So Frank Davis got shot.
Ooh.
Wasn't a bad wound, but it was disabling.
Uh-huh.
And he was moved to Nashville and put in the quartermaster's corps as a kind of a super clerk to keep track of the assignments and the activities of the various squads and companies and regiments, and brought his wife, Mary, brought her with him. Well, when he met Jesse, because Jesse was looking to find out where he was supposed to be assigned there in Nashville.
Mm-hmm.
So he went to the quartermaster office, and here was Frank Davis. Frank said, "Jesse, why don't you come home with me and meet my wife?" Well, his wife was Jesse's love interest back when he was a kid.
Oh.
And Frank became enraged and vengeful, and he vowed to kill Jesse if he could get him out in a isolated situation. Well, it just, oh boy.
that sounds crazy.
Yeah, it was crazy, but it these things all worked together, and Yaya, it was fun writing, because
It must have been.
sometimes these people had a mind of their own. They would do things that I never expected.
Wow.
And all I could do was follow them along and write about it. Anyway, he became enraged and swore revenge toward Jesse to get him out of the way, because he knew that he was going to lose his wife if he let Jesse live. And so through a series of events that took them through a very isolated part of the Appalachian Mountains,
mm-hmm.
he planned to kill Jesse Logan.
Wow.
Unfortunately, it became a gunfight with several people involved, and he himself was killed. Frank Davis was killed, and Jesse Logan moved on down to pursue this assignment. Reunited with his real love interest. Her name was Olivia Livingston.
That is just,
and
wow. I mean, you wrote all this?
Well, there's 650 pages, Yaya.
Oh.
I couldn't quit. I couldn't put couldn't put my pen down.
Wow.
The rest of the book involved a situation where he was shot by this hostile lieutenant that he had been working with, and was pretty well disabled. But then after a couple of months, he came back, and by then the war was wound down, and he was appointed as a regimental commander to mop up the hostile irregular rebel elements in eastern Tennessee until he got his discharge and moved back west to his home in Genoa.
Wow. Okay, so I have a question. How much of this parallels your own life? I mean, 600 plus pages? I mean, tell me about this.
Well, I from time to time I pick up real events, and like this Elizabeth Van Loo, she was a very interesting person. She was just a highly educated woman who just never lost her interest in the humanity of the black people. and she used them as her business partners. As a matter of fact, one of them was a butler for Jefferson Davis, and he became one of her sources of information, really. And so that gets in, and then there was a book written by a fellow named forgive me, I've forgotten his name. Self, I think his last name was, and this book that he wrote described the decline of the economy, the pre-war economy in the South, and the increase, the enrichment or progress of the economy in the North, because the North worked on a freedom basis. Free citizens, free workers, free, and none of this slavery business.
Right.
And because in slavery, it was his reasoning, and I think there may have been some rationale that the slaves did as much as they had to, because they had no incentive to improve themselves, to better themselves, to earn enough money to buy a house or anything like that. And whereas in the North, the people all strove to improve their own situation, and by extension, they improved the situation, the economy of the North.
Right.
But nobody paid attention to Mr. Self. And of course, the history points out that Jefferson Davis, the president of the Confederacy, just simply refused to recognize the fact, probably a year before the war ended, maybe even 2 years, that the South was destined to lose, but he just wouldn't accept it. And incidentally, he had one of his favorite generals. Maybe you've heard of the guy. His name was Braxton Bragg.
Okay.
He's my seventh cousin, 11 times removed.
Oh, wow. Okay.
I'm not too proud of the fact, but we can't choose our relatives.
Yeah. Goodness gracious!
But
wow.
I'm a dedicated genealogist, and I've established a lot of relationships. One was a Jewish family that ended up in Spain, was driven from Spain into France, where they became identified with the Huguenots, and then they went to Great Britain, and from Wales they migrated to this side of the pond. Mm-hmm. And I found that interesting because it's nice to have notable relationships, relatives, and this is that's my Jewish connection. I incidentally have some Native American connection.
Wow.
The Algonquins in Virginia were intermarried with the colonists, and some of them are my Indian ancestors, and then the Iroquois in Massachusetts were also intermarried, and I'm partly Iroquois and partly Algonquin. Oh.
Yeah, no. I was just listening. I was there. I was in there. Okay, I'm so sorry. It's like everything is so cool. I'm going through your genealogy. I'm going through everything. I'm trying to remember what you're saying. And
it's like, the book is opening up itself to me.
Well,
Literally
that
speaking.
didn't make it into the book. The Native American connection or the Jewish connection. I'm just
Right.
rambling.
Right. No, but just having those connections and then, writing the book the way you did and having, it's kind of paralleling your maybe your ancestors.
Yes, because they were Mormon. They were, as I say, evangelized by the Mormons. I have one fourth great grandfather who was evangelized in Wales with his family and some friends, and they came to Genoa, Mormon Station at the time, and in the museum in Genoa, and it's called the Mormon Station Museum,
right,
is a single bladed plow that my fourth great grandfather made out of wagon wheel rims.
Oh, wow.
And it's sitting there. I went to the museum one time, and the curator said, "Have you ever been to Mormon Station before?" And I said, "Well, no, but my family was settled here in the 1840s, actually 1850s." And she said, "Oh, what were their names?" And I gave her some of the names, and she said, "Oh, come into the back room." And she took me in the back room and showed me this remarkable plow. Unfortunately, they've misnamed the guy responsible. When I went and looked at it, it was Ben Jones, and now I think they've got it as Ben James through a typographic error.
Yeah, well, that happens. It does happen.
I hate to belabor this, but I got to say one more thing.
Yeah.
In my genealogical research, I've also found, what the first 3 colonies were in the New World in North America? The first 3 English-speaking colonies?
It's been a while. I'm not going to lie. No, I don't remember.
Well, you know about Jamestown in Virginia.
Okay.
You know about Plymouth in Massachusetts.
Yes.
The governors of in Virginia, one of my ancestors was on the town council for the first colony in Virginia, the Jamestown colony.
Wow.
In Plymouth, Massachusetts, William Brewster is my 12th great grandfather.
That's crazy.
And it also happens to be my wife's 12th great grandfather. But we don't talk about that because we don't want to let people know we're cousins.
Okay. I think the cat is out of the bag, though.
Too late.
Too
Okay.
late.
But I mentioned that there were 3 colonies. And the third colony was a colony that lasted about 5 years and disappeared. And it just disappeared into the underbrush. And the governor of that colony was a man named Ralph Lane, who was my 21st great grandfather.
Oh my gosh. How do you figure all this stuff out?
I'm sorry?
How did you figure all this stuff out?
Well, there's an ancestry program that's sponsored by the Mormons, and I'm not. My family disavowed their Mormon relationship years and years ago. They became Baptists instead, and then migrated even from there. But it's ancestry.com,
wow.
and I trace my ancestry back to Charlemagne and William the Conqueror.
Oh my gosh.
And Robert the Bruce.
Oh my gosh. Wow. That's amazing. That is just amazing. So with all of that said,
Do you have any other interests or hobbies that you do besides writing and going through these books like this? I mean, you have such a brain. I love it.
Well, right now, I'm retired. I've been retired for a long, long time. But I love to do woodwork. I like to do stonework, but I like to do woodwork, carving, and just construction of furniture just recently I completed one of these rolling barn doors that people use to shut off their dining room or their back porch or whatever. I just finished one for a friend, and I spent the morning getting ready to mount it so that she can hide her washing machine.
Oh, that's nice.
And I do furniture, and I like to do chests out of exotic wood.
Mm-hmm.
Jewel boxes, everything from jewel boxes up to steamer trunks, and I give them away as gifts. And
wow, have you ever traveled to any of these places?
Oh yeah.
What was that like for you?
Oh, well, it's almost necessary.
Uh-huh.
To go back to Genoa or to go back to Eastern Tennessee or to, I've got, interestingly enough, of course, I was in the Army when I was, just got out of high school, and my dad was in the Army just after World War II. And we are the last of my direct line that were ever in the military, all the way back to William Albertus Spurgeon, who was a colonel in the British Army during the Revolution.
Mm. Wow. That is absolutely crazy. Just to go all the way back like that, that is just, to me, that's amazing.
Well, it's interesting because his mother was a close descendant of British royalty, and then I've got other ancestors that were in wore the crown.
Mm-hmm.
Henry VII. I missed Henry VIII. Henry VIII was my wife's ancestor, and so Henry VIII beheaded a lot of my ancestors. I'll never forgive her for that.
Oh gosh! Wow. Well, I truly appreciate you being here today. This has been such an amazing interview. What are you planning in the future? Any future plans on writing?
Well, I've just finished another book.
Mm. How big is this one?
Well, this one's only 400 pages.
Only 400. Only 400 pages. Okay. Wow.
And I've got to get it printed and published.
Well, that is great. That is great. Well, congratulations, Bob, on your future book. And I mean, you really do get into these books. I mean, how do you do that? What is your writing process? I mean, how do you do that?
Well, of course, having got this Jesse Logan kind of in my mind, this second book is a sequel.
Mm.
Jesse Logan, as I told you, at the end of the book, he made his way back to Genoa,
mm-hmm.
and through a series of misadventures, he found himself to be the sheriff of Story County, which is the county where Virginia City is, and so he goes through a lot of hair-raising activities, and I use, as I say, I use my own experiences to some extent.
Mm-hmm.
When I was the deputy sheriff, I ascended through the ranks, and as time went by, I began to wonder if I was ever if I wasn't at some kind of a dead end, because I got to be a lieutenant, and for some reason they just and this was a large sheriff's office in Silicon Valley, Santa Clara County, which is San Jose, California.
Mm-hmm.
And so I ran into trouble, and I discovered that what had happened was that one of my old partners, who had shot his girlfriend and then contacted me and wanted me to testify in his trial that she shot herself. Actually, he didn't kill her. It just paralyzed her from the waist down.
Oh goodness!
He hit her in the spinal column, and she was paralyzed for the rest of her life. Anyway, he called me up, and he wanted me to testify in his defense, and I said, listen, I nothing that you are asking me to testify to ever happened. And he says, well, that doesn't matter. And I'm thinking, what is this guy trying to do to me?
Exactly.
What if I'm caught and actually prosecuted for perjury, because that's about what he was asking me to do. Well, it just so happened that he was also politically connected. And that's why I never got promoted from lieutenant.
Oh man, that sucks.
So I ran for office and beat my own sheriff, the incumbent sheriff. I beat him in the election in 1978.
Well, that's good. I'm glad.
That was fun.
That sounds like fun. It sounds like a nanny boo boo kind of thing.
Well, yeah, but it's kind of typical of my life. I run into these hostile associates and come out smelling like a rose.
There you go.
I can't believe it. And I've got to tell you, Yaya, that I think God has had a hand in it. He's been following me around, making a success out of a committed failure.
Well, I agree with you. I agree that they are supposed to see you succeed, and so there you go. Well, that's a good thing. I appreciate you being on the show again, Bob. Thank you so very much. How can people get your book? Is it on Amazon?
It's on Amazon, but unfortunately, it's on order on Amazon or Barnes & Noble. I think Target has it. Outskirts Press has it. But it has to be on order, because I went into Barnes & Noble one time and I said, how about, I don't see it on the shelves. And they said, it's not on the shelves because it's self-published. I'm the publisher. And we can't go back to you and ask you to rebuy the unused copies. So we can't put it on the shelf. And it's kind of an unfortunate situation. And I don't have enough money to travel the country and market this book.
Yeah.
That's why I'm so anxious and hopeful that this connection with your company will materialize and become something of a marketing device.
Right. Wow. Well, we're gonna definitely tell people all about the book, A Hill Toward Home. It's a great read, and obviously it's just great. I mean, your brain is just like, wow.
Well, it's not so much my brain. It's stories that I got from my father.
Right.
He was a storyteller, and so he's the one that told me about this girl named Spanish Mary.
Right.
That he says she was the town prostitute, and so I used her in my book.
Wow. Well, there you go.
I mean, what kind of advice do you give to the people out there that haven't written their book? They know they want to write a book, but it just seems like a daunting task.
It's not. And I know a lot of people. I had a kid show up one day to do some plumbing work on a house that I have for rent. And he says, "Hey, I'm working on a book. Can I, pick your brain?" And I said, "Any time. We can sit down and work things out, and I'll tell you what I know and what I don't know."
Mm-hmm.
Oh, the other thing is, I've got a very good friend living here. I'm in Pine Grove, and I'm not sure you know the geography of California, but
No.
Pine Grove is on one of the through routes that goes from Stockton to Lake Tahoe.
Okay.
And so, I'm up around 3,000 feet, and just living life of Riley, I'd have to say. I was going to say life of crime, but I don't. I'm
Well, I think you live in the life of thin air.
Yeah.
But definitely, I mean, wow. But thank you so much for being on the show. I truly appreciate it. What a book, what a life, what a relation, what relatives. I mean, yeah, it's just everything. I mean, it just the culmination of everything that has happened to you and the family members that you have. It's just wonderful.
Well, I apologize for taking 47 minutes out of your day.
We're
48
good.
minutes.
We're good. We're good. We're good. But thank you for giving me 48 minutes of your time.
I imagine, what do? You edit this conversation for your radio presentation. Yeah.
Yes, I do.
Well, don't tell about the life of crime.
I promise you I won't tell anybody.
that was my days as sheriff. I lived a life of crime, and but it was at the other end of the crimes where I was catching the bad guys instead of being one.
Well, that's a good thing.
I thought so.
Yeah, I think so. I think so too. I definitely think so.
Okay.
Well, thank you so much for being on the show, and thank you guys so much for tuning in. We're going to have that link in the description box below so that you can get that book really, as fast as you possibly can. Also, it's going to be in the Yaya Diamond Book Club, so that way you can go ahead and go to the book club and get it. I want to thank you guys so much for tuning in. Don't forget to dare to be different, but most of all, don't forget to go and check out that book, A Hill Toward Home by Robert L. Winter. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. Thank you, Bob.
Okay, well, thank you, Yaya.
All right.
It was a pleasure talking to you.
The pleasure is mine. All right, bye. Bye, guys.
It is such a wonderful day to be here. I thank you guys so much for tuning in. My name is Yaya Diamond. I am your host today, and I'm just excited. I don't know about you, but you guys know how I am. I get excited about things because, I am just so thankful that I have such amazing guests on this show. And this next guest is just amazing. Just amazing. I have Kara Mirage on the show today, and I want to welcome her. Thank you so much for joining us here on Dream Chasers Radio. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
Thank you. So, all right. We have to get into all this. You are a published author. You do have a book out, but you're also writing another book. And I really, really want to get into the next book because, the last one was like, wow, look at this. She wrote this book. She went through so many different things and nobody would have known unless you said something, and you did. Thank you so much for doing that. So what is the next book about?
So the next book is about red flags. Women, men, people need to be aware of the red flag before they get very deep in a relationship. People.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah. I mean, that's a good one. That's a good one because there are a lot of them. There's like sayings out there that people say, well, believe people when they show you who they really are.
Yes.
Oh.
People will show you themselves, and you just choose to ignore the signs.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. Oh my gosh.
So there are flags that when we're in a relationship, we choose not to pay attention to. We like to sweep it under the rug and say maybe we are not seeing correctly. Maybe we are not hearing. We tend to make excuses for our partners, and said maybe they will change or maybe this is not. But then down the line, it's it's the problems that we face down the line. We could have avoided that. So I think the world or the young people coming up today need to know about the red flags in a relationship.
You hit it. I don't think they know. I don't think they know. I have a daughter, and sometimes I question, like, did you not see that? Did you not see that? Did you not recognize the red flag? Did you not see that? This is going to be a great book. Yeah. It's going to be a great book. People need this. Definitely need
this. Mm-hmm. So sometimes when you go out with a friend who maybe you knew this friend way before them, they try to tell you, discourage you from the friend, discourage you from being around family. The little things that they start, telling you need to do it here this way. These are little things. It's going to progress into abuse. It's going to progress into abuse. I have the experience, and I know I can share it today.
Yeah, definitely.
Is something that we need to get out there.
Yeah, I agree with you. I totally agree with you. Yeah, definitely. And you do have a foundation. Tell me about that and the plans for the foundation. What's going on with that?
My foundation started in 2013. We advocate for families and women and families affected by the domestic violence.
Oh yes. Oh yes. I have seen and witnessed domestic violence, not just like as an older person, but as a young child, also as a young teen with my friends, their families, and I've spent the night and it was not nice, and I didn't understand what was going on. So yeah, foundations like this are very big. What are the plans? What can people do either to be a part of it, or do you outreach? How does this foundation work?
Well, I go around to different shelters and I speak to women, encouraging them, to be more independent, how to enhance their lives, and how to see that this is not the end of it for them. And we do like resume preparation, and different things so that they will be ready for the workforce. We also do beauty for ashes, where we take these women out and let them become queens for a day. In that way, you're bringing out their boldness, they're loving what they see. We want to show them that there's another something inside of them that they can bring out, and when they're dressed up and they're made up and they dress up in their gowns and stuff, they feel there's something happens in their mind.
Yeah.
Understand that, oh wow, this is who I am, this is who I could be, so that's called beauty for ashes. We do, which is really to change that mentality.
Yeah.
And show them that we've been in that shoes. We walked in their shoes, and it's okay. They're gonna come get out of it, because I came out of it, so they can also. And we are starting classes. We are working on classes for mental health, because many people out there, they're not aware that they are going through mental health problems. They just, they're not aware that from abuse, mental health comes hand in hand with abuse, because after a woman thinks she's reached the end of the road, she's thinking, sometimes she kind of thinks she's losing her mind, because like she's not seeing the light at the end of the tunnel. So there's something that happened to her psychologically. So mental health education is very, very necessary.
Yeah, I agree with you. What is the name of the foundation? Well, how can people reach you?
Yes, it's the Carol Mirage Foundation, carolmirage.org.
Okay, Carol Mirage. I'm going to make sure that we put that up on the screen, as well as put it in the description box below, so people can actually reach you, just in case they need you. You just never know. It could be my neighbor, and I just don't know. I mean, who knows? You know what I mean? It's crazy like that. Wow. And you said something about gowns. Do you have a gown collection?
Yes, I this fall I'll be displaying my gown collection. We're gonna do our first fashion show in the Hamptons in New York. I went to Trinidad, and there a designer there, he made me a gown, and he said then he came up here, and he did a couple more gowns for me to wear, and they were beautiful. And I love their high neck, because many women of a certain age, they want to wear. It's just sexy and it's just not sleazy, but just really, really, really elegant.
Right. Yes, definitely. I like gowns. I don't know. I like to feel like as if I'm like, dressed out like I'm a princess or somebody. I just like it. I just think it does boost the morale, and it makes you feel like you are special. You know what I mean? That is just wonderful. That is just wonderful. Are these the gowns that you use, or do you use other designers for the people at the foundation as well?
I use other designers because we are just starting the Carol Mirage collection. So I use other designers presently when I'm going out, but I'm excited for this collection. They're beautiful.
Oh,
they're really good.
And I think that they're gonna smell good too. Am I correct?
They will smell good.
Good. I think because you got a fragrance that's coming out too. So you got like a gown that's, the gowns and the fragrances. So they're gonna walk down or doing the fashion show, and then people are gonna be like, "What was that?"
Smelling good.
So tell us about that. Why a fragrance and gowns?
My fragrance. Well, I always love dressing up. I like, way before Nikki, I love to look really fabulous. That's been me. So when I was approached to do the collection, the gown collection, and I saw what this design is capable of doing, and everybody who was in the team, I said, that's something that I love to do. So the gowns was good because I love dressing up, and I think elegance is part of me. I love elegance, and I want to do it and have other women look elegant too.
Yeah.
So the fragrance, someone presented me with a beautiful gift, and when I smelled this fragrance, I was like blown away. And I said, you know something, I would like to to let everyone else know about this fragrance. So I did a soft launch, and most of my people there had the same reaction, like, wow, I love this. So I just did a soft launch to test the waters. And then we went on from there and decided to work on the fragrance, me and my team. It's gonna be, we should have that out by end of June.
That's nice.
End of June.
I
So
can't wait to smell it. I'm like,
you're gonna, I'm telling you, everybody who smells it said, wow.
Oh
what
man.
you put in this. You put some really powerful notes there, like Egyptian something and Moroccan, and it's just like, wow. She even has something in there that she said it's an aphrodisiac. So when I put it, it's like an aphrodisiac. I mean, it's like too much. It smells so good. You put on a nice lingerie on your date night with your hubby or your
Oh my gosh.
and you
I was getting ready to say, Carol, you better put the men in the second row. You better put the men in the second row. They're gonna be jumping on the good.
I'm telling you, when you put it on, it's like, wow. Yeah.
Oh wow.
Time was spent into preparing these notes for the fragrance.
Of course. So what are you doing now? Besides the gowns, besides everything else, what are you doing now?
Now I'm doing something that can be cause some controversy. I'll tell you what. I did a year ago, I did some lingerie. And
I'm scared of you. You got gowns,
and
when they put the gown off, they got the lingerie, then they got the perfume that's an aphrodisiac. You just covered the whole thing.
So I did the lingerie, and when I was talking to my pastor and some other people, they were like, wow, Carol, people are gonna say you're a minister of the gospel and you want to push lingerie. But something, everybody needs to look sexy. The pastor's wife needs to look sexy, the deacon's wife, everybody, that's just a part of life. You don't want to keep going to bed with some kind of big old something looking,
Yeah.
like it's you gotta make it. It's just you always have to keep your marriage or whatever spiced up, and make each other happy. That's what I believe. So they were telling me, when you put out the lingerie, there will be a whole lot of controversy. People are gonna talk. Well, I'll educate people. I'm willing to do that.
Yeah, well, forget them. That's, you know what? They got kids running around.
Of course, so they got kids running around.
You see where I'm coming from, right?
I see
you got kids running. Come on now. Don't go there. Don't go there. If you got kids running around, you got little yous running around everywhere. You need some lingerie.
Nothing wrong in spicing up your life, and
that's right.
You and your partner, Valentine's Day, if you want to, but some people are just so But I'm ready for that. But I wrote a play. I started writing that play. I started doing it since COVID. So now it's just ready to be handed to a director now.
Nice.
So I always keep busy. Doing, and I have my songs I sing, and I write my songs. We've been putting off dropping the album.
Nice.
Some might think, Carol, why are you still doing it? Isn't too late in your life to do it? But I'm still doing it.
Just keep doing it. You're doing a great job. When do you stop doing it? When you're dead. That's how I feel. When you're dead.
That's what I tell people. God will give us health, strength, life, and we will just sit around and do nothing with it.
Oh, come on.
Not with the talent He gave. He did not give us the talent to just shelf it.
That's right.
Talent, so if you share. The Bible says, I give you talents to make wealth.
Yeah.
Then tell you to just why would God give me the songs?
Yeah. and just to sit there with them.
For me to just sit there with them?
No.
So that you have a few things coming out within the next few months. You'll be hearing about me and seeing me.
That is good. I can't wait. I'm very excited. I'm very happy. It gives me motivation to see that, as I get older too, because I'm not that old, and I don't think you are either. I think old is like 100 nowadays because, there's so much medication to keep you alive. But 100 is like
old is when you're sick.
Old
when you can't move. When you're sick and you're bedridden, that's when you're old.
That's it. Yeah, I agree with that too. Because you can be young and still be old. So yeah. And we're not. Thank God, we're not. We're out here, and you're doing it.
We're far from there.
That's right. Well, Carol, thank you so much for being on the show. I truly appreciate it. I can't wait to see the gown. I can't wait to smell the fragrance.
Once you got it,
and honey, I'm gonna spice up some of that marriage stuff with it.
You got to.
That's it. Well, I'm gonna put the foundation link in the description box below, you guys. And as soon as we get the new collection and the new line and the fragrance and all that stuff, we're gonna get those links to you and put those in the description, or we're gonna go ahead and post it on the website. I want to thank you guys so much. Miss Carol, do you have any advice for people who are just aspiring? Maybe they think they're dead and they're not. I don't know.
Right. So don't ever think that you've missed your chance, because you haven't. Whatsoever comes up in your whatever you want to do for the rest of your life that you thought you were supposed to do it 20 years ago, it's never too late. You didn't miss your chance. Go out and do what you have to do. Write, sing, do whatever's in your mind. No, don't leave your dreams for your children.
Yeah.
You gotta follow your dreams.
Yes, I totally agree. Miss Carol, thank you so much for being on the show. I truly appreciate it. It's just been such a pleasure.
No problem. Now you can put up carolmirage.com.
Okay.
carolmiragefoundation.com.
I'll do that. I definitely will do that.
And carolmirage.org. Because they were doing some shifting and fix, so put the two websites.
Okay. I will definitely do that. You heard it. That's where you go. And we're going to have that link in the description, as well as a QR code in the corner. And on the banner, there's going to be a QR code, so you can just go ahead and take your phone, put it up to the screen, and go for what you know. I want to thank you guys so much for tuning in. Don't forget to dare to be different, but most of all, don't forget to join and look for those gowns with the fragrance, okay? I'm telling you right now, you guys are not going to be, she's got it going on, so you're not going to be disappointed. You're going to have to run. Just going to have to run. All right, guys, and until next time.
Thank you very much.
No problem. All right, bye.
I dare to be different. I dare to be different.
Author Dominic Scruggs understands that life throws curveballs. In his book, Dealership Diary, available on Amazon and BarnesandNoble.com, he shares how he turned those challenges into fuel, building a thriving career in the car sales industry. When you read Dealership Diary, you'll discover how he overcame personal challenges to build a sustainable, successful sales career with the hard-earned wisdom to help you find a healthier balance between work and life. Author Dominic Scruggs is a cancer survivor, devoted husband, father, and top-performing automotive expert. He embodies resilience and a drive to succeed. His inspiring journey and industry knowledge are distilled in this revealing book. This isn't your standard how-to guide. It's a deep dive into the car sales world, exposing the unwritten rules and strategies that separate the top earners from the rest. Dominic's personal experiences overcoming life's obstacles mirror the grit needed in the competitive automotive industry. Dealership Diary offers tangible advice, insights into customer psychology, and the real-world tactics that are essential for building a thriving and sustainable career. If you're serious about making your mark in car sales, consider this book your essential field manual. And for you auto sales managers, this book is a great book for your sales team. Dealership Diary. Order your copy right now on Amazon and BarnesandNoble.com.
I want to welcome you to Dream Chasers Radio with me, your host, Yaya Diamond. What's up, peoples? How you doing? It is a great day, and I'm so very excited to be here. Man, I am telling you, this is going to be right up our alley here. Okay, I'm just going to let you know because we're going to be talking about success, but not just the success of my next guest, but your potential success. Don't you hate that word potential? I know I do. It doesn't mean that you're on the right path. It doesn't mean that you're right up on where you're supposed to be. You have the potential to do this. But we're going to show you today how potential can come and become reality. I want to welcome Dominique Shrug. How you say your last name? Scruggs?
Scruggs,
Scruggs.
SCRUGS. That's it.
Scruggs. I almost had it right, then I messed myself up. I want to welcome Dominique Scruggs to the show today. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for having me. I appreciate it.
Oh, anytime, anytime. So tell us about yourself. You're the CEO of Willowwood. You have so many different things going on with yourself. Tell us about yourself first and foremost.
Well, thank you first of all for having me. I really appreciate it and let me borrow your platform. But to tell you a little bit about me, I recently started my own company here in the last 6 months, Willowwood Ventures. For the last 20 years of my adult life, I've been in retail automotive. That's been a passion of mine, and I'm still in the automotive business, but I've shifted my focus towards coaching, counseling, and building others up. And it's really become a passion of mine to really help people see through their what their true potential is and get them to where I know that they can be. Growing people really is something that's what it gets me out of bed every single morning.
That's wonderful. That's wonderful. And I empathize with you. I definitely understand where you're coming from. It's all, if you can't push other people up while you're being elevated, then what is life all about? And so that's just a wonderful thing. So what is it today that you're doing that's so different than what you did yesterday?
Well, I think we've all heard, especially here in the last few years, about manifesting. And, people think of it a lot of times in religious terms. And, and I wasn't a true believer in it until about 4 years ago. I actually got a cancer diagnosis. And when I got cancer, the first thing that I noticed was truly what people's mental attitude was a direct reflection of what their health was. The people that was in that cancer ward with me that were sick and was having the worst time ever, which everybody was having the worst time ever, those were the folks that unfortunately were dying. I could see it happening. If their mental attitude was in the wrong space, their body became in the wrong space. And I started thinking about some of the successes that I've had in life and in business. And, obviously when you're sitting at the at a doctor's office for almost 40 hours a week, you've got a lot of time to think. And I thought about it and I said, gosh, a lot of the success that I've had, I have manifested it and not even realized that I'd done it. So now I am just a giant believer in, setting a goal, making sure that you have a plan, but that plan really is manifesting it. And you really truly will become as successful as you want to be. And your mind truly does lead the body. So that's something that I preach. That's something that I really want to spread the message to, and especially our community. I want folks to understand that the people that they see as successful, the people that they see are doing something special, typically are no smarter than what they are. They typically don't work any harder. If anything, honestly, it may be even the opposite. Some of the hardest working people I know are some of the most unsuccessful people that I know as well. It's simply, you have got to believe that good stuff is supposed to happen to you.
Yeah.
If I didn't believe for one moment that my life was supposed to end, and, knock on wood, it didn't. And every single day in my personal and in my business life, I expect to succeed. And more often than not, I do. So that's just, my belief system. It's worked well for me. I can't say that it'll work for you, but I would definitely recommend you give it a try if you haven't.
That is wonderful. Congratulations on the remission.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
It's one of those things that, cancer has touched everybody indirectly or directly. And so I don't know anyone that hasn't been involved with a cancer diagnosis, whether they've gotten one or had a family member or a friend had one. So congratulations. That's not an easy feat, I know, and you've gone through. So coming out of that, was that your moment of developing Willowwood? Was that when you decided to move forward with this?
That's where the seeds were planted. For so long in my career, again, I started in automotive when I was 18 years old. And, for so long, my mission was to go through the ranks, go through the ranks. But, when the diagnosis hit me, I realized that I hadn't met my purpose in life and I didn't quite know what it was. I had 2 children, married, and, obviously I wanted to take care of my wife and kids. But the thought of legacy is something that truly it started ringing in the back of my head. If I pass today, will anybody remember me outside of my family? Will my time on earth be felt? And the answer to me was no. And so I didn't feel like I had succeeded and done everything that I wanted to do. And that's where the seeds started to be planted for Willowwood. I want to help not just my intermediate family. I want to help other folks to become the best version of themselves. And ultimately, I think one of the biggest questions in the human history has always been, hey, what's the purpose? Why are we here? I think our purpose is just to be better than what we were yesterday, to make it a better place than what it was. And that's really what I'm on a mission to do. I've done automotive very well. I've done the corporate America thing very well, but I know it can be more for a lot of people. I know it can be a way out. And I just want to show as many people what my talent is. I think everybody's got a superpower, and that's I've been blessed enough to find mine, and I want to help share that with somebody and hope I can help someone else along their journey.
Awesome. Awesome. That sounds amazing. So, I totally agree with you on that. I totally agree with you on that. And I how would I say this? You and I are walking a parallel journey, different things and different offers, but the same journey nonetheless, where we are really reaching out to the people who need it and helping them, giving them a hand up. What is your hand up? What is the offer?
Here's my offer. My offer is, if you go ask, you take any city in America and you go ask the waitress, you go ask the school teacher, hey, what can I do to make 6 figures in America? They're going to say a couple things. They're going to say, well, you can go to school for 8 years and be a lawyer or a doctor. Well, we all know that's inaccessible for most people, right? You can tell them, hey, you can go dribble a basketball, or I hope you can sing a rap. We know that's inaccessible for 9 out of 10 people, right?
Oh, yeah.
So what else is there in everyday America, right? So what I have found is, and I think you would agree, in the United States of America, I truly believe is, although it's got its faults like any other place, it truly is one of the best countries in the world, simply because there's so many different avenues to make a living. And especially mine, the career path that I took in automotive sales is something that there literally is a car dealership on every corner.
Oh, yeah.
There is a 6-figure job waiting for dozens of people. Most of these places aren't looking for you to have a stellar background. You don't need any certain kind of education, because Lord knows I don't have it. Again, I've got a high school education and that's it. But I have succeeded, and I've never made less than 6 figures in my entire life, starting from 18 when I didn't know anything about anything. And I assure you, again, I'm no smarter than anyone else. And if I can figure this out, there's so much more opportunity for people that are more talented than I ever was, that are harder working than I ever was. They just got to know that these opportunities are out there. Whether it be, automotive sales, whether it be real estate, sales will always be the number one profession out there as far as income generating, because ultimately everything is sales. If you take Mark Cuban, if he goes out there and he tweets something about a stock, and the stocks goes through the roof the next day, all that is a sales job. We've got 2 people that are running for president, and all they're doing is selling somebody on, hey, why are they the best person to be the leader of the country? It's a sales job. So selling skills is something that I truly believe in, and is a necessary skill for you to get to the next level. I don't care in what field you're in. And that's something that I want to educate more folks on, because I've known so many people that are, gosh, they're so funny, they're so entertaining, they can talk to people, but they're working at the plant making $15 an hour. And I don't understand it, because those same people, if they can make me laugh, if they can, have a conversation with someone, they can sell and they can change their lives.
Yeah.
But a lot of that progress stops with them because they're used to being comfortable. The job that being a teacher it's a underpaid job. It's an underappreciated job, but it's a comfortable job. You know what your paycheck's going to be every month. You don't have to wonder. You can budget around it. Sales is the unknown. You are taking a risk, but you know as well as I do, there's no reward without that risk. You've got to risk something to have that great reward. That's what the basis of Las Vegas is built on, right? You're going to go gamble.
Yeah.
If you want to win big, you got to gamble big, right?
Oh goodness, no, not me. I can't. But yeah, if you want to do it, go ahead.
Well, I assure you, the one thing I have learned, I don't think there's anyone that you would say that's running a Fortune 500 company, anyone that is, I think it's very possible to become a millionaire these days. A millionaire is not something unachievable,
No.
but if you're going to become a billionaire, which I think is the new million, I think you have got to risk something huge at some point in time. And I think in some point in everyone's life, you're gonna have to risk something. You're gonna have to do something out of the norm to get to the next level. Because if you keep doing what your neighbor's doing, you're gonna end up just like your neighbor.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I truly believe that, and it's one of those things where people really do have to risk. I don't like gambling because that's not a risk. That's just throwing my money to chance. I don't throw money to chance, but I do risk it, and I risk it all. And I think that people, they get scared. So, what is it that they can come to you for? Because what I want to make sure is that they know that they have an advocate on their side to help them through this moment of Geronimo, basically, because that's what it is. It's Geronimo. For some people, it's scary.
Mm-hmm. Here's what they have with me. They have someone that, number one, I believe in them, because when I see someone that starts in a similar career path, I see myself. Again, I assure you, if you met me 20 years ago, I had no business working for the Piggly Wiggly, much less a white collar job. Anybody can do this. So with me, you have the belief, and that's honestly what I found most people believe, because most people have the tools to succeed. If you can be if you can be a high school teacher teaching chemistry, you for sure have the intelligence of doing just about anything that you want to do out there. It's just a matter, can you put the puzzle pieces together? And if you don't believe enough in yourself, do you have someone to believe in you? So what I'm doing is I'm telling the truth behind, the sales industry, specifically automotive. A lot of folks will tell, what I call the corporate speak about what you're supposed to do, how it's supposed to work. And we all know that's not the true way you get ahead. I'm going to tell you the truth, but I'm also going to believe in you. And I'm going to have a belief in you in times where you don't, because I've seen people fail and get back up, and I've seen people change their life in this career trajectory. And I hope and pray that someone reading my book, I hope someone that learns my story can pick something up from it and realize that, they're just one small decision away from changing their life as well.
I love it. I love it. I'm going to go ahead and put your website in the description box. I want to make sure that people know where it's at. And I want to make sure that I'm going to say it right now. It's going to be willowwoodventures.com/, if you want to see his bio is Dominique. And if you guys watch the video before the interview started, you'll get a little bit of a picture of what he's doing. I absolutely love the fact that you're offering this, because a lot of people don't realize, excuse me for saying this, that there are other things you could be doing to make money. And sales, like you said, is a great way to do it. I mean, if you're going to sell your car, if you're going to have a garage sale, if you're going to, whatever it is, those are all sales too. But, people don't understand that there are alternatives, and you don't have to have a college degree. You don't have to do any of that. You don't have to do any of that. All you have to do is just go ahead and be willing to Geronimo, jump. I say that because I'm not gonna lie to you. I did the Geronimo a few years ago, and I'm never looking back. I absolutely love what I do, and I would never take it back. Geronimo, baby, yes, all the way, Geronimo. And I think that people don't understand that there are people out there like yourself who will help people jump into what they really, really want to do, or even just show them the other side of what it is, the possibilities that are out there to actually make more money, to be six figures. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
So, oh my gosh. So thank you so very much. You know, I know people can go to your website. Do you have like a social media or anything that people can follow you on besides your website?
Yeah, the easiest way probably to reach me would be on my LinkedIn. That will be the easiest way, or you could always reach me on my Facebook as well, which would just be at Willowwood Ventures. So you could reach me either way.
Okay, awesome. Is there anything that we missed today that you would like to say?
No, I just really appreciate you taking the time, and I hope everyone gets the opportunity to read the book. Of course, it's at all the normal places, the Barnes and Nobles and Amazons and all those good spots. And I'm always available to help if anyone would like to reach out.
Definitely, definitely. I'm going to go ahead and let you guys know. Give me 1 second. Hold on. Obviously, this is going to be cut out. So don't worry about this, okay? This is where what I was going to do would have been a lot better, but I want to make sure that we have your book here. So I don't see the name of the book. Okay, here it is. Dealership Diary, right?
That's it.
Okay. Dealership Diary is available. We're going to go ahead and put the link in the description box so that it'll be easy for you guys to go ahead and get that. You know, that's going to be up in the Yaya Diamond Book Club as well. So that if you're a part of the Yaya Diamond Book Club, you can go ahead and check that out for yourself. You know, it's not just about yourself. I mean, think about the kids that are coming out of high school. What are they going to do? I mean, if they can go straight into, just like my guest, a six-figure job, like from high school to six figures. Come on. Come on. And like he said, there are dealerships on every corner. You can literally get a job with any of them, and I'm sure that there are people there that can teach your you know, your loved one or even yourself the ropes. But if you don't have someone that can, you know, we have a book, Dealership Diary. Thank you, Dominique, so much for being on the show. I appreciate it so very much.
Thank you. It was a pleasure.
Thank you. And thank you guys so much. Don't forget to dare to be different. But most of all, don't forget that there are other things out there that you could be doing with your life. Like being a dealership could be a step towards having your own dealership. Who knows? All right, guys. Until next time. Bye.
Hello, I'm Ron Isley with the Isley Brothers.
I'm Ernie Isley of the Isley Brothers.
And our new album is Make Me Say It Again, Girl. And our new single from that album is called Last Time.
And we're with Yaya Diamond.
And she's a special lady to us, too.
What's up? What's up? It's your girl Tamika Scott from Xscape, and I am kicking it with Yaya Diamond, my girl. You know that.
I did to be different. I did to be different. I did to be different. I did. I did to be different. I did
To the show. My name is Yaya Diamond, and I am your host today. We are on so many different platforms. We are on Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV. We're on LWR in the UK. We are on, oh my gosh, the DuPont Network. We're on the Right TV Network. We're on everywhere. We're on Dream Chasers Radio. We are everywhere where we can possibly be. And if you know of any other place where we can be, we will be there too. I want to thank you guys so much for tuning in. It is such a pleasure to have you. We want to be an inspiration today, and that's why we have Dr. Ted Sutton on the show. He is a real life superhero, a real life superhero. I heard that he caught a baby from the third floor of a burning building that was tossed out, and then he did CPR.
Yeah.
Am I correct?
Yes. Yes, you are
Okay, so who is
100%
the
correct.
superhero? Who is the superhero I'm talking to today?
You know what? It's so funny. Sometimes I'm still trying to figure it out, but I feel I'm a work in progress. So, you know, the history is, yes, I come from, I think, some great DNA with my grandfather being one of the deacons for defense that fought against the Klan, you know, when they were shooting into Black churches. My father was one of the organizers for Dr. King at Southern and Grambling University. My mother worked for Medgar Evers. at Jackson State University. And then she became, an educator where she did 35 years in the school system. My father ended up becoming a pastor of Church of God in Christ. And then my uncle was a Black Panther with Bunchy Carter. And then my cousin actually helped start the new Black Panther Party that's in existence today, fighting against injustice that's happening out there. And so that was that side. But then when they moved from the South to Baltimore, I ended up actually getting caught up with one of the roughest groups they had on the East Coast, which was the people that they wrote the series called The Wire behind. And so if anybody ever heard of The Wire, the person they wrote it behind was my godfather, a man named Little Melvin Williams, who they did also American Gangster for Baltimore. So even though I'm known as Dr. Ted, if anybody ever Googles Crazy Ted Sutton, my face will be the first thing to come up. And I think that it's, I'm telling you, I gotta, laugh at it, because it just almost seems like an oxymoron. Like, okay, then so how can you be doctor and also how can you be crazy at the exact same time? Well, you know what I'm saying? It was definitely something that was part of my journey, but it also put me in a position to be empathetic to people who are actually in the streets and people who have given up on. So for anybody who has ever been given up on, and people said, you look like your father, he's nothing, you're not going to be nothing. For that person that say you just a gangbanger, you never do anything else, or that person that you just a drug dealer, or you just a prostitute, or you just, with anybody that says that, I have to share, it's not how you start, it's how you finish. And so people, need to know that actually one thing that I talk about is that your success starts where your comfort zone ends. So for me, I had to come out of that comfort zone. And that's why I shared that message that don't be born an original and die a copy. Because the reason that that's so key for me is because so many of our youth and young people that are out there have been labeled. That's why I tell them, watch the labels that the streets give you, saying? And so, and let them know that I don't care what the streets have named you, saying, as far as you G grimy or little dirt, saying, dummy, and everything else. And I'm like, but at the end of the day, you are Javon, or you are Tyrone, or you are, Josiah. And I need you to remember that so that you can come back and then, and not try to die trying to be something that you're not.
Oh my goodness. You said a mouthful, brother. I don't even know where to begin because it's just so much in there. Let's go back a little bit because, mental health and what you're talking about to me goes hand in hand. And it's like, okay, so you're never going to be nothing, or the people that come and they come after you and they attack you and they attack your talents. What happened to you? How did you pull yourself out of that?
Well, it was so funny because I was the middle child. So I had an older brother he looked so good. My older brother was actually Man of the Month in Essence magazine. He's doing great things. And then my younger brother, he was the nice looking one and could do no wrong. And so I was constantly being compared to others, and people never seeing me, but trying to see who they wanted me to be. And so when I got hooked up with a group, in fact, it's funny because in middle school, they took these pack of Butter Crunch cookies off of my tray. And, and it was about 8 of them. And I stepped to them and I was just like, you ain't gonna be just taking these Butter Crunch cookies up. Cause I used to like to go home and put it in the microwave for a couple of seconds and it would bend and it would be all warm. And I was like, somebody's like really trying to take me, for a week. And when I stepped to him, and I was like, look, I'm gonna tell you how hard I went. I was like, look, y'all gonna have to kill me for these cookies. And it's funny because I feel now, in retrospect, it's probably in hindsight, that was a little overkill for the 3-pack cookies, you know what I'm saying? But they ended up like saying, it was funny because they said, well, yo, this dude, we like him because either he's crazy or he don't know who we are. And it's so ironic that name that came in middle school was something that a person can Google in 2024 and still come up. And so that label actually stuck with me. But the only reason why I do share that when I'm sharing my testimony is because I need to share with a point of reference of how far God has brought me since being Crazy Ted, since being labeled Crazy Ted. And so, and that has been, a real, journey. So, and to be honest with you, had I not had those, situations that, I felt not the chosen one, or I felt not the best looking one or the best dressed one. And I wouldn't have that level of empathy that I had for the underdog, or for the person that's in that cell somewhere, thinking about, he can't take another day, or that person that's on that bed that's thinking about maybe taking their own life. I mean, I need to let them know, I just need you to come out one more round. I need you to just give me one more round. I need you to just tell me that you can just try one more day. Give me one more day. You know what I'm saying? I guarantee you that God can turn your situation around, because I'm not a talking testimony, I'm a walking testimony. And so for me to have gone through some of the things that I have gone through, but it's not about that, it's about the surviving it. And I let them know, you know what I'm saying? So, it's been an amazing, journey, the entire time.
You are not only an inspiration, you have 2 books. Tell me about your book.
Well, my book, the first one, which is, I guess, straight out of the hands of Crazy Ted, is called Temporarily Insane. Because I feel that time that I really, was going through, and when I look at some of the actions of some of our youth and what's happening in the streets, I kind of have a mentality of God forgive them, for they know not what they do. And because, because I'm seeing certain things. And so in my other book was called From Pain to Power. And that is based on, my journey, because it's all focusing on that we have to take every bit of pain that this world has thrown at us, and we have to channel it into and harness it into a level of power, like a nuclear power, and throw it right back at the world, and use the same thing that was designed to destroy you to be the platform in helping you, and not just you, but the ones around you. Because, so the thing is that darkness will always run from the light, and it has to allow your light to really resonate. And then, because people are looking for a beacon of light. So once you become that beacon, you're going to draw the people around you.
I'm just amazed at what you can handle. Amazed. I mean, you look back at it. You've gone through so much. How did you handle that? How did you come out on this end sane?
Well, let me tell you this. I mean, I tell people it was not an easy journey, but one thing that I know, some people say God will never put more on you than you can handle. Well, actually, he will. The problem is that he's going to handle the rest. He's going to handle every bit of the weight that you're not able to lift. So it looks like you lifting it, but he's the one that's really got your shoulders, and he's pushing your elbows up a little bit. And that's the piece. I think that what made me so different from the guys that was in my crew, is I did have a foundation, of believers. I did have, a foundation of people who were praying for me. So I had a grandmother that was praying for me when I didn't know I needed prayer. And what they were doing is they were placing deposits in my spiritual bank account that I was writing checks for, and I had never put no money in it. And so for me, I needed somebody, and so for my friends, they thought a good girlfriend would help them change from the streets. And I'm like, no, you're just going to use her car, riding it with no license. When you get locked up, she's going to be taking her good check, and she's going to be trying to bail you out. It's going to be, and I said, then they think that just getting a good job would help them. And then that turns into a situation where you are trying to figure out how to rob the job. You're trying to set the job up. And, so until you have changed inside, all of the con has to come out of the equation. And so, for me, I saw that The difference is that I had something that was positive that was waiting to embrace me. The moment that I actually changed, they had just been waiting for me to finally figure out who I was and whose I was. And I think that was something that was significant, for me.
Mm. Well, okay. Ooh. You have the Wise series. Am I correct?
Excuse me?
The Real Story. The
Oh,
Wise.
yeah, talking about The Wire.
The Wire, yes.
Okay, yeah. Okay, well, that was based on, I would have been one of the younger people in it, but it was based on my godfather, who was the man that was Little Melvin Williams. And just to give you, I guess, a little bit, I gave you my civil rights genealogy. Well, let me give you that street piece, genealogy. My godfather was Little Melvin Williams. His godfather was a man named Julius the Lord Salisbury, who ran the mob in Baltimore. And then his godfather was a man named Meyer Lansky, and that was Lucky Luciano and Al Capone's partner. And so I ended up,
gosh.
and that's the real deal.
Wow.
So I ended up coming under what was considered made men. And so, for me, it was really something. And so I didn't really embrace that my father was one of the second administrative assistants to the bishop of the Church of God in Christ. And my uncles were, pastors, in Norristown, Pennsylvania, and in, different parts of the country. And then my cousins, my mother's first cousins were the William brothers, the famous gospel singers out of Jackson, Mississippi. I didn't embrace that and tell people that. In fact, I was ashamed when my father would come up to the school wearing that collar. I didn't want anybody to know that my family was in the church. And he would even park in front of the school with the clergy sign in the window. And I'm like, why is he doing this? Is he trying to intentionally make me the most unpopular person in the school? Or was this but I thought about it later in hindsight. You see, it's bad to not be blessed, but it's worse to be blessed. Being blessed, and I had no idea that I was blessed. I was oblivious that I was blessed. And so for that, because I think about it now, and I always say, what would Baltimore be if they had fathers that would come to the trap house to get their sons? Fathers to go to the club to get their sons. Fathers that would go into schools to embrace their daughters and in a healthy way. And so what would Baltimore be if we would just take back the position that society has tried to take away from us?
Yeah. Oh, I just don't even know. Okay, so you have come from a predicament where you were almost, or were you put behind bars for something you didn't do, to where you are today, to inspire children to stay from those incidents and to stay away from people who may associate you, and you might be guilty by association.
Right. What's so ironic about that? I tell that day, and it seemed like it should have been the most horrific day of my life, but it ended up being like the tale of two cities. It was the best of times. It was the worst of times. Meaning that, I ended up actually being in a situation where they were offering me 15 years for something I did not do. Now, I never say I was innocent, because I wasn't living an innocent life. But the thing that I was actually sitting in court for, I had not done. And it was really something, because I had a friend that was caught up with where he had, and I had to be broken. See, but one thing about being broken, when you're broken, you have more pieces to work with. And so that had to be my situation. I had to be broken down I had to be squared. I had to be broken down to the last compound. And so what ended up happening that one year, see, I owned my first car at 15, my first house at 19. And something about when you feel you know everything, people can't teach a person who feel they know everything.
No.
And so I was in that situation. And so I ended up, and I think God was working with me, even when I didn't know he was working with me. And so I had 1 year that so many things happened, I almost lost my mind. First, my godfather ended up receiving 35 years in prison with the federal prison. My best friend was gunned down, and I had to hold his brains in while the paramedics came. 2 guys in my crew both received life plus 20 at the age of 19. And then my girl, my ride or die boo, she ended up actually getting diagnosed with cancer, and she passed away within a year of her diagnosis. And then I had one of my guys who was one of my pit bulls. He was good with the hands. He could really throw them hands. Well, he ended up getting gunned down in front of me, and he was paralyzed from the neck down. And even when I got to the hospital, when he told me, he said, man, he said the doctor said I will never move anything below my neck. And he had one question. He said, big homie, he said, who gonna love me? And I didn't have an answer. The person who know everything. And then I had, and then I had my god brother who actually kind of broke the rules. So he started getting high because I wasn't a drug dealer. I would have been considered in collections. So I helped people to persuade them to, with an extreme prejudice, to pay their bills that they owed people. And so then my god brother, though, he started getting high, and he ended up going through $167,000 of our money in 1 year. And then my one of my closest friends, I'm his son's godfather, and my man, he ended up getting caught with a carload of guns, and to get himself out, he sent the ATF to my house, and my house was raided. And they almost shot my pit bulls, my Rockwellers, 2 guys in my crew, and my nephew. Then they went to my church going parents' house, Pastor Sutton and Evangelist Sutton, went to, Principal Sutton, civil rights leader Sutton. They went to their house and raided their house, and they had nothing to do with my foolishness. And that was probably the worst. Well, they mainly was focusing on my room, my old room, and I didn't even live there anymore. And I think that was something that hurt me more than me being raided, than my house. I didn't care about my house being raided or them searching my car, but my parents who always just, I never even heard my mother use profanity, not one time in my life. And so for me, that was the best of times. It was the worst of times. But what happened is when I was sitting in court, and I had only 2 people to show up for me. So when I was out there popular and buying everything for everybody, I was the most populous person in the world. But right now, I had only 2 people, and the one that was there, he was testifying against me, or testifying against me. And so he showed up. And then the only other person that showed up was one of my friends. And when he looked at me, I looked at him, I gave him the head nod, still trying to be a little cool. And he came in the courtroom, he looked at me, and then he looked down at the ground, and he went to the back of the courtroom. And I realized what was happening. He didn't want anybody to even know he knew Crazy Ted. And that was something. So turning from him, from the only person that came to see me, who won't do like how I thought it would be in the movies. They come to the desk, yo, I got you. If you need commissary, I got you. I'm going to make sure your mother good. I'm going to check on your peoples. It was none of that. And so I tell the message to when I'm talking to young people that even if you don't remember my name is Dr. Ted Sutton, just remember this one message. The worst thing that could ever happen to you is for you to fall in love with something that don't love you back. See, when you love something that don't love you, it does all of the taking. And you just do all of the giving till you don't have nothing else to give no more. And then it don't need you anymore. And that was the situation that I personally was in at the time. And so it ended up being a situation. And so I left out of that when they had put me from the morning docket to the evening docket. I ended up going into the Mitchell Courthouse building in the bathroom on the 2nd floor, 4th bathroom stall. And I got down, and it's funny because actually it was toilet water on the floor. It was the only stall that was open. I got down in the toilet water. And I asked for God to give me a second chance, the person who didn't deserve it, a person who ain't getting what he's earned. And in fact, I didn't even ask for a full second chance because I said, you have done too much. I asked for God to just give me half of whatever I'm supposed to get. And when I went back into that courtroom, they had read off my old arrest record, and they said I'd been arrested before for racketeering, loan sharking, handgun, assault with a handgun, and strong arm. They said the state's attorney said this young man should not be allowed to go back into the community. And, and that was something, but I tell you, I think God had a different plan for me. And so when that judge held that paper up, looking at what I had done, and he was looking up and he put his glasses up on his forehead and he was looking in the ceiling. And so he was saying, I got to give him 15 years. And God said, don't do it. He said, I got to give him the 7 years. He said, no, let me handle him. He said, I got to give him the 4 years. He said, that's my property. And he said, I got to at least give him the 18 months. He said, I said, I'm going to deal with him. And they ended up dismissing all charges on me. And I still sat in the seat. Now, let me tell you the crazy part about it. I had already chosen what jail to go to. I said, when you get your time, don't cry because you ain't crying in the streets. Don't cry now. And I said, I don't want to go on the Eastern Shore. I didn't want to go to Hagerstown. I said, send me to Jessup prison and I'll just do whatever I got to do. And let me tell you, they had to put me out the courtroom. The judge had to say a second time, Mr. Sutton, I said you can go. He said, but I hope I never see you like this again. And I said, Your Honor, you will never see me like this again. And I went out and got my bachelor's degree, my master's degree, my doctorate degree. I started transitional housing for gang members. I started an independent living program for young men aging out of foster care. I started a recording studio, helping some people get signed to major record labels. I wrote the book Temporarily Insane, another one From Pain to Power. I became a consultant for the show Law and Order, Special Victims Unit. I partnered up with Martin Luther King's daughter. I started going around the different King centers, and then people started to hear about me. So I started working with gang members all over the country and then the world. Bloods in California, Crips in Little Rock, Arkansas, Vice Lords, Gangster Disciples in Chicago, Junior Black Mafia, Philadelphia, Ninth Ward Boys in New Orleans, the 515 Boys in London, the Johnsons, the Burgers in the UK, the East Side Boys in Zimbabwe, the Americans in South Africa, the Rasta Boys in Montego Bay, the Insane Vice Lords, Jackson, Mississippi. And you know what? And I just been going all over, the world, saying with one message, letting them know it ain't how you start, it's how you finish.
My goodness. My goodness. Wow. Most people would say that one person can't change the world.
I ain't serious.
Liars. They're liars. They are liars. Because in their own...
No, now one of my young guys was just letting me know he was leaving.
Oh, okay, cool.
Okay, so go ahead.
No, in their own inability to go after their own dreams, they cripple other people. That's how I feel. Because one person can change the world.
Oh yeah, well, if you see this, it said people can change.
That's right.
That's my slogan.
That's
people
right.
can change.
Wow.
Wow.
So
in
tell
fact,
me.
It's funny though. I was gonna say the Rolling Stone magazine had interviewed me and they asked me what was the most significant place I spoke at. And I said, well, I guess I could say when I met Obama at the White House, or when John Conyers had asked me to speak at Congress, or when I spoke in Parliament, or in front of Mandela's house in South Africa. But I actually said, but it was actually when I was asked to be the speaker, the keynote speaker at my high school, where my principal had placed a bet I wouldn't make it to 21. And my counselor said I shouldn't attempt to go to college. And I ended up being the keynote speaker. And my message was, you're not trash, you're just tarnished. And what was the icing on the cake was a man named Congressman Elijah Cummings was sitting next to me, and he looked at the program And he looked at me, and then he looked at the program, and he said, young brother, you got to tell me what you've been doing lately. I said, yes, sir. I said, because the last time we were sitting next to each other, this was not the situation, because he was my lawyer defending me for assault and possession with a handgun. And I was his last case that he defended, but when he became a congressman, I was his last case that he defended. And so, and the other part that was the icing with the cherry on top of it was the counselor who said I shouldn't attempt to go to college was at the school and had to hear me speak. And check this out. And now I have a higher degree than what he does. You know what I'm saying? So I'm so glad that man don't choose who God gonna use.
Exactly. Oh my gosh. Oh my goodness. Doctor, I mean, there is just, I mean, how do you do what you do today? And what do you do what are you doing today? Because I want to know, because I think that, a lot of people can take the cue from you to say that, yeah, you can change. People can change.
Yes. That's the key piece. I mean, to be honest with you, your passion will help define your purpose. So whatever you are passionate about, that is your purpose. That's why I tell people, don't chase the dream, don't chase the money, chase the dream. See, a lot of people chasing the bag, but they don't know that it's just a bag. And the bag is even made out of just paper. And so, so for me, I've been able to find something to fight for. See, some of these young men that's out here doing this reckless stuff, see, they've proven they can die. They've proven that they can take life. They haven't proven that they can live. And so I want them to prove that you can actually live. They don't have to die from lead poisoning, from that gun or whatever the situation is. So when I changed my life, I mean, everything, I ended up starting, a mentoring program. I started People Can Change Youth Movement. I started actually the Men Against Murder. I'm a part of a situation of organization. I'm the vice president of First Line Strategies, where we also help returning citizens, and we help people to get even in our building, you can get licensed and certified in welding, furniture making, and dealing with drones, embroidering, the sewing machines. You can get certified in 3D printing, all of that stuff. And so I did an anti-bullying curriculum, an anti-gang intervention. I'm actually just getting back from Canada speaking at the federal prison in front of 400 men. And the reason I was there for Black History Month is because I ended up speaking there, one time before, and it went so well, got a standing ovation, that the men went to the warden and requested for them to bring me back. And so, it was amazing. It was amazing. So, that was just pretty much just how that was.
I mean, we could be here all night.
Yeah, I know.
I could pick your mind. I mean, I could keep
Yeah.
the questions coming.
And look, and I would want it too. Saying I'm ready for all the smoke. I'm ready for, saying, because what I realize is that I said I wasn't a mediocre sinner, so it's no way for me to be a mediocre saint.
No, there is no way.
Meaning, like, I can't even do that if I wanted to. I can't tone down. I can't tone down. In fact, I give some conferences and workshops that I'm talking about. I need for brothers to man up. Mm-hmm. I need for you to man up. I am not going to tone down to your level. You're going to have to come up, because I can't do it. You know what I'm saying? I don't know anything, about that. So to be given a second chance. In fact, they're actually, they're doing a movie on my life called All of a Sudden, like my last name Sutton. And then a message in my life story has been selected for one of the movies that's being done at the Black Film Festival. It's called United by Vengeance. And that's really talking about how I almost took the life of a brother because me and my father got into it, and a girl had set me up, and I came at these guys. I was trying to get this guy. I'm gonna get you back, because that's why me and my father he had hit me in the face, and I was just so angry. I left out in rage. I said, I want to show everybody that the past ain't perfect, and I'm gonna go and take somebody's life. And I went out there and I saw a guy getting out the cab. I'm like, there he go. And I pulled my sawed-off shotgun out. I had it wrapped in a green bag, and I put it at the guy's kidney. I still had it in the bag, and I was saying, what's up? And he was like, no, he was like, what's up, man? He was just like, he wasn't giving me the negative energy. I said, no, man, I mean, what's up? And I was just like, my face don't look familiar to you? He was like, no, not really. And I was like, man, what's up with you? And he was like, whatever you want. And I said, yeah, that's what I'm talking about. But this brother, his name is Keith Kelly. I call him my angel. He walked up like he didn't see anything negative going on. And he said, cool, Ted. Now, this was me 17. This is my senior year in high school. He said, cool, Ted. I didn't know you knew my friend, my homeboy, Lloyd. And the guy I was looking for was named Black Kenny. I had the wrong person. And I put it down and I said, brother, can you please forgive me? I just got into it with my father. He hit me in the face. I said, I've never been hit in the face, because my father didn't even let my mother hit us in the face. He said he didn't want us to have scars on our face because it makes people think you've led a rough life. And I just was so angry. And he told me, he said, I know the guy you're looking for because I'm looking for his homeboy because he disrespected my sister. And I said, well, look, brother, since you looking for him, I'm looking for his homeboy. Why don't we look for them together? You know what I'm saying? And he said, okay, that's cool. And my senior year in high school, that summer, I graduated. We looked for them guys, and by the grace of God, we never found them. But I share that is because I was the best man at his wedding. He was the best man, at mine. And then we have daughters that are the same age. And now his daughter went to Howard University. Mine went to Jackson State University, and they're friends. And that could have been an entire total different scenario.
Yeah.
Had some angel not intervened for me. And what I realized with that is in the right place with the right words or actions, you could change the trajectory of what was going to happen. And so if more people would actually help to change, stop being a watcher. Because actually the girl I mentioned that I saved in the house fire, it was something, she found me. Yeah, I never knew what happened to her. She found me later, and she found me on Facebook, and she said, are you the man that saved my life? And I said, oh my God. And I said, you got to tell me what happened. And she said, I was in a John Hopkins burn unit for 18 months. She said I was 85% of my body was burned. She said they had to amputate my hands. She said, I'm in a wheelchair. She said that my hair was burned, my face was burned. And she said, but I'm calling you today to tell you that my brother, the one you caught from the 3rd floor and gave him mouth to mouth, just graduated from Mervo High School. And she said, and I am graduating from Towson State University with a degree in journalism. I said, but I thought you said you don't have no hands. And she said, I don't. She said, I learned how to take them 2 nubs and write. And I was just amazed that she sent me a picture of her and she was just smiling. And this girl, to me, I don't see no burn marks. I don't see no scars. All I see is that smile. She is beautiful to me. And so she said, but I'm calling you today to just tell you and I said, no, boo, I can't let you do that. I said, I can't let you thank me. She said, why not? I said, because I got to thank you. She said, well, what would you be thanking me for? And I said, because that day you proved to me that one man with God can make a difference. And what I realized is that I saw the image of about 65 people out there, standing out there, getting their phones and videotaping like it was entertainment. And I was the one that said, I'm not going to be a watcher no more. So so the thing is, I didn't stop being crazy, Ted. I changed sides. So I even tell the guys and the young ladies I'm working with, I don't want you to stop being a hustler. I need for you to change the product. And that was pretty much just how that was. So, I mean, it's been an amazing journey.
No.
So I don't smile much, but you see me smiling.
That's it. That's it. Wow. Wow. Well, where can people find you? Where can they be inspired by your journey and join you?
Well, actually, my website is suttonhousevision.com. That is suttonhousevision.com. And then I'm also on Twitter and Facebook as Dr. Ted Sutton or Ted Sutton TED. I'm on Instagram, it's Dr. DRTED Sutton, and this has been an amazing time. I mean, I tell people, don't tell anybody. I said, but I actually get paid to do what I would have done for free. That's when you never work a day in your life. You're not even working. You're not even working.
Tell me about it.
Yeah, and so it's amazing. So for me to be given the chance that I have a letter that I carry around with me, and it was one of the guys that used to be in my crew. That's the one that's serving life plus 20. He's in a prison underneath the ground in Texas. He's on something called no human contact. He has served the last 18 years in solitary confinement. He wrote me a letter. He said, I'm reading about you in the Rolling Stone magazine. I can't believe I was with somebody that's doing good things. He said, but I need for you to tell those people, when you talk to them young people, please tell them they don't want to be me. He said, I'm locked down 23 hours a day. I'm let out 1 hour. I get one letter a month. He said, I will never hug my daughter again. He said, I will never, I don't know if my grandparents are alive because their letters keep coming back. And he said, but I'm here. He said, but the reason, now this was the part that got me. He said, but the reason I need for you to keep doing what you're doing is because I need for you to know that I'm living my life through your eyes now. From this point on, I have to live my life through everything that you see. So when I was in Hawaii, I took 5 minutes to look at the sea. When I was in South Africa, I took an extra 5 minutes in front of Mandela's house. When I was in Arizona working with those gang members who were on Indian reservations, I went to the Grand Canyon and I just took an extra 5 minutes. And because all those 5 minutes add up, but that's me showing him that I'm taking an extra look just for you, brother. And so, so this has been an amazing journey. So if I get a chance to speak to some people and to talk to some people, all the other stuff of like doing the books and doing the movies. And in fact, I'm supposed to meet with some people from Netflix in April, saying to pitch, the deal, just one of my stories. And so, but having all of that's just the extra stuff. But to be able to talk to someone and change how they see life, and now they see the opportunity of life. I think that's like a superpower, and that's one of mine.
I agree.
A superpower. Yes.
I agree. We have to make a comic book about you.
Okay, I'm with it. Just get the fro in there. I gotta get that. Yeah, because I feel like I was born in a different time. I was like, I'm a civil rights leader. I'm gonna pick my hair out.
That's right.
So that's how that is.
You pick your hair out, and I won't comb mine. How about that?
Come on, I love it. I love it. It's beautiful too. It's beautiful.
Combing and grooming is overrated for me. I just can't do it. But definitely, I am just. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for changing, because a lot of people don't believe that they can. And by you being here on the show today, I am saying that you can change. People can change.
Yes, they can.
Yes, people can change. Thank you so very much, Doctor, for being on the show. I totally appreciate it.
Thank you.
We're going to have your link in the description box below so people can reach out to you for whatever the reason, whether they want to join your mission or they want to have you come out and speak at their, in an engagement or something like that.
Yes, I would love that. I would love that.
Such a blessing. Such a blessing. Thank you so much for changing and for showing people that they can, and for being the inspiration, and for being that person, like I always say, that sits on the porch and says, "Hey, young man, come here. Let me talk to you. Let me talk to. Come here. Come here.
Right,
Come here."
right, right.
We need those people. We need you. We need
That's
you.
me. That's
That's
me.
it. That's it. Thank you so much. And thank you guys so much for tuning in. Hey, check out that website, okay? Because I want to say that you too can be an inspiration. Maybe you're sitting on the sidelines thinking that, you
Right, right.
have your phone out. Maybe you're the one that's recording. Put the phone down and join.
Mhm. That's
Okay?
right.
That's right.
That's right.
Until next time, guys. Bye.
All right. Peace.
Don't forget to follow us on YouTube and Instagram. Thank you for watching.
I am so very excited that I got here. It is just an amazing thing. I am so very thankful to everyone at Harvest Christian University in Dallas, Texas, because that's where I was. This is Dallas behind me. I was in Dallas this past weekend when I got my doctorate degree in, it's an honorary doctorate in music, charity, and entrepreneurship. I'm still kind of getting over it. Just still trying to, be. I just be. I never thought that I would have a doctorate degree. So this is kind of surprising for me. But in my life, I figured, and as I look back, yeah, I think I deserve one. So I'm very thankful. Very thankful. Thank you, guys.
Awesome. Awesome. That sounds amazing. So, I totally agree with you on that. I totally agree with you on that. And I how would I say this? You and I are walking a parallel journey, different things and different offers, but the same journey nonetheless, where we are really reaching out to the people who need it and helping them, giving them a hand up. What is your hand up? What is the offer?
Here's my offer. My offer is if you go ask, just you take any city in America and you go ask the waitress, you go ask the school teacher, hey, what can I do to make six figures in America? They're going to say a couple things. They're going to say, well, you can go to school for 8 years and be a lawyer or a doctor. Well, we all know that's inaccessible for most people, right? You can tell them, hey, you can go dribble a basketball, or I hope you can sing a rap. We know that's inaccessible for 9 out of 10 people, right?
I want to welcome you to the show. Okay, so I got news that you don't even know, Juan Escovedo. I said that good, right? Because I have to put that Spanish flair on it. Escovedo, okay? He is in the house. What? How?
So, Escovedo.
Escovedo.
There you go. Either way works.
Welcome to the show. Thank you so much for being here.
Yeah, thanks for having me. I'm so excited to talk to you.
I'm more excited to talk to you. Now, I love your family, and I just wanted to get into, kind of people, and maybe some people know who you are and some people don't. You never know. You never know. They might have been hiding under a rock somewhere. But I wanted to definitely get you to talk about your family, talk about you and how you got into the music industry, because, family doesn't mean that you're going to get in there. How did that happen for you?
Well, actually, my grandfather was a singer. He passed away, but he was a singer and a guitar player. And then my father started playing percussions, and my father, Pete Escovedo, and my sister, Sheila E., and my brother, Peter Michael Escovedo, was a musical director. He done a lot of TV shows. But we all grew up in Oakland, California, and we just started playing when just as soon as we came out of my mother's womb, there was music. And, my mother said, she was always pregnant with one of us. And then he would play do concerts or club scenes and stuff. So the babysitters were the people that worked at the restaurants and concerts. So we just learned music at the house. My father always rehearsed in the front room, and Carlos Santana was 20 minutes from the house. He used to come over, like Cal Jader, Bill Summers, with Summer Heat, and Headhunters, Herbie Hancock. All these amazing musicians used to come by the house. So we would just, when they took a break, would jam on the equipment and stuff, keyboards, bass. They just let us play around with it. They always just said, "Be careful." That's how they get paid. So we just played on the instruments. Yeah, and then we started getting a little better. And then the professional conga players and like Tito Puente, Poncho Sanchez, they would come by. So they would teach us the proper way how to play the drums, timbales, drum. Billy Cobham used to come over, show Sheila how to play drums. So there were just so many amazing musicians. But at that time, when you're young, you don't know, how famous they are. You just know they're father's friends. So they were just teaching us stuff, and then we just started our own band at, I don't know, 10, 11, 12. We started our own band, and cause we were watching the Jackson 5, Osmonds, who else? The Stylistics, just whoever that was groups and families and stuff. The Silvers. Yeah, so we had our little afro going on and stuff, and little dance steps. So that's
That is
how we
so cool.
started. Yeah.
That is so cool. So you've gotten to work with, and I have to go back to your bio. You have been able to work with so many different amazing people. Okay, so okay. I have to go here because I was looking. You've toured in Asia, Europe, the Caribbean, and nationwide. You've also your sister, of course. I mean, you have to play with your sister and all that stuff. You got to do that. But what I looked at is that you've recorded with like Prince, Tony. Miguel, El Chicano, uh, Gongfeng Shun, Patti
Come fun.
LaBelle.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh
Uh-huh.
yeah. Emery Chingy, Jody Watley, Lou Bega, MC Hammer, Lionel Richie, In Vogue, El DeBarge, Freddie Hubbard,
Uh-huh.
Barry White, Herbie Hancock, Cyndi Lauper, Terry Lynn Carrington, Bobby McFerrin. I had to stop there.
Oh,
I
yes.
had to stop at Bobby because I have to tell you that James McFerrin is my dad and
What?
Bobby is James' cousin.
Oh my
So
goodness.
his Bobby's father is my great uncle, my grandfather's brother.
That means you could sing. Uh-huh. When you related to that family, just like Escovedo, I know you
So
could sing.
well, everybody in the McFerrin family can sing. And my mom's Evelyn Thomas. So I couldn't escape it. It was just,
Wow.
you come out, just come out singing, just like you came out. And the moment that you came out of your womb, it was like you were in music. I mean, what else could you do? What
So
else
I
could you
want
do?
to story about Bobby McFerrin, if you have time.
Oh, you know what? I didn't grow up with Bobby. My mom raised me as a single mom. And so
Gotcha.
I didn't really grow up with Bobby. And Bobby was on the West Coast and I was in
Right.
Chicago.
Oh, I
So but family is family. I mean, but that's family. And it's like, okay, so you're grown out of that lineage is what I was trying to say. You're grown out of that lineage. But Bobby's amazing. Bobby's amazing. He is definitely
saw
an amazing. So
saw him a couple of months ago. I was doing a concert and he was backstage. His daughter was performing. She opened up for a band.
yes.
She's great.
Yes.
Yeah. So this is a trip.
Yes.
So Bobby McFerrin called me. It was called Fantasy Studios in Berkeley. I think they shut down. Big famous studio. He
Mm.
called me in to do a session with him, and he said, "Bring all your drums." So I brought like 6 congas, and then he sat right in front of me. He said, "Play this one." Boogity bop bop bop. He could do whatever. So he's
I
like,
know.
"Boodoo, bop, boodoo." And I said, "Bobby, you don't need me. You sound better than these congas." He just started laughing. I said, "I don't even know if I can follow that." I said, "But I'll do my best." And I did what he did. and it turned out
Wow.
good. I was on one of his albums.
Wow. That's
Yeah.
wonderful. Wonderful. Yeah, no, he's really close with my family on that coast. So my great uncle and all of the other brothers and then everybody, he's really, really close with them. And so that's really a blessing to know a little bit about the family lineage and to understand why you are who you are. You know what I mean? So you came out of this lineage and you came into this and now you're working with and you've worked with so many amazing people, but now we're going to be talking about your song. So you got a new song called Angel, and you guys, if you want to go watch that, we're gonna play that at the end of the interview as well. But you can also go ahead and scan the QR code so you can go listen to it on YouTube. Tell me how this song came about. How did this come together?
Well, when me and my co-writer Michael Angel Alvarado is my co-writer, we were writing this song, and I was actually playing with El DeBarge, and I was his MD, musical director, for a little while. And so I was working on the song, and I said, El, I said, would you sing lead on this song? And he goes, yeah, of course. And I said, cool. So but we didn't end up going in studio and doing it to a year later. So when he already had said yes, but so he had a contract. He was working on his own album. We were writing this song for El DeBarge because I was his musical director, and
Mm-hmm.
I was doing some work with him, and he said that he'll sing on it. So,
Mm,
but the time I did this song, it took another year before I
yeah,
started getting it done, and then he already had signed a contract with his record company that he was doing his own solo album, so he couldn't do both. So I asked him if he can just sing background. So it started for El DeBarge to sing lead. But anyway, so it just, I started with Angel, and it's about relationship, being with somebody, um, and trying to make it work, and just I was going through a divorce and stuff, so it's kind of like, you know, when you're away from somebody, you realize how much you need them and stuff, and
yeah,
want each other. So
yeah.
we just had a little break. So that's basically what that song is about.
That's wonderful.
Um,
It's a
yeah, thank
beautiful
you.
song. It's a beautiful
Thank you.
song. So you have the features of the singer songwriter El DeBarge, Martin Kimber from Color Me
Ye-
Bad. Your sister
Yes,
Tia E is on this as well, and yourself.
correct.
Awesome,
Yes.
awesome.
Yeah, I got my sister E. I got her for free so I could call her to play drums. So that
You're like,
worked
come
out.
here, come here, let's go, mama, mama.
Come on, sister. You're 20 minutes away from. Oh, so we did the song in at Raphael Sadiq's studio. From
Um,
Tony. He had a
mhm.
studio, and then yeah, so he actually played on 3 songs off the CD because he was in the studio. So I got him free too. So I'm trying to work with my friends and family. Your first one, you don't want to put
Free,
out all your money.
free. I like free. I've always liked free.
Yeah, I
Always like
like.
free. Oh
Yeah,
yeah,
I just had to feed them, and they were good, so it
awesome.
worked out.
It did. It did. It's
Mhm.
a beautiful song, Wong. It's a
Thank you
beautiful
so much.
song. Absolutely love it. It's melodic. It's got the flavor.
Uh,
It's got the feel. It's got the vocal dynamics, and also it's got
uh,
that real subtle kind of build up, like a crescendo. It's got really pretty.
right.
I love it. I absolutely
Oh,
love it.
thank you. Yeah,
Love
my
it. Love
brother
it.
produced it. Peter Michael Escovedo, my brother produced it, and so we took a lot. Actually, you could tell we took our time and wanted to make sure it was good. And I also has 6 other videos on YouTube. So if
Mm.
you want to come check it out, check it out.
That's right. So when they go here, they can see the other videos. Am I right? So,
Yeah.
when they scan in the QR code, or they can go ahead and go and just type in Angel and then put Juan Escobedo in your search bar on YouTube, and you can find the song. You can also find all the other songs as well. My
Yes. Yes.
goodness, Juan, let me ask you a question. This and I know this might be a really typical kind of question, but there are so
Uh-huh.
many people coming up that we can't really ignore this question. I always ask it: what kind of advice do you give to people who are up and coming? Something
Uh-huh.
encouraging or something that they should never do or they should always do?
Right. Well, I always say because I actually do teach music classes twice a week where I live to give back, but also So I let them know that just find the instrument that you really love, but play them all. Like I also play piano. That's how I co-wrote these songs, and bass, horns. I used to play horns for 6 years. But jump around on all the instruments. The one instrument will talk to you and let you know you'll feel it in your heart. That's the one I need to focus on. Then you focus on that instrument and you constantly learn it, like practice, practice, watch videos now, because you can Google anybody or the beginning of congas, rhythms. You can watch people in Africa perform, Cuba. I'm still learning and watching new rhythms that come out. So I'm constantly studying myself. But the main thing is find which instrument that calls you. You'll feel it. And then keep practicing. And then once you know which one is your instrument, go out and see who's playing around town. Go get to know them people. Try to sit in. You got to, and don't turn down any gigs. Different type of music is great. Don't be in one category of genre of music, because then if other calls or other, because I learn from every band I play with. There's always new musicians I meet. They keep me busy because we become friends.
Right.
So when we're like 13, 14, a lot of people I play with now are just friends that I play with other bands, and they made it, I made it, and we work together, and you stay busy and you just keep meeting new people.
Wow. Wow, that is great advice. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for being on the show. I appreciate it. So I want to thank you again so much for your time and
Oh,
also
thank
for
you.
your creativity. You know, it takes a lot to give back and to go and teach. You know what I mean? Because
Right, right.
I know. But also, it also is it's a testament to who you are, and I absolutely love it.
Oh,
Absolutely.
thank you. Yeah.
Thank you.
I love
Thank
teaching.
you.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's amazing, isn't it, to see them
Yeah.
progress? Oh,
It does. Yeah, I've been doing it for a few years, so I love it. Yeah.
awesome, awesome. Well, not only should you continue to teach, but continue to make that beautiful music that you make, because I'm ready for the next song.
Oh, great. Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you. So I'm gonna back out and say, please introduce your new song, Mr. Juan Escobedo.
Okay, this is my new single called Angel, and it features Martin Kemper from Color Me Bad, and Aldebarge is also singing background, myself on percussion. My sister Sheila E is playing drums, and check it out and enjoy it.
I wanna thank you for being in my life. There ain't no question about how I feel inside. I know there ain't anyone who could ever take your place. No one could tell me that I don't love you.
I need you like the earth needs the rain, and I know that you feel the same. Without you, the flower will cease to bloom. You're my angel, my angel.
I used to run around not caring how you felt, no, but thinking about what I've done made me hate myself. But you gave me another chance, and now I realize there's no one like you. Now I know how much I love you.
I need you like the earth needs the rain,
and I know
that you feel the same. Without you, the flower
my angel. I need you like the earth needs the rain, like the earth needs rain. And I know that you feel the same. Without you, the flowers will cease to bloom. You're my angel. You're my angel. There ain't no mountain I won't climb to show the world you're mine. You've always been right there for me. I'm gonna be right there for you. And if ever I feel alone, I know that I could come home to you. Hold on to you. Come home to you. Like the earth needs the rain. And I know that you feel the same. Feel the same, same. Without you, the flowers would cease. No more. You're my angel. You're my, you're my, you're my angel. I'm coming home. I'm coming home. I'm coming home. You, to you.
Don't forget to follow us on YouTube and Instagram. Thank you for watching.
I dare to be different. I dare to be different.
I want to welcome you to Dream Chasers Radio. Oh my goodness. I mean, we got some people just coming in right now. Oh my gosh. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. And if you are joining us, I am so very grateful for you to be joining us today. We have an amazing guest on the show, and you can tell I'm in the studio. Okay, I'm in the studio, which means that we got somebody that's coming from the studio. Now listen to me. We got Lamar Burno. I want to make sure I say that right because, I speak Spanish. Yo puedo hablar español. Y algunas veces, tú sabes, la cosa es. Pero, look, just know that we got Lamar. Okay. And let me tell you something. I can't wait to get to him because he's done so much in the entertainment industry. He's done movies. I mean, forget it. I'm done. Lamar, welcome to the show. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you, Yaya. I appreciate the time.
Oh man, thank you, thank you. So let's go back a little bit because everybody has that story, that beginning story. What was yours?
Well, my brother, Kenneth, had a young man that went to Creative and Performing Arts High School with him, named Wanye Mars, that you know as the strongest singer in the group Boys to Men.
Yes,
He
of
brought him
course.
home, and that's how um, the bodyguard career of mine really started. Wanye always knew he was going to be famous, and he stuck to his guns. And right now, Boys and Men have been going strong for 31 years. I've
Yes.
had the pleasure to be one of the bodyguards from their beginning.
That is just such a blessing. You know, I mean, having that vision, seeing someone else's vision come to life, what was that like for you to be a part of that, to see that go through? And especially since you don't know them as Boys to Men. That's Lamar. or that's Kenneth, or that's Tommy, or that's Joe, or that's Jill. You know what I mean? You know what I'm
Right,
saying? What was
right.
that like?
It really showed me that dreams do come true. And as long as you stick to your guns and have faith in the Most High, He'll give it to you. You just have to be ready for it when He gives it to you and
Mm.
blesses you.
Now, let me ask you the biggest question. The biggest question is a lot of people don't like to wait for their blessings. You know, patience is a virtue, but not when it comes to me, kind of thing. And how long did it take for you to see your dreams start to come through?
Well, that's a great question. Growing up in the household that I was blessed to be in, um, my parents instilled and my grandparents instilled in us that, if you have faith in God, just keep the faith. And it may not come when you want it, but it's going to come at the time God wants to give it to you, not
Mm-hmm.
necessarily the time that you want it, because, when you want it, and if God gave it to you or gave it to us when we wanted it, we wouldn't know how to appreciate it or use our gift. But to answer your question, I would say it took a great 3 years for me to really understand the blessing that God had given me.
Mm-hmm. And what was that blessing? What was the first blessing that you ever got? Was it in the entertainment field? Was it music? What was it that really, really came through for you that made you go, oh my goodness?
Well, my first blessing that I really held on to was I've always had a dream of being in movies.
Mm,
And um, you see many different actors and actresses doing certain things. And I always felt like I was sent to this world to save lives. And having that heart to save people. I didn't know when that blessing would come, but my godmother slash aunt Ladiva Davis said one day I was training. She said, "I want you to go with me on Seafood Rome." I said, "Seafood Rome? Where we going?" She said, "It's a surprise. Don't worry about it." And behold, it was on the movie set.
ooh, wow. Wow. And so, what happened on that movie set that changed your life irrevocably?
Well, I was able to meet Vanity. I was able to meet certain celebrities that I knew I probably wouldn't have ever met, um, being just Lamar on the street,
Mm-hmm.
or Lamar from Philadelphia, I should say. Um, and because Sifu Rome was in the movie and a stunt coordinator of that movie, he used me as his assistant to show Timok different moves to do during the set. So
Mm,
that's the first experience I had to be an assistant stunt coordinator.
that is so cool. That is so cool. I'm sorry. That is so cool. I mean, stunt coordinator. I mean, okay, so that to me, that is just amazing, especially to be in the presence of people who are veterans or no longer here, and they're just legends now. I mean, now that you are in it and you are of it and you have the experience, what's going on with you now?
Well, currently, myself and my partner Kevin Patterson, we're managing platinum R&B selling and Emmy award winning group As Yet.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, I don't know, many people don't remember Surface. The song that really hits me is "Shower Me with Your Love."
Yes.
We're in those groups as well as other groups to follow. We're
Mm,
working with Day Six from Making the Band, and we have a couple different artists on our roster. Chevelle Moore from Love After Lockup. We're working on a contract now with Nicki Minaj's mother, Carol Mirage, to do some things with her as well.
Awesome.
So
Awesome.
we have a whole plethora of things going on.
Oh my gosh, that is amazing. All right, so
I'm ready.
you spoke about your partner. You spoke about you had a partner? Tell me about that. How did that happen?
Well, I started out, Mark Nelson, he was the lead singer of the group As Yet. He said, Lamar, I want you to be the road manager for As Yet. I said, okay. So we flew out to Vegas. And when we got to Vegas, things changed within 4 months. And Kevin said, Lamar, I would like you not to be the road manager anymore. I want to bring you on as my partner, 50-50 partner. He said, would you like to do that? I said, absolutely. Absolutely. From moving to road to being part of management, I said, yes. He said, okay. We did a contractual agreement, and here we are, going strong.
Wow. Well, I have a surprise for you. Look, it's Kevin. Hi.
How you doing?
What's up, brother?
What's going on, man? How you doing?
That was so
I'm
cool.
doing
It's so
well.
cool. It's so cool that we can bring Kevin in when Kevin came into the picture, theoretically speaking,
Right.
during your life when he asked you to be that 50-50 partner. So, Kevin, tell us a little bit about yourself and then walk us up to the point where why did you ask Lamar to be your 50-50 partner? What was it that you saw in him that made you say, I can't do this without him?
Okay, well, of course, my name is Kevin Patterson. I've been involved with music for over 25 plus years now. I mean, back when B2K, not B2K, but shoot, what's the other group? I can't even think of it now because they changed their name. But anyway,
Immature.
Immature. There you go. When it was Immature. So from there to Coolio to I even was booking dates for Spinderella. Um, oh my gosh, what else? Carly Red. That's on. I think she's was at Love and Hip Hop Atlanta. Um, who else? And that was a co-management deal I did with a good friend of mine's by the name of Ken Joseph, who put together City High. And but anyway, it's a lot of artists, a lot of different artists. YG. Oh my gosh, it's a lot. But anyway, As Yet. But again, Lamar came to town with by request of Mark Nelson, who's actually the lead singer of As Yet, one of the lead singers, and I met Lamar. Lamar had I have a gift of discernment, and upon meeting Lamar, shaking his hand, I knew he was a good brother. You know, I knew he was somebody that could be trusted, and I just observed, how he worked with the group, how he worked at the venue with the group, and I like the style. I like how he was doing things, and I knew I wanted to expand what I had already started as far as with the management and talking with Lamar, his background and things and people I just thought it would be a really good fit, to expand and do a subsidiary of what I already started with him. So nobody knew about this, and we just sprung it on, the group, so but everybody was very receptive to it. So that was a good thing, But yeah, since then we have been like brothers. I mean, we communicate, talk. We've never disagreed, argued, or just it's always been, he respects what I do. I respect what he does. And we each have our roles and how we take care of everything.
That is just so cool. I absolutely love it. I love when people can team up. You see the value in another person, and you bring them on because you know that this is a necessity. This is just got to happen. You know,
Correct.
I need this person. I need this. So from there, from that point on, the journey has been like what? What have you guys been doing, and what's going on? I know that Lamar has some stuff going on. I know that you, Kevin, have some stuff going on. So let's go ahead and let's go with Kevin. I mean, Lamar, we'll take you in a second because you were talking in the beginning. Let's go ahead and go with Kevin. Kevin, what do you have going on? Because I know that separately you guys are entities and so big in your own right, and then together you're just like, what? I'm just saying. Go ahead.
Well, right now, I'm negotiating deals for one of the groups that we work with, Day 26, as well as yet. We are negotiating tours. Actually, I put together, me and another partner of ours from a separate company, put together a string of tours that we're working on getting them out there. And we have a R&B all guy tour. Then we have a country all guy tour, and then we have a all female tour, and then we have a blended tour with R&B tour that we put together as well. So we just trying to get them out there. This is going to be one of the biggest tours to hit the market.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Got
Wow.
a couple of EP situations. I got a couple of movies that I'm involved with. Um, One of them being that I also manage Lamar and his endeavors. Lamar's an actor, so Lamar was picked up by director David Stevenson, who saw an interview that he did, and Mr. Stevenson directed X-Men, and he's seen Lamar, and he wants Lamar in everything that he does now. So with that, I'm negotiating Lamar's contract and negotiating, him on the other
You know,
side of acting as
Lamar.
well.
What? I absolutely love that. I'm sorry, I couldn't even hide no more. I was like, what? I was over here talking about go, Lamar. I had to mute myself. Oh my goodness, Lamar. Oh my god,
I
congratulations on
can't hear you.
everything. Man, Lamar, congratulations on everything, Lamar. So let me say this, Lamar. It is just such a pleasure that I hear so much progress. I absolutely love progress. I love it. I don't understand why I do. And even if it's not mine, I just feel like it is, you know? And so I'm so proud of you. I'm so happy for
Thank
you.
you.
What was that like when you got that call? Because not many people have the privilege of being the pick without anything else. Just you pick, that's it, you're in.
Well, I did my last interview, and I got a lot of mixed feelings. People, who didn't know me, like, wow, he did all of this, and some people, who knew me said, oh, well, we knew that about Lamar. But when David Stevenson sent me an email, because I left all my information at the end of the video, I got an email and said, could I call him right away?
Mm-hmm.
So he gave me his IMDb page, and I, did my own due diligence. And from that point, Mr. Stevenson and introduced me to other partners, and he said, I would love for you to be in the rest of my movies from this point forward. And he, we signed an NDA, and he sent us a couple scripts and movie lines, and that's what Kevin and I are working on now. Along with, I received a script from Leah Daniels, who's
Mm.
lead Daniels' sister.
Stop it. Just stop it, okay? Just stop. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh, yes, yes, yes. Oh, yes. Hey, Kevin, can you hear us now?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Okay. Yeah, I can hear you. Yes, yes. Oh my gosh. Lamar. Lamar. Yes. Oh, sorry. Okay.
Well,
I'm
one
so
of our
excited.
flagships, one of our flagships is our Frank Lucas luxury line of alcoholic beverages. We have something that was introduced to me from Lamar. It's called Blue Magic, and it's a brandy. It's a luxury brandy. It's actually a blue brandy, not brown, blue. And everyone that we have let sample it, they literally go crazy. And they want to buy bottles. They want to, but right now we're still in the development stage of it. Um, it's, it's going to be special.
Nice.
Yeah,
Well, we
so
got that link right
definitely
there.
want to give a lot of props to Lamar. Lamar has brought a lot to the table.
That's that QR code right there in the
Huh?
corner, right, Lamar?
QR
You got
code,
what?
Blue Magic Brandy is right there in the top left of your screen. You can click. You have to be 21 to go into the website, but that's the QR code. And I must mention, it started the idea of Blue Magic started when Mr. Frank Lucas Sr. was living here in my home for his 85th birthday, and we would discuss things. It was myself, Mr. Frank Lucas, and our other partner, Mr. Damascene Pierre. Uh, we would talk about the Blue Magic brand and what we're going to have under the Blue Magic brand. And we started out with a television series that's still in development. But, remember the name Blue Magic because
Oh yeah.
it,
Oh yeah.
it's,
Oh yeah.
no,
Wow, you guys. Wow. Kevin, you guys, let me tell you something. You guys are just like, you guys are hiding stuff. I mean, don't be doing that.
Well, you know what? We purposely have been off radar, me and Lamar. I mean, we, managing and doing our thing with with the ones that's under contract with us. But as far as us being in public view right now, we are, hidden from that until we get everything that we're working on out of development and into the market. Once everything comes
Well,
to the market, trust me, you're going to see us.
I feel privileged at this moment to even talk with you guys to get the inside scoop of what's really going on. Oh my gosh, right there in the corner, right there is going to be the website for the 21 and over. So you got to be 21 and over
Right.
to go ahead and enter into that site. But you can go ahead and get your phones out and go ahead and scan that with your camera, and it'll take you straight to the website. You have to prove you're 21 and over to go ahead and enter the site. I am telling you guys, I am so happy for you. So what's next for you guys? I mean, you guys are like the dynamic duo. I have no idea what's going on. I'm here for the ride. What's going on?
well, I just finished producing a movie. I just finished producing a movie called Shattered Reflections. It has Bishop Hezekiah Walker and a couple other artists in it. It's a faith-based movie. Um, Another one that Kevin and I are involved in is called Unexposed with Tracy Parson. Um, the other one is called Blanket of Resilience. I know Kevin's daughter Kennedy will be a part of that as well. But we have a lot going on. Well, like Kevin said, we have tours, upcoming tours. We have some things with Miss Carol Mirage coming up. Um, Kevin,
Kevin, you got
Yeah.
something you need to say, darling? Because he's like, he don't want to say everything. Apparently, y'all want to keep us in the dark a little bit more, but don't do it. Don't
Well,
do
there's
it.
still things going on that we still can't mention right now. But
Of
yeah, I
course.
mean, we have a lot more stuff going. But just be looking out for what we already talked about. Um, like I said, Frank Lucas, spirits that's really a highlight and a flagship, as well as the movie scripts. Oh, you got the bottle right there, huh?
Got the
Hey, that
bottle.
bottle look like used to be full.
Well, you know
Well, yeah.
they
So, oh yeah, I see it.
You
Yep,
didn't.
that's it
Oh
right
my
there.
goodness, Lamar, you didn't
But
taste it.
each
What was
bottle
that? You just
would be.
tasting it, huh? Oh
Can you hear me?
gosh. Yeah, we can hear you. We can't see you though. Okay, there you go.
yes. Okay.
Oh, okay. I, okay. I was saying each bottle because not only we doing a brandy, we're doing a vodka, and we're doing a tequila.
Mm,
So ours is going to be different and special, and our bottles are going to be collector items. You know what I'm saying? You're going to collect them and have them. I
nice.
appreciate you having us on the show, Berno
Anytime.
Patterson Entertainment Group.
Yay. Hey. I absolutely love it.
Ronald
I absolutely love it.
Group.
Yes, yes. So, you guys, where can we find the group? What website can we go to actually access maybe some things that are going on with you guys? And the groups and As Yet. I love As Yet. I love As Yet. That one song they did back in the 90s was my song. I'm sorry I played that thing so many times. I think I wore it out. Everybody was like, stop. So tell me
Oh
what's
yeah,
going on
that
with
was my
them.
favorite song too back then.
Mm-hmm. It was last night, of
Well,
course.
right now, as yet, have a huh?
It was last night, of course.
No, I was telling you what was going on with him
Mm-hmm.
last night.
Oh yeah.
But
Oh yeah.
as you are really busy now, they've been producing their own shorts. They've been producing, a lot of their own videos. They have a new single being released called "My Weakness." It's under Sony Encore label, and they just getting ready, for a hell of a year.
Awesome. Awesome. I'm so happy for everybody. It's an understatement to say that,
And thanks,
most
this
people
one.
would say, oh,
Oh,
they don't care if you're happy for them or not. I think they do. I think that we appreciate when people appreciate. And I definitely do appreciate. I definitely do say that it's not easy to do what you do. It took a lot of dedication, a lot of
right.
hard work, a lot of hours, a lot of, oh my gosh, I can't do this anymore. I'm leaving. I'm stopping. I've done that. Okay, I've done that, but you kept going. And look at what happens today. What kind of advice do you guys give to those people out there that are trying so hard and they're hitting those brick walls like we did when we first started?
My advice is to tell them never to stop dreaming. Always dream and dream big.
I run into a lot of people like that, especially when they find out what I do. They ask so many questions, and I stay and I answer them as much as I can. I let them know, don't ever give up on the path that you're going down. Get that help. Do your research. A lot of people don't do their research, so they don't. There's a lot of avenues out there that you can go down to get to where you want to be, but you can't do it alone. You have to find the right people to help you.
Definitely, definitely. Well, thank you guys again so much for being on the show. I truly appreciate it. You have got to come back. You've got to come back and tell us all the stuff that's going on with you. Lamar,
Can you hear me?
I'm going to see you in the movie theaters, bro.
Am I still on?
Yes, darling,
Oh,
you
there
are.
you go.
I say, I'm going to see you in the movie theaters, Lamar. I'm going to be like, that's Lamar. I know him. I know Lamar. Look, I'm a clown, but I am just going to be shouting. That's my man, Lamar. I know Lamar. What you talking about? Okay, I'm gonna be all loud. People will be like, "What? Be quiet."
Oh, you definitely gonna see. You definitely gonna see the Jet Li.
Woo, woo. Oh yes, oh yes. Lamar, Kevin, thank you guys so much for being on the show today. I truly appreciate it. It has just been such a pleasure. You've got to come back again, like I said before. You guys, if you're 21 and over, you can go ahead and go to the corner over there
Okay.
and check in on that. What was it?
Movie.
What was almost gone? What was that Bible that was almost gone?
Blue Magic.
Blue
Blue
Magic.
Magic. That's
Go
right.
ahead.
Blue Magic.
Yep. All right, guys. Don't
Yeah.
forget to dare to be different. And
Hey, can I say? I
yes,
just
anything you want
wait,
to say.
let me. I want to give a shout out to because we do have a team that help us. First I want to thank my Lord and Savior Jesus Christ because without Him, none of this would be possible. I want to thank my lovely wife Antoinette,
Amen.
and I want to thank the hardworking Sonia Yvette Jones for she makes so many things possible for us. Words can't even describe our gratitude for her. you know. And I
Yes.
want to thank Justine for coming in and helping out as well. And anybody else, that's helping us out that I miss, blame my head, not my heart.
I
And
hear
thank you, yeah. Truly
you.
appreciate you having us on.
Anytime, guys. Anytime. Just let me know when. All right? All right, guys. Thank you guys again so much for tuning in.
All right.
Don't forget to dare to be different. You guys hang on a second. I'm going to go ahead and go, but we will be back with these two guys, these two
Yep.
amazing guys, these two inspirational guys right here on Dream Chasers Radio. Until next time, guys. Bye.
Don't forget to follow us on YouTube and Instagram. Thank you for watching.
On to working with people like Duran Vidal and Ryan Toby on Usher on songs like Caught Up, Superstar, Come Follow Me off Confessions album. I worked with Jill Scott, on records like God, The Rodeo, the Real Thing, My Petition, some of the
Get worldwide airplay, boost online streaming and sales. Get noticed by major labels like BMG, Sony Music, and Empire. Your videos aired on TV in millions of homes. See what Never Stop Entertainment can do for you. Visit us now at neverstopent.com.
I want to thank you guys so much for tuning in to Dream Chasers Radio. This is me, Yaya. What's up, guys? That's right. It has been told that I am Yaya. That's who I am. I'm Yaya. Welcome to the show, guys. I am so very excited to be here. It is just such a pleasure to have so many amazing guests on the show today and on all the other days as well. And I got another guest for you. But I want to let you know that we are back on the radio on Soul Radio, and I will be putting up that link on the website so that you guys can tune in to all the amazing musical videos and, well, not videos, how would I say, audios that we have, as well as interviews and music. I want to thank you guys again. And we got Pooh Bear on the show today. Welcome to the show, brother. How you doing?
How are you? Happy birthday. Thanks
Happy
for having me again.
birthday.
Mhm.
Thank you. Thank you. So, I wanted to, reiterate you're still here to some and to introduce you to some others. So tell us about your journey. I mean, you have worked with so many amazing people that I'm like, brother, I'm ready for the story. I'm just ready.
Oh man. Oh man. So yeah, what would you want me to go back to the beginning? I could do like a brief
Yeah, man.
rundown. Okay.
Nutshell,
Yeah,
nutshell.
so from New Haven, born in New Haven, Connecticut. Experienced a tornado at age 8, and it left me and my mom and my brother displaced. We were homeless for a while. Ended up moving to Atlanta, Georgia, when I was 11, and then that's when like everybody was popping on the radio. Our ABC, Crisscross, all these kids groups were out, so I got inspired and ultimately just started kids groups and recording, and then just to fast forward a few years, I was in a group, and my cousin had discovered a group called 112 and Jagged Edge, Courtney Bear Seals, and he was like, you can make money writing songs, because I was already writing songs since I was like 11 years old. and he put me with Deron Jones and Q, Quintus Parker from 112, and we co-wrote a song together titled Anywhere, and that was like my first successful introduction into the music industry. I was 16 years old. I was in the 11th grade. And then after that, ended up doing records like Peaches and Cream and Dance With Me and a lot of records on 112. And that went on to working with people like Duran Vidal and Ryan Toby on Usher on songs like Caught Up, Superstar, Come Follow Me off Confessions album. I worked with Jill Scott, on records like God, the rodeo, the real thing, my petition, some of the records with Joe Scott. And then I went on to work with artists like Chris Brown. I wrote a song called I Could Transform You. Did a song called She Ain't You. And I went on to I was working with a lot of artists in between that, but these are the ones that stick out of my brain. Then I actually met. Oh, I did a lot of records on Lupe Fiasco. Lots of songs with him. Then ultimately I ended up meeting a kid named Justin Bieber, and did songs like I did albums like Journals. I did an album called Purpose, and I did an album called Changes, and I mean a lot of artists in between. The Isley Brothers, I did a record with them called The Plug on that last project. I just worked with a lot of people. I never stopped, and my goal was to always just work in every genre of the music industry. And I've worked on a record called Despacito, the remix, which was one of my biggest records to date. Also 10,000 Hours, Dan and Shay, which was country record. Ed Sheeran, I Don't Care. On and on and on. I've sold over 700 million records. Currently at about 37 billion streams. And just blessed, man, appreciative of my journey, man. I feel like I'm in the beginning, of my artistry now. So
I absolutely love that journey.
that's a little rundown.
Oh, I know. That's like the nutshell, right? I am absolutely in love with what has happened for
Yes.
you. And I have to say this, a lot of people don't know that it
Thank
is
you.
a lot of work. Just because you're not in front doesn't mean you're not working.
No.
And
Oh man.
as as an artist, because both sides. As an artist, you are
Yes.
just as strong as your crew, the people behind you.
Mm.
And
Yes, absolutely.
I just I just have to say that thank goodness you didn't stop and you kept going.
Oh man.
I mean, I know there's
Yeah.
ups and downs. I know that. I know that.
Yes.
What
Yeah,
what
yeah.
has been some of
So
the
many
lessons?
reasons to stop.
Oh yeah, what has been one of the lessons that you learned that will never stop you ever again?
Just, one lesson that I learned is just being brutally honest, just allowing myself to be brutally honest with my art and my skill and my craft so that I could continue to grow. That's a major lesson that I feel like, some people may never learn it. But for me, being a songwriter, just being brutally honest with myself, making sure that, I'm listening to what's current, and making sure that I'm not trying to recreate the wheel but just make a bigger wheel, and so that my creations don't go over people's heads. And but yeah, just ultimately the biggest lesson for me is just just believing in myself, man, believing in myself, and no matter what, visualizing and putting the work towards it, like actually putting the work in so it can actually manifest. The visual can actually turn into physical matter, and just not stopping. That's the most people just give up like right before, and you just never really know. So for me, it's like never give up, man, and be brutally honest with yourself.
Yeah, yeah, I agree with you. You know, a lot of people say, yeah, yeah, you got so many amazing people on the show. I said, no, I have so many amazing stories of
Oh,
people who have not given up because,
yeah.
it's like, how would you say it? It's like, okay, you have this journey and you
Yep.
have these opportunities,
Yeah.
But these sometimes they don't come because you
Mm.
stop. Like you said, it does. You stopped. If you would
Yeah.
have stopped
Yeah.
in the middle of all of that, if you would have succumbed to the
Yeah.
down, you would have
Yep.
never made it to the up.
No, no, and I just saw something recently, like just watching this he had a great philosophy about a tree, like a tree has to grow down first in order for it to grow up, you know?
Mm-hmm.
So you kind of like relate that to, to our lives, man, as humans, like we have to grow downwards, like we gotta fail, we gotta make the mistakes, we gotta do that in order for us to actually grow back and get taller and learn from those mistakes and be able to really, really succeed in whatever it is we're trying to do. But it's absolutely about the failures. It's about the losses and all the denial. All that stuff right there equals for me. It's like it turns into gas. It turns into lessons, and then as long as you don't stop and you use it towards good energy, then it usually ends up with being a part of perseverance. Those are the steps.
I love that analogy. I love that because, people look at me and they think I'm cuckoo. I'm outside in my yard. I'm planting aloe on my hill because I know
Oh yeah,
aloe has to dig deep, and
it's got to go deep before
but
it can
the
grow
top
up.
will never grow until the
Never
roots are
grow.
so big that
Yeah.
then now it's going to equal. So they take a long time to grow.
Yeah, yeah,
They take.
but it's so embedded, and the roots are so embedded that the
Hmm.
plant is just there for a
Exactly.
lifetime. Yeah.
Exactly. So that's what you've done. I absolutely, admire what you've done. And I say kudos to you, man. Kudos to you because you're not only on, the writing side, but you now are putting out a lot of material. Tell me about this. Like
Yes.
three albums? I mean, that's a lot. That's a lot. Tell me about this.
Yeah. So no, I have actually I got about 12 albums done,
Oh
like that I
goodness.
love.
Of course you
Yeah,
do.
that I love for I know I'm a songwriter for that's what I do so for a living. So for me it's like, I got thousands, hundreds of thousands of songs. A lot of them most of them go to the music abyss to never be heard again.
Mm,
But I have about 12 albums that I love and they're all one idea albums. Like I believe in making one idea projects.
mm,
Like if I'm going through a breakup and I make a album, about a breakup and different perspectives of breaking up and being hard, going through heartache, then when somebody's going through, a breakup, they don't have to just look for that one song to relate to. So I like to make albums that people don't have to skip. If they're feeling like if it's love making, it's beats to make love to. If it's heartbreak, it's beats to break up to. If it's making up, it's beats to make up to. So I have all these one idea albums that when people listen to them, whatever they're going through, they don't have to skip because I have a song for every aspect of that idea. And that's
yeah.
like a lot of people don't take the time out. They just kind of make schizophrenic albums and a song from there, that song. One minute they sad, they breaking up. Next song they in the club, they good, they in love again. And it's like, wait, how do we grow? How do you grow fans? How do you get people to relate to you if you're all over the place? It's like lock in with an idea and a thought so you can get people that are going through that same thing to
Yeah.
be able to resonate with the whole project. So I have that many. I got 12 albums, one idea albums, and I'm just releasing music, 3 songs at a time, to radio. That way, I just feel like the whole traditional way, like focusing on one song. I just feel like everything about the music industry has to change, and I feel like I'm gonna be a part of that change.
Yeah.
I'm
It's
putting
got to
out
go
I'm
back.
putting out music on Mondays. What I mean, I'm not gonna put out music on Fridays because just to like in order to cater to streaming services. I don't care. Like, great, if my music connects and it works, then they're gonna, people are gonna stream it. But I'm just not focusing on streaming. I'm focusing on the airwaves and making sure people can actually hear my music to see if they resonate with it. I don't know anybody that just puts on a playlist and listens to it. I just don't. I haven't met one person yet. So, but if it's popping, if the music is hot and somebody wants to get to it quick and Apple is embedded in their iPhone and it's user friendly, boom, they're gonna stream it, right? But I'm betting on the fact that they're gonna know that the song exists by way of them driving to work or them on the way home from work or them sitting in traffic. I'm
Yeah.
betting on that more than hoping that somebody miraculously stumbles upon a playlist that I'm so happen to be playlisted on. So I'm not putting all my eggs in that basket, man. I'm really like I want to reach the people, man, and
Yeah.
I feel like a lot of people have turned their backs on a radio, and even the internet radio, like any forms of radio. I just feel like I'm embracing, and like to me that's my priority. No love lost to the DSPs, or no disrespect. Most respectfully, I just have my mind and my heart set on all the different various forms of radio.
Yeah, I hear you. I just, I love that. I love that because, not only am I on here on this platform, I'm also on radio as well.
Oh,
So,
nice, nice.
it's a love and it's an art form, but it's mostly like, okay, so what are you gonna do if there's no electricity? Do you know how to run an analog radio? Do you,
Right? Oh my
you know?
God. Oh no, it's gonna happen, and it's coming. It's happening. It's gonna happen. We're gonna, they're
Yeah.
gonna shut the grid down. They
Mm-hmm.
keep warning us every week.
Oh yeah.
So yeah, that's
Yeah,
true.
it's coming. It's coming.
It's
Well,
it's coming.
you have 3 songs that you're getting ready to put out, and I want to make sure I say this. It's Charge
Yeah.
Me, Edge
Yep.
Off, and
Yep.
Addict.
Yeah. Charge Me's
Right?
off now. We got number one added at Media Base this week. We just dropped it last Monday. Edge Off is gonna go next week, and then Attic is gonna follow that. And those songs are gonna go towards different demographic, different radio formats. That way, I'm just trying to, like, the people that like cheese pizza, then you got people that like pepperoni pizza, then you got people that like barbecue chicken pizza. You know what I'm saying? And for me, it's like I want to be able to give everybody their favorite slice of
I like
pizza.
barbecue. I like the barbecue. I'm not gonna
Yeah,
lie.
right. And then look, but the cool part of it is everybody loves pizza, right?
Mm-hmm.
So hopefully
Yeah.
they'll start sharing each other's slice, and like, oh, listen to this, you got this cheese slice. Oh, you need listen, you need to try this barbecue chicken slice. You need to try this. You know what I'm saying? And then that's my goal, is hopefully that the pizza slices circulate, and then everybody can have all the pizzas. Everybody can have all the pieces, and then I'll have another 3 records dropping for the summer. You know what I mean? I'm doing, so, and then I'm gonna have, and on my website as well, I'm gonna be putting out a body of work that, if you're subscribed to me, then you will be able to get some really exclusive music. I will be also releasing like all my original covers of all the songs I've written, like all the hits for people that I've written. I have my version of it, so that's a whole another project. But all that stuff will be on my website for like exclusive like access, and then I'll have my music that's out for the world. But that's it. That, and a lot of the stuff, and I will be, giving away stuff for free as well, man. Music, I have so much music. I just want people to be able to see if they love it or not, man, and just give them the opportunity to see if they like any of my slices of pizza.
Well, I think they do. I think that you've sliced some pizza and given it out, and everybody's
Yeah.
been sharing your pizza lately. I
Oh
don't know.
man,
That sounds good, but
no, yes, I like sharing my pizza. That's what it's
you like to
for, man.
share your pizza.
I like feeding the world. Yeah.
So you've been sharing your pizza, and we all love it. So I don't
Oh,
think there's
thank
going to
you.
be any difference right here, whether
You
it's
know
from
what?
you in your hand or from someone
Well,
else's. It's still
you know what?
yours.
That's a great analogy. I have been giving people pieces vicariously through other pizza
There you
parlors.
go.
You're right. You're right. That's what I'm betting on. My frequency, my pizza will be. People will enjoy my pizza
We
even if
do.
it's coming from me, from Pooh Bear. I mean,
From
hopefully
directly from you? That's
directly from the
probably
pizza maker
that's
himself.
probably
Yeah.
even better. Like, I
Yes.
mean, like when you go to New York and you
Yeah.
sit down, it's I don't know if it's the water, the
Yeah.
herbs, or where they get.
Yeah.
I don't know what it is, but if you sit down somewhere else, that pizza
Yeah.
don't taste as good as New York City.
It's you know what? I'm from New Haven. We got New Haven has number one pizza in the world. You
No,
gotta try
I don't
you gotta
know,
try
man.
Pepe's. But no, there's
I
other
don't
places
know.
now. You
New
got New
York. Have
Jersey.
you eaten pizza in New York?
I have. I'm from New Haven, and I'm telling you too, New Jersey, man, Star Tavern,
Jersey.
Orange County Star Tavern is my favorite pizza in the whole wide world.
Really?
No disrespect to New Haven, Connecticut, or New York, but Star Tavern, that's my plug. Shout out Star Tavern.
I used to steal pizza down near I used to steal the pizza down near the Central Park where they
You a
had
pizza?
the people. I was a
Yeah, yeah.
kid.
Oh, okay.
We used to take it off the tables and run into Central Park. Be quiet. Don't say nothing.
Oh, that's amazing. Let me tell you, look, I got a pizza thief story too. You remember back in the day when you was like Pizza Hut or Domino's was like 30 minutes or your pizza's free if they don't deliver it.
Yes.
So back when we were homeless, like we were really poor. So like it
Oh
would
my
be
god.
times I would call and be like, yeah, it's been 31 minutes and the pizza man not here. And the manager would be like, no, sir, it's still 28 minutes. We're watching. And I'm like, okay, what's your name? And then he'll tell me his name. And then when the pizza guy get there, I'll be like, look, your manager Rocky told me that, it's been 31 minutes. And it worked like 2 times. You know what I'm saying? I got 2 free
Oh
pizzas like that.
my
And then I
gosh.
couldn't do it anymore. But that's both of our. We're both pizza thieves.
We
Like,
both see it. We
yeah,
still
we
love
pizza
pizzas.
thieves.
Yeah, we
Yeah.
did.
Yes. I'm glad I got
You
somebody to relate to
you
my
you
pizza
still.
theft.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you and me on the same plane. We be still, but the pizza
Yes.
be good though. Pizza
Yeah,
be
man.
good.
That's my. Hey, it's pizza. That's my favorite food. I think. I think pizza might be one of my favorite foods. It's like our
Oh
top
my
three.
gosh.
Top three. Yeah.
Well, oh my gosh, it's been such a pleasure having you on the show, and
uh,
I'm so
thank
glad that we
you.
have something in common.
Yes. Yes. We still pizza as kids. Yeah. We were
Be
pizza
pizza
thieves.
thieves.
That's the
Pizza
pizza symbol.
thieves.
Exactly.
Come on.
Slice. Yeah. Yep. On the house.
Oh my gosh. Pooh, thank you so much for being on the show.
Absolutely.
It's just such a pleasure. We're going to go
Yes.
ahead, and if you're listening on the radio, we're going to go ahead and play that song. Okay. So we're going to have Charge Me. I know we're going to get the other ones, but we
Yeah,
have
that's
Charge
coming.
Me. And definitely gonna, if you're listening to the radio, if you're watching on TV or somewhere else, we do not play the song here only because it gets flagged and then it gets taken down. And I've had all kinds of problems with that. So we
Yep.
don't do that. But if you tune in, we will put the link on the website so that you guys can go ahead and tune in and listen to that song anytime you wish. Okay? Anytime you wish. Pooh Bear's website is in the corner over here with the QR code, as well as under his poohbear.com, POOBEAR.com, if you can't read it. And I want to thank you again so much for being on the show. It's just been
Thank you.
such a
Yeah, yeah.
pleasure. When you
Yes.
drop your next stuff, you
Yes.
must come back.
I'll come back. I'll come up there too, wherever you are. You in the city. I'll come up there. Just give me a day and a
Oh,
date.
well,
Give me
this
the
is
time
my
and a date.
green screen. This is my green
Oh,
screen. You like it? Hey,
that's amazing.
isn't it
I was
nice?
wondering. I was like, they're getting really good, man. Like these green screens, they're getting out of control. I really
They
thought you was in the
are.
city, so I'm like, that's a hell of a backdrop you got there, man.
Woo!
Oh
No,
man, that's crazy.
I'm renovating, so usually my backdrop will look like my mom's gold records and platinum records is behind me, so we have
Nice.
that. So, but today, no one needs to see the mess.
No, that's not. Who's your mama? Who your mama?
Ev- Evelyn Thomas.
Evelyn Thomas. Okay, amazing. She's a legend.
Yeah,
Amazing.
yeah. So that's mom.
Mm,
That's mom. But I want to
nice.
thank you guys. I mean, I just want to thank everybody. I want to thank Never Stop Entertainment for allowing me to have you on the show, and I definitely want to thank you for being here. It's been such a pleasure, and your journey is such a blessing. Just keep going. You're an
Thank you.
inspiration. You've been giving pizza slices to everyone else, and now it's your
You
turn
know,
to give your pizza slices in person.
thank you so much for having me. Yeah, happy birthday.
Happy birthday to you, Pooh Bear, and happy birthday to you guys. Please don't forget to dare to be different. And until next time, guys, see ya.
Thank you.
Don't forget to follow us on YouTube and Instagram. Thank you for watching.
I want to thank you guys so much for tuning in. Please don't forget to subscribe if you're not already subscribed and help us reach our goal of 10,000 subscribers. Thank you again so much. And guess what? Be blessed and have a great day. And don't forget to dare to be different.